Okay, we're going to convene the Committee on Finance to continue our budget briefings. Today we have the judiciary before us. Morning.
Morning. Morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the Finance Committee, Chair Tarnas. My name is Brandon Kimura, the Director of the Judiciary's Policy and Planning Department. With me today is the Administrative Director of the Courts, Rod Miley, the Deputy Administrative Director of the Courts, Dalen Heather, and our directors of our statewide administrative departments, other court administrators on Oahu, and other key judiciary personnel. So, thank you for the opportunity today to discuss the judiciary's mission and functions and our FY 2025 budgetary requests. So, as you are aware, the judiciary's mission as an independent branch of government is to administer justice in an impartial, efficient, and accessible manner in accordance with the law. And we do this in a number of ways. We have two major program areas: court operations and support services. Court operations include our courts of appeal and circuit, family, district courts across the state. This includes our specialty courts, such as Community Outreach Court, Veterans Treatment Court, Mental Health Court, Women's Court, Truancy Court, and more. These programs are tailored to very unique needs of those that come before them. Court operations also include day-to-day efforts in other areas, such as initiatives to enhance access to the justice system. We do this in a number of ways. And a few examples are listed here on this slide, including self-help centers and access to justice rooms, which have since 2011 led to the assistance of over 36,000 Hawaii residents at almost no cost to the state. Small claims online dispute resolution, which allows those without attorneys to initiate small claims cases valued at $5,000 or less online and outside of business hours. Since launching in mid-2022, 58% of cases filed were initiated outside of business hours, which demonstrates the value add. We also send e-reminders of upcoming hearings to those who sign up, including litigants, lawyers, and anyone interested in following a particular case. About 2/3 of our e-reminders are in criminal and traffic matters. Support services include our Office of the Administrative Director and 5 administrative departments: Human Resources, Financial Services, Intergovernmental and Community Relations, Policy and Planning, and Information Technology and Systems. These departments enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of the justice system. Our courts, programs, and supportive departments collectively safeguard the rights and interests of the litigants and our communities and pursue the mission of the judiciary. Before I turn to our FY 2025 budget requests, I'll just say a few words about the judiciary's response to the Maui wildfires. I know that's something that's on everyone's mind up here at the Capitol, and it's certainly been on our mind, the judiciary statewide and on Maui. We, as soon as the wildfires were apparent as how significant it was, we were immediately engaging with our folks on the ground, with our courts, with our employees in the Lahaina area. We do have a Lahaina District Court, with the Maui County Bar Association, and with other lawyers and law-related folks, offices on the ground, such as the Maui County Prosecutor's Office, the Maui Office of the Public Defender, and the Hawaii State Bar Association. Chief Justice was on the ground to visit with our employees and see them in the days following, and we've since been responding to the Maui wildfires in a few different ways. One is to care for our employees. Just like many communities, many agencies, we've had employees who are significantly impacted. Most of our employees in the Lahaina courthouse who work there either lost their homes or they're significantly impacted and unable to get back to their homes. We've had judges who've lost their homes and were impacted both in Lahaina and in upcountry in the Kula area as well. We've had one of our judges in Lahaina return to work to do the work that he loves, to serve the community later that week. Had one of our judges who was impacted and had to evacuate her home in upcountry, who was recently recognized as a courageous judge for the work that she did with children and youth in the aftermath and the weeks afterwards to double her commitment to folks in the community and to ensure that she was there for the children and the families in need. Our courthouse for a short period of time was closed. It was used as an emergency area for other responders. It was not impacted. It's near the fire station, the police station. It's right outside the burn zone. Within about a month, it was reopened back to operations so that we could serve the folks in that community. Meanwhile, our employees in other parts of Maui were assisting. We've also been coordinating closely with the Hawaii State Bar Association and the Maui County Bar Association to ensure that we're there to help coordinate other efforts for the residents in the communities who are in great need of legal assistance and other guidance. Chief Judge Cahill of the Second Circuit has been overseeing much of this and coordinating among his judges and staff, and has been highly engaged with the legal community across Maui. In addition to this, we're continuing to engage with Maui County Bar, the Hawaii State Bar Association, about ongoing efforts that we can to collaborate to help the bar and the community, and to prepare for something like this that may happen again in the future, as we see that as a potential. We've also been working with the providers to ensure that they were connected with HAIMA at the earliest point, so that they could have tables at the various emergency response centers. We visited with at the Disaster Recovery Center, and we're connecting with the governor's office, including Tia Hartsock of the Office of Wellness and Resilience. And I've had engage in other ways to ensure that we could maximize, under the horrific circumstances, access to justice for the residents, and that the attorneys who've been very heroic in their volunteer efforts had the resources that they needed. Now turning to our FY 2025 budgetary requests. Acknowledging this is the second year of the biennium, supplemental budget year, and the many uncertainties around the Hawaii economy, the judiciary is submitting a modest and focused budget operating request. In total, the supplemental operating request for FY 25 is for an additional $3.24 million and 4.5 new permanent positions. This is an additional 1.75% to our FY 2024 general fund appropriation. Our first request for FY 2025 is for $1.19 million to cover a significant increase in electricity costs. Electricity usage has remained relatively stable for at least the last 6 years, and yet the price of electricity has gone up substantially in recent years. Electricity costs judiciary-wide have gone up approximately 37% since FY 2019. Accordingly, we're requesting just under $1.2 million. Next is a request for $245,000 for a critical cybersecurity tool and monitoring services. This is for 24/7 monitoring to detect suspicious activity on judiciary systems to allow for a quick response to any attacks. Next is $530,000 to increase compensation for court interpreters. To ensure those of limited English proficiency have meaningful access to the courts, professional court interpreters must be highly skilled and follow strict ethical standards. Since the judiciary's court interpreter program was established in 2007, the fee schedule and the funding for it has not been updated. Indeed, in Act 248 of last session acknowledged the integral role of court interpreters and that an increase in the rates is overdue. Also in 2023, the Supreme Court Committee on Court Interpreters and Language Access Subcommittee on Interpreter Fees completed a study of appropriate fee schedule updates to ensure the program remains viable. Accordingly, we are requesting $530,000 to cover the increase for an updated fee schedule. Next is $170,000 to implement Act 159 of last session to modify the Judiciary Information Management System, or JIMS, which is our case management system. Act 159 eliminates the requirement that a petitioner file with the court their expungement order and requires the court to seal all judiciary files once an expungement order is granted by the Department of the Attorney General. This will require a modification to our case management system, and for that we're requesting $170,000 to design, develop, and implement the change. Next is $137,000 for an Olelo Hawaii operating budget. In 2022, the legislature provided funding to establish the judiciary's Olelo Hawaii program as a legislative add-on to our budget. This was folded in from the bill at the time was SB 47, was folded into our base budget. We deeply appreciate this, and within a few months after passage, we brought on an Olelo Hawaii program administrator who has, since starting, developed a course to train and certify Hawaii court interpreters, begun to digitize documents to make them public that are in Olelo Hawaii, begun to translate our judiciary website, begun to translate the names and titles of our departments and divisions and jobs, and has begun to train judiciary staff in Olelo Hawaii. But it doesn't have a base budget. So going forward, the program has prioritized translation, vocabulary development, establishment of a translator course, enhancement of a court interpreter course, and updating of a website and additional signage. Next is $882,000 to restore funding for 14 positions that were defunded during the 2020 legislative session. Of these 14, 6 positions are in First Circuit, 4 are in Third Circuit, 1 is in Fifth Circuit, and 3 are in administration. The positions range from a district family judge on Kauai to a chief information security officer to a probation officer in the sex offender unit in Hilo to a wahiawa document and judicial clerks and others. The next grouping of requests pertain to 4.5 new permanent FTE. Of these, 2 are for janitors at the New Wahiawa District Court. The funding for request is for only half a year due to when the courthouse is expected to be ready for occupancy. 0.5 is for a social worker 4 in the Office of the Public Guardian on Maui. Currently, the Office of Public Guardian on Maui has only a 0.5 FTE employee. And in light of the wildfires and the strain on the office statewide, we are requesting to make that a full-time employee so that OPG employees in other parts of the state don't need to cover the duties on Maui. 1 FTE is for a conversion from a temporary to permanent in HR for workers' compensation unit, and 1 is for a conversion from temporary to permanent for a court operations specialist in the courts of appeal who works on keeping those buildings that are historic buildings up to doing upkeep on those buildings. These latter 2 no-cost requests would bring more stability to the positions and assist with attracting candidates and ultimately with retention. So as shown here on the CIP overview slide, we are requesting a total of $17 million to fund CIP. $14 million of that we're requesting in bond funds, and $3 million of that in operating funds, for a reason I'll get to in a moment, and I'll describe each of these 5 requests. So our highest priority CIP request is to continue the phased elevator modernization project to ensure the safety of public and employees. The next phase includes upgrading the cabs and mechanical equipment of our 4 obsolete elevators in the public area and installing air conditioning in the elevator machine rooms to control humidity and temperature, which will extend the life of the equipment and minimize breakdowns. It's a very high priority and needed to adequately protect the safety of the staff and the public. The request is for $9.25 million. As stated on the slide, in just a few years that were a few years ago, from 2018 to 2020, there were 188 trouble calls with 25 incidents of people trapped. The elevators are so obsolete that they don't make the parts anymore, so very difficult to repair. Second priority on the CIP side is to separate the storm and basement level sanitary sewage system. The current combined storm and sanitary systems are in violation of the city and county's ordinance in Honolulu and a major health hazard. They also contribute to severe flooding events and have resulted in damage to our building. The request is for $1.5 million. Third is the second and last of a 2-phase project to build out a courtroom from an existing area that was previously used for paper file storage on the first floor of Ho'opili Hale in Maui to build an additional courtroom. Currently, there are only 8 courtrooms for 9 judges, so we're pursuing this project to use our existing space and existing building to build out that extra courtroom. This will help us increase efficiency and help us timely address the pending cases. This request is for $1.25 million. Fourth is a request for $2 million in lump sum bond funds to continue long-term improvements to extend the life of facilities occupied by the judiciary. And fifth is a request for $3 million in operating funds to upkeep judiciary facilities and address emergencies that may arise. This funding may be used for near-term repair, deferred maintenance projects of limited scope at facilities occupied by the judiciary. Last session, the legislature provided lump sum operating funds for CIP that is proving to be very helpful to address repair and maintenance issues where we cannot use bond funds. For example, rehabilitating inoperable cell doors at Kawikeo Olihale at our Honolulu District Court, or repairing the skylights at Ali'olani Hale, where our Supreme Court sits. On that note, very grateful to Chair and Vice Chair and other members of the committee for visiting Kawikeo Olihale during the interim. You could see the cell doors and other parts of the building. That concludes my presentation. Again, thank you for the opportunity today, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we'll open up to questions. Okay, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here today. This question is actually unrelated to your supplemental budgetary request, but if you'll just indulge me. I know the Constitution prohibits judges from serving past age 70. Do you have data as to how many judges will be forced to retire this year because of that?
I do not personally, but I'll just see if defer to I wanted to get back to you.
But I assume every year there are judges who roll off because of this requirement?
Yes.
Okay, and does the judiciary have a position regarding this? I know it's in the Constitution, but does the judiciary have feelings about it one way or the other? Mr. Miley, please.
Representative.
Morning.
Chairs, members. Rod Miley, Administrative Director of the Courts. Historically, there have been several efforts to extend the appointment period and move back the mandatory retirement period. They have not been successful. Our understanding is that the legislature, for a number of reasons, and in one case, I believe that it was vetoed. So from that standpoint, although we would certainly appreciate that, it's not something that we believe is supported at this time.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just
Sorry.
ballpark, if your question was how many judges this year will be looking at mandatory retirement, at least 3.
Okay. And, do you feel that 70 is an appropriate number? I mean, if you were to push it back, is there an age that you think would be palatable to the legislature, considering your long time with the judiciary?
I think the number that was mentioned before was 75.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Representative Takanuchi.
Hi, morning.
Morning.
I had a quick question about your funding request for the updates to the gym system. Is that programming, or you guys have to get a different set of software to help with the expungements, or what's the money for?
It'll be
Or what kind
for-
of updates?
This
I
is
guess?
for the Act 159. It's
Yeah.
updated for Act 159. That'll be programming and testing. It's just the programming to make sure it works.
That's
and
like
then
salaries for
implement it.
people who are going to be working on that and testing to make sure it's doing what the automatic things that we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, we have a vendor that'll do the actual work on that. They'll do the programming, but we work closely with them to talk about what's needed, and then we'll.
Okay, and sure, one more. And sorry, I did want to ask if you had any data. Like, we talked to public safety about, the overcrowding in the prisons. I know you guys have done a lot of good work in the diversion programs in the courts. Do you have any numbers with you about, how many people are going through those specialty courts, and, that we're kind of connecting them with services at this point and keeping them, hopefully, if they're basically out of the prison system where they're getting the services they need. Maybe if you have any data on the number of people going through and the number of successful people going through the specialty courts, if you have them with you.
I don't have that offhand, and it's something we can probably get back to you unless. We can get back to you. We can get back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, if you can get that information to the to our office, and then we'll disseminate to the members and
We'll do.
other committees. Okay, thank you. Chair Morikawa, followed by Chair Torres.
Thank you. My question is about, well, I guess it would be part of your computer system, perhaps on jury pool. We're always sent a questionnaire, and we answer it, we send it back, and for those who are exempt or supposedly exempt, they get called back, they get called for jury duty. How is that the questionnaire does not exempt those people? They still get called back.
Why it's not updated so that they're not called back a couple years later? Is that what you mean?
Well, or sooner. I
Or
mean,
sooner? Okay.
I'm an example.
I'm just trying to clarify your question. Unless Maya or Michelle have a.
And the reason I'm asking is because I get called back and I'm in session. I explain that I get no response, so I don't know if I'm going to be exempt or whatever it is for not showing up. But I haven't had a message that it's okay for me to still be here and not there.
So I think we have in our system a way to keep track of certain types of exemption. I don't know if we capture all the exemption to retain it. Now, I will say last year, our vendor had an issue with updating our jury pool. So we ended up reusing the previous year, and we had a problem with loading the exemption to that file. So if it happened last year, that's probably why.
Okay, and for those who perhaps don't show up because they're not hooked up to the technology that's required, and they don't show up, what happens to those people?
Oh, that I can't answer. I think it would have to be an operational answer.
Yeah. And thank you, Maya. So Maya is our director of our information and technology
Okay,
systems,
yeah,
and
thank you.
Michelle Acosta.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michelle Acosta, Deputy Chief Court Administrator for the First Circuit. One of my programs is overseeing jury pool, and so to your question of the exemptions, there are various exemptions, and so if it is a permanent exemption, that may go to what Ms. Nguyen was talking about on a permanent do not contact list. If it is an exemption, for example, that may be only good for that 1 year or however long, you will get another jury questionnaire the following year, so that if your status has changed and now you can serve and the exemption no longer applies to you, you may get that questionnaire. So depending on the types of exemption. The other question is, if you do not show up to when you are summoned, it does state in the information in the questionnaire that you received that you may be found, it's a failure to appear and you may have some sanctions. If you do not hear from jury pool, you've requested to be excused or to be exempted, and you don't hear back, usually you would have to call back our jury pool coordinators, our staff, to see if there's a status on that. But if you do not get excused, you are required to come to court and explain your situation to the judge.
I'm just worried about a lot of older people who just kind of forget that they have to call in by the certain day, and they don't show up. Does somebody go after them?
It is within our rules that we could do a bench warrant if somebody doesn't show, so that is a possibility. They could write a letter to the courts, to the presiding judge, and explain their situation. So there are those options, but it is required that they report to work when they're summoned. To court when they're summoned.
With the baby boomers being those people, it's a big population, and I'm sure many of them just kind of forget.
So there is, as Ms. Nguyen reported or shared with everybody here, is that we are looking at the jury system and how to enhance that so that more people have the information that they need in order to report or respond to a summons.
Yeah, it'd just be good if there was a way that they could be contacted, like you're supposed to show up, or not all of them have email, obviously, but some type of messaging system. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for any further questions. Okay, with Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Thanks for allowing me to join in this briefing, and thank you to the judiciary for your briefing. I appreciate the modest request and it's a modest increase considering your rising costs for electricity and the critical needs for the other requests. I do want to follow up. Now, we had funded a new district court judge, but I think that there was also a requirement that we pass statutory authority for that district court judge, which we did not do last session. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so in order for you to be able to establish that position, then we'll have to pass that bill this session.
Yes, thank you for raising it. Thank you for consideration. It's pending before this committee with a defective date, but that's something that if the committee would consider, we've been conferring with the Senate about it as well, and they may be open to agreement if this committee were to make an amendment.
Could you briefly describe why it's important to have this position? I know we funded it, so we think it's important, but just to remind us why it's important.
This position would be an additional judge in our district court, at the district court level on Oahu. I believe the last judge to be added in this area was in the 80s. Obviously, Honolulu has grown in population and complexity since then. Our courts have grown in complexity and volume since then, and so that's the general gist of it. But this position would also really assist with our making our rural courts more robust, so that we could provide more services and more calendars out in the rural courts.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to follow up. There's a number of requests that you've got in this supplemental budget request, which I think are on target. You know, the court interpreters, the gyms, the Olelo Hawaii, restoring funding for the defunded positions. But I wanted to follow up with something that you emphasize is a very important project, important program that you have, but it's not included in the budget, and that's your community outreach court. Could you speak to that? And I think if it's not in the budget, then we're going to need to consider that in a separate bill. Is that correct?
That will be through a separate bill, and I'll ask Dwight Sakai if he has a moment to join me here to answer any further questions on it. But correct, it's not in our budget requests.
And if you could just briefly describe what it is, what the program is, Community Outreach Court, and prepare us for that bill, consideration of the bill.
Good morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. My name is Dwight Sakai. I'm the Deputy Chief Court Administrator for the Client Services Division of the First Circuit. The Community Outreach Court program, as you may well know, was established as a pilot program. It's a program that utilizes cooperation from the judiciary, from the prosecutor's office, and from the public defender's office. The target is to work with homeless individuals that have outstanding court matters, particularly bench warrants, that we can clear off of their names so that they can move forward with their lives. We do that by addressing the outstanding warrants, by providing community service as a means to work off that warrant. And then also, the Community Outreach Court has grown in the sense that we also bring community resources to the hearings. So we bring programs, partner agencies within the community, whether it's housing agencies. We have programs that provide cell phones, healthcare. We look at other ways that we can refer them for further services, whether it's treatment services, whether it's home services, support services of that nature. A lot of the homeless have children, so we've also looked at seeing how we can provide any type of services for those kids, whether it's linens, whether it's backpacks, whether it's clothing. So that's where it's happening. Right now, the program occurs at 3 sites, one in Kaneohe, one in Waianae, and one in Kaka'ako. There are hearings that are held there at least once a month at each site, depending on the number of hearings or the number of hearings that are set, there might be, the hearing might occur twice a month at that site. It just depends on what the schedule is with the prosecutors and the public defenders.
Okay, great. So we'll have to watch for that bill to come through.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
One more question, Chair, if I may. On a capital improvement project request, I noticed the Ka'ahumanu Hale request for the elevator modernization, critically needed, I understand, but this is only one phase among multiple phases, because you've got, what, 9 elevators there, and this is for 4, and you've got trouble with the other elevators too, is that correct?
That's correct. So we've been seeking funding to address these issues for about a dozen years or so now. Last year, thank you, the legislature funded to begin the project with our fire alarms that were tied into the system and needed to be done first. So appreciate that. We're making great progress on that. That's moving along as planned. These 4 elevators are the next phase. These are the ones that serve the public. And they're all in one bank, so unfortunately, they would all need to be done together as opposed to even breaking up this phase. After this phase, we will come in and share what the next phase would be that could be broken up into as many parts, but ideally, the fewer parts, the more cost efficient it would be. But this would be the biggest phase at 9.25.
Okay, but so we should be prepared for future requests in order to take care of the other antiquated
Yes.
elevators that are servicing that building. Okay. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you,
Chair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ayu.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I have some questions on the Table 11 vacancy report. I see you have quite a substantial number of positions that are still vacant. Are you, I guess the question is, how realistic is it that you're going to fill most of these positions by 4/30/2024 that you have on here? I mean, you have like 200 vacant positions open.
We're hopeful, but let me ask Eric Tanigawa of our HR department to come up and join me. We send out.
Maybe you can describe how you plan to fill these by that date as well.
Good morning, Eric Tanigawa, Human Resources Director. So the anticipated fill dates are those that we get from our programs in terms of the position vacancies. So some of these vacancies are in various states. So some of them might be in situations where lists of eligibles have been referred out to the programs and they're in the recruitment process. And there might be in different places in them. So I'll be honest, we're in a very tough labor market right now, and even though, and we have situations where we don't have applicants, for example, like on Kauai, it's very difficult to get applicants, but in certain situations we have applicants. We have cases where folks are selected and they decline the selection, so that just adds to the process and the time it takes to fill positions.
Okay, so are you guys doing anything to either re-describe some of these positions or
I can
increase the salary range on some of these positions? Like what are you guys doing to try and fill some of these?
maybe let me tell you about some of the efforts that we've taken.
Okay.
So I'm in HR, and we have a staffing services division. So we've tried really to look at a multifaceted approach. We've done, and I'll just kind of briefly talk about it. We've done things such as looking at the minimum qualification requirements for our largest group of vacancies, which are our court clerks. So that involves judicial clerks, district court clerks, circuit court clerks. We formed a working group which involved members of my staff and also representatives from each of our circuits. Those folks obviously are the ones that are operationally impacted. It was a long process because some of it involved changing of folks' minds and looking at things in a different way. But in August of this year, we implemented some changes to the minimum qualification requirements for those classes of work. And in just a short time frame, so about 4 or 5 months, if my math is correct, we've had a 12% increase in qualified applicants for folks who would not have qualified before. And for the selections, there's been a 40% increase of folks who may not have qualified before of the selected folks.
What was that change? that you guys made?
We've actually broadened the MQs and we reduced some of the specialized experience requirements, so which then allowed a greater number of folks to qualify. It also has allowed promotional opportunities in-house for internal folks and folks to get reallocated faster, so to a higher level, which then increases the scope of work that the workforce can perform, and hopefully we think it's a retention incentive. We've also tried to enhance our presence with online recruitment. A recruitment survey told us that 89% of our applicants are hearing about our jobs from various sources of the internet. So we've we've purchased the enhanced LinkedIn package. Indeed is a free service that grabs our job vacancies, but we've been in communication with staff to ensure that they're collecting the right data from our job postings to try and help us in that line. Aside from that, I can tell you that there's been a number of job fairs, classroom presentations where staff from our office partner with specific folks from our circuits, our operational folks, to go out there and talk with potential applicants as well.
Okay, and then I'm seeing at the end of the chart, there's a bunch of defunded positions, far more than the 14 I think you're requesting to get refunded. Can you just explain what those defunded positions are, whether you need them or not, and what is the plan for those defunded positions?
So right now, the plan is to kind of leave them as is. Those are other positions that were defunded in the 2020 session. And so last session, we requested the restoration of funding, and thank you to the legislature for restoring the funding for a handful of those. This year, we're requesting the 14 more. But acknowledging, like you said, that we do have other vacancies, acknowledging the efforts by HR and by our circuits and departments to enhance and focus on what we can recruit. We're not requesting restoration at this time. So we're leaving them as is. They are needed, but at this point, we're trying to take one bite at a time.
So you can't use any of the 200 or so vacant positions to fill the 14 you're requesting for new positions? I don't understand. You have 200 something vacant positions. Why do you need 14 new positions? Or why do you need to? Why do we need to refund 14 new positions?
Because the ones that are vacant, many of those are sort of in progress in terms of whether it's redescribing or they're critical positions, like the #1 position was a circuit judge that can't be shifted. There are others that are in work units that really to take those positions out would really leave the unit it would absolutely decimate a unit. And so as an example, one of the positions we're seeking restoration of funding this session is a clerical aide in Kona, because right now there's only one clerical aide to serve 11 POs. And so with only one, that's taking our probation officers out of the field so that they need to do that additional work. And so that's just an example as to why we're seeking restoration so that unit can have a second clerical aide.
Okay, and then as far as these positions that have remained vacant for some time, what do you do with the funds for those vacant positions since you're not filling them?
We do need at some point to do overtime, because in some areas when there's a lack of staffing, then the staff needs to put in some extra time. Would also cover some other things, like an example is our electricity. So this is the first time we've been come in for electricity, even though it's been increasing for years. But we've been covering it, and so at this point, it's to a point where we don't think we can cover it on our own much longer. But we'll shift it to really urgent and high priority areas as needed.
Okay, and then on table 22, that's the teleworking policy. I see some of these individuals working more than some working 4 or 5 days a week. Does that comply with the DHER teleworking policy, or are you guys using a separate teleworking policy for these employees?
So we have our own policy.
Okay, what is the policy then?
So our well, we can. I think we've shared that policy with the legislature before, and we can do that. But basically, it's with this program in terms of managing the telework, and folks. The bottom line is folks need to be as efficient in terms of work performance as if they were in the office. So
how do you track that then?
So it's basically via our performance evaluation system, and quarterly. So we require our our chief court administrators and department directors to submit a quarterly report in terms of all folks who are teleworking. As part of that report, they're indicating the last date of contact with the employee and a certification that these folks are performing satisfactorily. So the guidance that went out from the administrative director's office is this communication should be happening frequently. And in terms of this quarterly report, we have them submit the last date of communication with the employee. That tends to be, on the last date of the quarter for which the report covers.
Okay, so, but I assume that there's more communication between the managers and the employees than once a quarter.
So because the vast majority of our folks are on hybrid schedules, they're in the office at least once a week. So the communication in person occurs. I can tell you, for folks in my office, I have a few that are on telework. Even when they're on working from home, we have Zoom meetings, telephone calls, and emails where we're in contact on a regular basis.
Okay. And then my next set of questions, I guess, are on we've had a lot of questions on the landlord-tenant code in this committee. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And the mediation bill that we were proposing last session didn't quite make it through. What in the judiciary side could we do to either move the landlord-tenant process along a little bit faster or provide more services to tenants that come into the building for landlord-tenant issues?
Excuse me. The Act 57 from a few years ago during the pandemic was extraordinarily impactful in a huge way. And the funding didn't come to us. But that was very, very impactful. So that would be, I would respectfully suggest to be a very high impact thing if the legislature were open to considering something like that again. In terms of services for tenants, we do our best to try to help them navigate the process. We in all our courts there is, unfortunately due to the volume and due to the staffing issues, it does take some time. But those are things that we're working on, and we've again talking about vacancies and shifting people around. We do frequently shift folks around so that they can be assisting with the high volume calendars.
I guess my thought is more that, an individual comes for a return hearing, and they pretty much just admit or deny, and then they have to come back for a status conference like a week later, and I don't know how fruitful those discussions are, and then trial gets scheduled a week later, so they're in court 3 times in less than a month, and nothing substantive has really happened in their case. So I'm trying to figure out how we can move those cases along. As you say, that one of your biggest volume cases, how we can move those cases along to give resolution to tenants and landlords through the process. Without giving rent supplement to landlords, or I think that's the component you're talking about that was the most beneficial, which I'm not sure the legislature has the money for rent supplement, but what can the judiciary do?
I understand. The Act 57 had 2 parts, right? One was the mandatory mediation, and what made those mediations more effective because, like you said, there was potential money to be had, right? So there was a fruitful discussion, and it was before filing. I can tell you, this is an area about what we can do to improve the process that we are constantly, actively discussing among our administrators and judges. So we're focusing on it. At this time, I don't have a more detailed response for you, but we can. I'll circle back and we'll get back to the committee.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I want to follow up on a couple things. So on your HR part, can you come back for a second? So from the time you hire to the time you make an offer, what's the timeline usually?
From the time that we make a selection,
Yeah.
or from the time we put the
Well,
position
when the person comes in, and then walk me through that, and then from the time you actually make an offer. What's the normal timeline?
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand the question. My apologies. So the pre-employment clearance process, after we make a selection that varies because there's different clearances that we need to go through. Also, there's a period of time where the selectee might want to offer their employer like some courtesy notice in terms of selection. But I don't have it calculated or anything, but I would say ballpark that would range anywhere from maybe like at least 3 weeks to maybe like six to 8 weeks. I have figures calculated for other components, but I don't have that particular figure calculated.
Okay. Because one of the things that, right, you guys don't go to the DHERD because you're a separate branch.
Right.
So one of the things we're trying to grapple with is the DHERD process that actually makes it go on longer than, it's like 6 months or something like that. But yet you still have difficulty hiring, like every other department in the state. So do you think that your ability to go through that initial process faster, right? Because part of the criticism is because it takes so long to go through DHERD and then, going back right from the initial, somebody new, right? That sometimes we lose that employee. Do you lose people too because
So-
it takes like several weeks to make an offer?
So I can back up a little bit in the process. So part of what our folks have done in our staffing unit is positions go out on recruitment, so that goes out for, say, like 2 weeks. And when we have applicants, we're trying to refer those qualified applicants out to the program starting from the day after it closes. So we get them the eligibles. At that point, it is with the program to make contact and schedule those interviews. But yes, we do recommend working those eligible lists as fast as possible because we're competing with a lot of other folks at that point. And we do have examples, situations where once we contact them, someone has already been selected for another job. And I can tell you, just looking at our numbers, one of our neighbor island circuits has the fastest turnaround times in terms of filling positions, and correspondingly, I should say, that circuit has the lowest vacancy rate.
Okay, what's that turnaround time?
So we didn't calculate it. We're at about 116 days from the date that we get the request to fill to the time that a selection is made.
So that part is kind of critical.
That part is critical to reach out to the applicants quickly. So I should say we can get them before a competitor does.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Are you doing anything to improve that?
So we've are trying to refer folks out from the day after the recruitment closes. I don't think we can get any faster than that, but we've tried to refer additional qualified applicants as well from that point to get folks the eligibles.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
When you do the evaluation, when you do the evaluation of the telework items, do you compare, right, you're doing a quarterly assessment, do you compare to the work of somebody equivalent that is actually coming into the office and which one is more effective? Any kind of evaluation like that?
I think that's sort of at the managerial level. So at the policy, at the statewide level, as Eric had shared, we require a quarterly report that folks have been evaluated and that the manager directly overseeing the telework or the person who's doing hybrid work regularly. So that's at the highest level. At the lower level, at the managerial level, where the manager is required to meet with the employee regularly, and as Eric had said, they're often in the office anyway, so that'll just sort of happen naturally. It's sort of up to the manager to do that, whether they want to compare them to another person who's in the office all the time or not. The manager certainly has the option to comment on whether their performance has dropped or changed in other ways.
Yeah, well, I think that's part of the argument, right, that we consider telework is that in some ways people some argue that there are some advantages to hiring, and not only that, but the type of work product that you actually get. So, do you plan to evaluate and compare?
At this time, we do not plan to evaluate and compare because, I think, as you noted, it's so variable, not only on the job duties, but also on the individual. For some individuals, they're actually more productive at home than in the office, and others vice versa. So I think the sample size of a comparison may be too small to actually have a meaningful, I guess, an evidence-based approach.
I think it's kind of important because what the legislature is looking at is, or implying to some respect, is that it's less efficient. So there has to be some evaluation on comparing it to somebody who actually comes in.
Okay.
So anyway, thank you. Okay, Chair Morikawa, followed by Baladi.
Thank you. My question goes back to HR and Eric. Gosh, I'm looking at you and I'm looking at your dad. And so comment to Judiciary, you guys are lucky you got him because you know that he has experience that goes back many, many, many years. I used to work with his dad. Anyway, on the telework issue, do you have telework employees that work from home also when they're sick?
They should not be. When employees are ill, they should be on sick leave.
Okay, but in order to save their sick leave, would they still perform work at home?
Well, instruction is that if you're sick, you should be on leave, so you should not be working during that period.
I mean, looking into the future, I'm thinking, if we were to incentivize employees and allow them to work at home when they're not well, or if they have to take care of somebody at home, if that is a possibility, because it's a great incentive and it saves us, government, money, right? And so it's just something that we might all want to think about because we talk about paid family leave and all of that. And in order to accommodate a compromise, that might be something we might look to. Because if they're productive at home, why not allow them to work instead of being out on leave?
Okay.
Thank you. It wasn't a question so much as a comment. Thank you.
I will say anecdotally, Rep, that during the earlier time in the pandemic when we had the quarantine rules, that was a time where we had the existing telework agreement overlapping with the quarantine rules. And so if folks had tested positive and they were not feeling well, then of course we urged them to take sick leave and stay out. But for some folks who had tested positive and were feeling well, they were asymptomatic already, but had to stay out of the office because of the quarantine rules. Some of those folks did end up working for a couple of days before they were able to return to the office. So that's along the lines of what you're talking about. But definitely for the folks who were symptomatic, we urged them to take sick.
Chair Baladi.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, I want to start my questions by thanking Chair Yamashita for allowing me, typically not supposed to be here in Judiciary, as well as I see my colleague, Representative Martin. It speaks to the fact that we here on this side understand that the services cross boundaries. And so there's a lot of collaboration on our side between the subject matter chairs to address some of the deep problems. And I think Mr. Sakai spoke to it when he spoke to the Community Outreach Court, right? The Committee on Health and Homelessness is very interested in aspects of those programs and have been helping Chair Tarnas really follow them. I also just wanted to make a quick comment that I really want to thank the person whose seat I'm sitting in. And I want to get a picture of this somewhere someday. On that note, I just wanted to confirm, and I want to thank the vice chair for asking about the people going through diversion courts. I know we're going to have the judiciary with us talking on Friday at 1 o'clock about more details of the programs of that and how it's being implemented. I'm very interested in the number of people going through the diversion courts because that will help also relieve budgetary stress on the prisons. One of the aspects of these diversion courts or the diversion programs working, at the end of session last year, we were talking about some telejustice things, measures, and this is distinguished from telework, right? Some of the procedures that we might need to rely upon for the diversion process are telejustice practices that you guys started to adopt during the pandemic within your current budget to continue with some of the diversion programs. Is there any additional resources you need on the telejustice side? And what I'm thinking about is that sometimes when you have the mental health treatment person calling in versus having to be present there, are you able to do that within the existing budget that you have? And that's why there's no budget request coming forward that I as far as I can see from your budget request.
There is nothing related to that in our current budget request, but to clarify your question, when we have remote hearings, which we've been doing increasingly since the pandemic began, that has put an additional strain on our staff across the state. National Center for State Courts has done a study of other jurisdictions and has found that wonderfully, as may be obvious to folks, that is a significant boon and increased access to justice across the country. But they've also found that it takes about a third more time for staff. So that is an additional strain for our staff. But we're working through it. I think that could lead at some point to future requests regarding personnel. But at this point, we don't have a request on that topic for FY 2025. On the IT front, we've also, of course, needed to acquire Zoom licenses, and we've been able to do that. We've been able to acquire additional IT equipment with our existing budget. But at this time, we're okay. But there may be needs in the future. In terms of the, so that's remote hearings more generally. But I'll just clarify if I think I hear you may be asking a little more about some of the treatment courts and whether in those courts there are remote interactions with like a healthcare provider or a clinician or others. My sense is that so far we're okay, which is why we don't have a request this session. That's something that I know is in, we're constantly talking with DOH about. I know that in one of the measures they are seeking a little different from last session. They were seeking more opportunity to do telehealth, both at courthouses and at then public safety facilities. We were okay with that portion of the measure, that we would find a way to implement that and be okay with it as is. But I don't know, does that fully answer your question?
Yes, that does. So right now, and especially as we roll these programs out, they continue to be pilot programs, so you can operate within the existing resources, and then we can later on determine whether there are cost savings and where we might find cost savings.
Yes, and that's similar to our approach on other areas as well. We'll try to, if we working on a new program, whether it's something that we've created to address an issue like landlord-tenant or something else that we see, we'll try to do it with existing funds as possible. And then if we find out that that's something that would actually be very impactful and we would want to scale up going forward, we may come back to the legislature to see.
Okay, another second question. Assisted community treatment, the ACT programs and orders, that's a really important part of making sure we have a jail diversion. And what I understand is that, we do need training training up the community law enforcement. I know that you folks are part of that training sometimes through the participation of your judges, but again, on your budgets, there's no fiscal impact. Your judges can, as part of their regular duties, participate in the ACT trainings. So it's not on your budget where you need any increased resources for expanded ACT treatment for community partners. Is that correct to say?
Correct. That is, we're not requesting this year as part of our base budget for that. You may be referring last session. I know there was one measure that would have funded additional training for healthcare providers, law enforcement, and others in the justice system. We are supportive of that measure. We continue to be supportive. Our judges, for their part, have been educating members of the bar to encourage them to become guardians ad litem. We don't need any additional funding to engage in that motivation and encouragement. We will have a separate bill this session to increase the funds for court-appointed attorneys and guardians ad litem in family court matters. And that would, we hope, make that work more attractive for family court attorneys. And this is slightly different because a lot of that is in termination of parental rights cases, but that increase would also cover guardians ad litem. And we have a significant shortage of guardians ad litem, and so that may impact that area. I will say that, this is just on the same topic. The the measure that did pass last session that allowed the attorney generals to engage in the ACT and file the ACT petitions is something that is, it is already current law. And so that's something that, between the attorney generals and clinicians and other healthcare providers, I think that's possibly one of the, chapter one of the substance of what the education would be of that current law. So that's just, if that's answering your question as well.
Yes, that is. And one final question. I know in your active contracts, there's a lot of active contracts with regard to mental health assessments, substance abuse treatment services, all of these things that kind of overlap into health. As Medicaid has gone forward with their waiver that I believe they might have just submitted yesterday, which begins to involve more justice-involved folks, which means it involves those people who are touched by your contracts relating to substance abuse treatment and mental health treatment. Who in your branch has oversight of those contracts, and have there been conversations with Medicaid? The Medicaid waiver, keeping our fingers crossed, will get approved, and we'll see the full rollout maybe in a year or two. But who in your branch of government is responsible for those contracts and will be then working with Medicaid to make sure that we have folks, and at different points they're just as involved in different ways, that they don't fall through the cracks and that they get placed into the right service programs, because some of these contractors have contracts both under you folks and DHS and DOH. So who do we talk to, and has a conversation begun about how you guys are going to have to maybe reassess and reevaluate your contracts if we are successful in getting the Medicaid waiver?
Chair, if those questions can come to the AD's office, we'll take care of the distribution from there. We have a number of programs that have separate contracts. We also have our contracts and procurement branch for the technical compliance piece. And then, so if you send it to us, we'll make sure that we follow up.
I really appreciate the judiciary's cooperation on this, because this is actually a conversation that happened pre-pandemic, but this is critically important, because the more we can align the contracts across branches of government, we actually serve our people better. Because so much of the frustration we hear is that people interact with services at different points, and they hear, oh, that's not us. Oh, that contract, or you can't get this service because you're not qualified, because you're not this X, Y, and Z. But they're moving through government contracts across divisions. So you guys are great collaborators, so I want to urge you to keep collaborating. It will help us understand and make sure that our contracts are delivering services to the people who need them. So thank you, and this is the beginning of the conversation, I think. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further question, Representative Ayu.
Sorry, just a few questions on the Hale Kalele project. I don't see it anywhere in your budget or anything. Does the judiciary not generate any revenue from the project?
We do not generate any revenue.
Okay. It's all handled through HHFDC.
Yes.
Okay, and then, okay, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. I have my usual metric questions that I always bring to the CJ. Time to trial. Shorter, longer, number of judges you're short, the days to trial, case backlog, litigation growing or declining or stable. It's kind of the state of the judiciary, if you will, that the metrics to me is an indication of how we're doing. Because look, on the mainland, the crime is going crazy. There's recreational violence, smash and grab, it's going crazy. So these metrics, if you follow it, have you got any of those that I just said? Time to trial, backlog, and number of judges you're short? Or do you have any of those metrics?
Yeah, we can get back to you,
Because those are
Representative.
key indicators of what's going on in our districts in the state of Hawaii.
Yeah, we'll get back to you on the numbers, Representative. But I can say that as a general matter, we have covered our COVID backlog. So there was a slowdown during COVID, during the early part of COVID, and we've come back to where we were before that.
So there's, during COVID, more inclined criminal activity or less inclined to be? But
Yeah,
that
we-
doesn't fit into your.
That doesn't fit in. As I
into
mean,
the
if your
data.
if your question is
Okay.
about
I'll wait
backlog,
till you guys can get back
yeah,
to me.
we'll get back to you, Brad.
Chair, is it fair game to question the new homeless czar?
That's coming up next.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't avoid it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions, members? Okay. Thank you very much for coming before us. We look forward to working with you, and we're gonna recess and get set up for Department of Human Services. Thank you. Recess. Okay, we're gonna reconvene the Committee on Finance. Continuing on next, we have the Department of Human Services. Morning.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Kathy Betts, Director for the Department of Human Services. If you're okay with it, I'd like to introduce our leadership team who's behind us today.
Please.
Okay, first, our Budget Administrator, Linda Komatsu Wong, and her team, who are integral to our budget response and are super responsive for our team. So I just want to thank you. Also, Deputy Joe Campos, who's behind me, and introducing our newest deputy, and thank you to this legislature for allowing us to restore the second deputy last session, Deputy Trista Spear, who came from the AGs to join us. Also, our MedQuest Administrator, Judy Moore Peterson, our BESD Administrator, Scott Morishige, Social Services Division Administrator, Daisy Hartsfield, Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, our Acting Administrator, Leah Diaz is out, but Rusnell Pasquale is here on her behalf. Office of Youth Services Executive Director, Leanne Gillespie. Our HYCF, or Kauai Loa Administrator, Mark Patterson is here as well. And our Governor's Coordinator on Homelessness, we are very lucky to have former legislator John Mizuno here with his team. Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to do a brief intro over some of the efforts that we've been undertaking since our Maui emergency response started after the tragic wildfires, and then turn it over to our attached agencies, if you're acceptable with that.
Please.
Okay, sure. So first of all, Chair and members of the committee, on behalf of the Department of Human Services, I just want to reiterate how appreciative we are of your support of the department. I have very few substantive supplemental budget requests today, but a lot of housekeeping efforts that we can go into. We want to thank this legislature for its continued support of our staff and operational needs as we continue to modernize our systems and our processes to deliver vital social service and safety net programs for Hawaii's residents. We are also cognizant that the approaches that we utilize for our community at large should likewise be used for our staff, whose health and wellness are of equal importance as we continue this hard work and oftentimes experiencing vicarious trauma in the work that we do every day. We also understand that as the largest social safety net in the state, much of the work we do is acutely tied to the uplifting of our community and our economy. Over the last 6 months, after the tragic wildfires in Maui, our department has largely been responding to emergency response and the Maui wildfires. In a short span of roughly half a year, we've set up various new programs, including the Disaster SNAP for Maui survivors. We set up and redid our emergency admin rules for the temporary assistance for needy families, non-recurring short-term program for Maui survivors, and that was able to allow us to draw down up to $100 million in TANF reserves with a philanthropic match from Hawaii Community Foundation, which we're extremely grateful for. We also applied for various SNAP hot food waivers, one of which is still in effect for Maui County. We also were one of the fastest states in the nation to apply for the FEMA Disaster Case Management Grant, which was received in early December. So I will go over some of our A-Fund requests for that grant program. We also paused Medicaid recertifications for the state, as well as for Maui survivors who could not risk to lose their health coverage after loss of employment. We also assisted on the housing effort, and I would be remiss to not mention Deputy Spear and Deputy Campos, who flew to Maui on August 9th and immediately got folks into housing just right off the bat. They collaborated with Airbnb, with HHFDC, with DBED, and the governor's office to really support and keep community survivors at the forefront and to ensure their safety and their well-being and their families could remain intact in housing that was safe and stable. Over the last year, we've also been really rolling up our sleeves to figure out innovative and progressive ways to retain staff and to increase wellness, understanding, as I mentioned, that a lot of our staff live with vicarious trauma. We are constantly engaged in disaster response and emergency response, from volcano to tsunami warning to earthquakes to flooding to the COVID-19 global pandemic, and then to add to that disaster response, the Maui tragedies. So we've been exploring different ways to improve workforce retention, including increased wellness programs throughout the department, continued executive coaching for our supervisors so that they could become adequate and supportive supervisors for our staff, participation in One Shared Future. That was a program that was started by former Director Rachel Wong after seeing so many of the silos in state government and how we can really enable effective government leadership by breaking down those silos and encouraging cross-sector collaboration among state agencies. We've been offering new wellness programs for divisions. We're participating in Blue Zones. We overhauled our onboarding program so that folks feel supported and understood and have mentors in the workforce when they join it, and they hopefully we can retain them in the workforce. We participated in over 10 job fairs at high schools and colleges across the state. We produced public service announcements for Child Welfare Services branch, including links to applications and QR codes so that folks could scan it and quickly apply and learn more about our Child Welfare Services work. And we've been actively working with the Office of Wellness and Resilience on addressing staff burnout. So those are just some of the efforts. They go hand in hand with a lot of our housekeeping efforts in the budget requests, for example, increasing 0.25 FTE to 0.5, transferring positions. We've also completed over 11 reorganizations throughout the department over the last year, and that's really been to look at what's working and what's not working. How can we make government more effective? I understand that we have one of the largest budgets in the state and the largest number of employees, but how do we keep this well-oiled machine running, especially given that we face a lot of barriers in state government in terms of how to evolve state government work and ensure that we can get the younger workforce as our older workforce retires with the wealth of knowledge that they brought to the job. So those are all things that were top of mind for us this last year. Again, I understand that our vacancy rate is high. Most of our vacancies are in active recruitment at this time. And again, aligned with our efforts on reorganization, we are hopeful that we are able to retain the courageous and hardworking staff that we do have, and as well as recruit new, fresh young talent that are innovative and ready to work for state government. With that, Chair, I would like to, and Vice Chair, sorry, welcome, nice to see you, Happy New Year. I'd like to turn it over to Hawaii Public Housing Authority, which has, let's see, HMS 220, 222, and 229. Those are the very beginning of the agenda. So I'd like to welcome Executive Director Hakeem Wansafi.
Please.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, and Happy New Year to you too. I know you're familiar with our agency, but if you allow me just about a minute and a half just to summarize what we do, and then I can go over the budget request, if that's okay. Thank you. So the Housing Authority, we've been in existence for 89 years, since 1935. We are considered the 13th largest public housing agency in the country out of 3,300. And overall, including the vouchers, we are considered the 24th largest, and one of very few that has an MTW, Move to Work designation, given by the federal government to us. We are also one of only 3 statewide agencies in the entire nation. We have, as Kathy mentioned, HMS 220, that's for the public housing component, and we have 6,210 housing dwelling units in that program. It's grouped by federal law into 16 different AMPs, asset management, and each one of them is run as a separate company. It has its own financials and everything else. For the federal public housing, the average yearly income for the families is $10,332. For the federal family, the average household income is $16,800 a year. For the state elderly, it's $10,380, and for the state family, it's $14,748. So we serve the most vulnerable population in our state. HMS 222 is what we know as a Section 8 program. It's the voucher program, and it has the traditional voucher program. It has the non-elderly disabled vouchers, veteran affairs programs. All these are vouchers. In all, there is 8 of them, serving a total of 7,250 families. The average family is about 3.25 persons per each family. Also, these for the Section 8, it's a very, very low income. The federal Section 8 average $16,979 income per year, and for the federal non-elderly is $11,454. The federal VASH for the veterans, the average yearly income of $12,552. HUD does score the agencies nationwide, what it's called the CMAP score, and for the last many years, we've been, at least for the last 7 years, we've been scored 100 out of 100. And HMS 229 is the administration of those programs and providing supports from the planning office, compliance, fiscal management, IT, procurement, and others. And as you know, we are a full service agency attached to DHS for administrative purposes only. In front of you, the request that we have provided, one is to transfer and convert and redescribe 13 permanent positions from one program 229 to program 220. And the reason for that, the federal government has created what they call an Inspire. It's the way to check on all of the units. They used to do it. They used to give emphasis a lot to the outside grounds. They have changed that now. There is a tremendous emphasis and inside of the unit. So we're trying to take these folks, instead of sending them in groups to each AMP when there is the inspection, to actually have them at the property level. So you're just changing it from one program to the other. The second is requesting a 3 FTE permanent housing specialist too. This is to be able to keep up with the amount of work that we have at the public housing, and also to be able, we're not allowed by federal law to use federal funded positions into the state, and we have 864 units. These will help us also to keep the state programs at the same rent levels, because we're obligated by law to run them at a break even. So by having this, we'll keep that rent level, because the majority of the folks, the 864 families, are elderly and disabled. Also in 220 is to convert 3 FTEs, the building maintenance workers, one. The other one is to transfer 3 FTEs from 229 to 220. And the final two is a request for federal ceiling, $4,769,000, that's 222. And requesting $400,000 in the rent supplement. Rent supplement is 100% state program, and this is just to keep the approximate 200 families that we are currently serving, just to keep serving them. For the CIP, there was a request of $22 million for School Street. I just want to inform the committee that last Thursday, the HHFDC board has approved all the needed funding for School Street. And this budget was put together prior to that meeting. And the $22 million is including governor budget. We're asking the governor right now if there was a way to do a governor's message to be able to appropriate that $22 million to a variety of other programs to forward and move forward the development of the Kalaimomi, the 10,000 unit that we have launched. There's also a request for $10 million in front of you for the repair and maintenance of existing inventory that we have. And I'll probably just stop at that for right now, and I can answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aki. Chair, next I'd like to invite up Leanne Gillespie, Executive Director of the Office of Youth Services.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Leanne Gillespie. I'm the Executive Director for the Office of Youth Services. We're administratively attached to DHS. We have under us the Kauai Loa Youth and Family Wellness Center, which includes the Hawaii Youth Correctional Facility. We also have the Hawaii State Youth Commission, and we provide a continuum of in-community programs for youth who are at risk for involvement into the juvenile justice system. So we have some housekeeping requests to transfer positions. In terms of additional budget requests for this year for in-community programs, which is 501, we're asking for $1 million to support youth mental health needs. 650,000 of this will be to increase services at several of our safe houses. These are our most vulnerable youth who are unable to go home for various reasons, and they need a safe, secure place to live until they can transition to more stable housing or hopefully back home. 200,000 of that request is for to support gender inclusive, a very innovative and unique program with Spill the Tea in Kakawako and Surf Rider Spirit Sessions. So this program is new. We've been working with them to develop a gender inclusive program specifically so that youth can receive counseling services, homework help, a safe place to hang out with their peers, and also combine that with cultural, INA-based and ocean-based activities. The last portion of that, 150,000, is to increase our contract with the Department of Health, CAMHD. These funds support youth getting mental health treatment through their family guidance centers that wouldn't meet their typical criteria for Department of Health services. Our second additional budget request for HMS 503 is to add funds to HYCF utilities. This is kind of generally 130,000 for water, 130,000 for sewer. However, utility costs do fluctuate, and so we've also put in for repair and maintenance. It also might cover some overage of electricity costs, which, thank you very much, 260 was approved last year, but those costs may increase. CIP, if I can move forward to CIP requests, we have 2 CIP requests. Those two replace our air conditioning and generators at HYCF for our secured correctional facilities. These have long outdone their life expectancy, and they will need to be replaced sooner rather than later to prevent further problems and decrease our maintenance and repair costs. Mark Patterson and I are both here to answer any questions if you have. Thank you.
Chair, next I'd like to invite up John Mizuno, Director of the Statewide Office on Homeless and Housing Solutions. That's HMS 777.
Thank you, Director. Good morning, members. Just want to report that currently we have used in ARPA monies $33 million, and we have the contracts for you, Chair. We'll give you a copy of all the contracts. For fiscal year 24, we have $15 million in Ohana funds and $15 million in Kauhale funds. At this point, we're not going to ask for any additional funds for our office. Did want to share with you that we are also going to hand to all the members our list of Kauhale that we're focused on. Please keep in mind that this is a fluid list. We've got several in the works that we're hopeful will be open later this month and maybe in February. But it is a fluid list because we're still working on contracts, operations, and there are other Kauhale that may come up that are not on this list. So I just want to be extremely cautious and open about that. People are asking about the Maui Lahaina displaced fire victims. At this point, you heard the director share that we have a shelter there, approximately 150 homeless. We're looking to complete a Kauhale in the area where the shelter is, should cover about 200 homeless. And let's see. We're also looking to do a community RFP, a contract with a community group like a church. All of you know Pastor Kim and my relationship with him. The reason for that is we want to show proof of concept that doing a contract with a community group like a church or a civic group would be, it'll set the bar on how much it should cost. Our providers so far, Project Vision and Harm Reduction, they've been great partners in our Kauhale. But again, we want to show the legislature the bottom line cost, how much lower it could be if we were to use a community group. And if we were to do that, we can also set the bar and share that with Project Vision, as well as Harm Reduction and other operators to try to bring down costs on operating Kauhale. The purpose for Kauhale, many of you may wonder, what's the difference between Ohana Zone and Kauhale? Ohana Zone, this is something that Representative Belatti and I and members of this committee worked on years ago. Very broad title. It's to allow a person to just get the help he or she needs, heal, a place of stability. Very broad. We use those monies with counties, with services and partnership. Kauhale, a little bit different. It's more permanent. We're looking for a permanent structure. And again, this could also be transitional, but again, at the end of the day, this would be where you see the tiny homes, similar to what we saw at the legislature where we opened up the medical Kauhale. So that's the big difference between the two. And at this point, I just wanted to share we do have partnerships with the Department of Transportation as well as Department of Health, and we're probably going to have partnerships with the Department of Public Safety, possibly with Judiciary, and we also have partnerships with the counties. DOT, they've been a great partner. I'll tell you why, because they were able to secure a number of positions, a number of properties for Kauhale. And the reason for that, we need core infrastructure. We just can't put it out on a mountainside. It's just not going to work. We need electricity, water, and sewer lines. And so many of the sites on state property happen to be on DOT property. So that's some of the sites that we've been targeting, and we are going to open up Kauhale at. At this point, I'm here to answer any questions. Is that okay? Yeah, Chair, if there's any questions.
Sure,
Good,
with our
right?
attached agencies, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I could proceed in several different ways. You have our Table 6, which is our budget additions, and you probably have noted that a lot of it is housekeeping, so increasing the end ceiling for various programs to align with the federal ward management system. That was at the advice of Budget and Finance, and so you'll see a lot of those, or transferring positions from one HMS to another HMS. Alternatively, I could go over the high-level budget requests that are the more substantive monetary requests that we have.
Okay, you can proceed with things that you may think that the legislature
Sure.
or this committee needs to
Sure.
be aware of.
I will bore you if I go over the entire Table 6, so I will go over the high-level budget requests. First of all, we are requesting for HMS 904, that's Director's Office and Staff Offices. We're requesting $13.37 million in general funds in emergency management response funds. So that is for, to parallel with our FEMA disaster case management grant that we received. We are receiving 17.5 in federal funds in 3 batches. So this grant period lasts from August 10th, 2023 to August 10th, 2025. We have opportunity to modify that grant to request more funds from FEMA for disaster case management, but this is for 3 temporary positions in Director's Office to do emergency response. It's also for continued funding for the temporary shelter site on Maui for the pre-disaster homeless, Pu'uhonua Onene, and it's also for funds to do disaster case management and permanency services for those who would otherwise be FEMA ineligible. So for example, non-citizens, undocumented individuals, folks that are from compact nations that are not eligible for FEMA otherwise. So that request in A funds is for $13.37 million in A funds to support our efforts on disaster case management on the FEMA side. Additionally, for our homeless programs office, that's HMS 224, we're requesting $1.32 million in additional A funds to increase all state homeless program office contracts by 5%. As we know, we've met with the True Cost Coalition over the last 2 years, And we are very cognizant as a department that our contracted providers are not adequately compensated at the end of the day. We've seen homeless providers and outreach groups have to close their doors and terminate employment because we aren't able to pay them enough. But with an increase in contract expenses for contracted providers, we hope to be able to adequately pay those contracts and so that they can hire folks that are retained and able to serve our most vulnerable populations. For BESD, which is HMS 305, we are requesting a transfer out of $6 million in preschool open doors funds from HMS 305, which is cash support for childcare, to HMS 903, general support for self-sufficiency services. This is aligning with LG Luke's Ready Keiki initiative. As you may know, we recently just launched the application period for preschool open doors to expand to 3-year-olds, so we're really excited about that, to couple with the 4-year-old population so that hopefully more keiki in Hawaii can have access to early learning before kindergarten starts. The reason why is because we could use general fund expenditures to draw down TANF federal funds to reimburse the state on the preschool open doors side. Right now, there is up to a 72-hour lag in drawing down those funds. So if we had the general funds in 903, we would be able to support those families applying for POD in a more timely and efficient manner. And it's essentially cost neutral to the state. HMS 401 MedQuest healthcare payments, we're requesting $5.75 million in A funds and $9.78 million in N funds to increase rates for certain home and community-based services, such as community care, family foster homes, adult residential care homes, adult day services providers. And this was based on the rate study that has been urged by this body over the last couple of years. And Director Administrator Moore Peterson is here if you want to have more details on the rate studies. This is to increase those rates for the HCBS. For HMS 301, which is our Social Services Division, Child Welfare Services Branch, as you know, we've been here many times to talk about the Spouse and Child Abuse Special Fund, SCASA. Last year, this legislature was able to change the SCASA ceiling to $5 million in the statute for SCASA, but not in the budget ceiling. So we're requesting the budget ceiling being raised to $5 million. This allows us to draw down more federal reimbursements to fund our Family First Prevention Services Act, which is the federal initiative, or law rather, that passed several years ago that encourages our Child Welfare Services branch to provide supportive services to families so children can stay in their homes safely with supportive services to the parents rather than being removed into foster care. For HMS 501, Leanne already covered that budget request. And then we also have some CIP requests that Hakeem and Leanne had gone over. One request that we have for HMS 904, General Administration for DHS, is a CIP request, $20 million in general funds to match the $20 million in federal funds to complete our Child Welfare Comprehensive Information System, or CWIS. That's the last leg of our modernization system. As you recall, we started with COLEA for MedQuest. We're in the process of completing our BES, benefit eligibility system for BESD, so financial assistance, SNAP, TANF, et cetera. And that's set to go live later on in 2024. CWIS is our last leg of our modernization system for the Department of Human Services. And with that, I'll stop there and see if there are any questions from the members.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, we'll open up the questions. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Why are the Alice families growing rather than declining?
Representative, I would need to see more specific data in terms of Alice families. Obviously, the cost of living in Hawaii can be cost prohibitive to a lot of families. We are also just coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. Obviously, a lot of families lost employment. I don't have a specific response.
I'm begging the question, how do you measure the success of your agency? How do you guys know when you're doing a good job?
We have management evaluations and audits from the federal government as well as state government. We have management evaluations of all of our programs. We go over various metrics to see that we are succeeding.
What are your metrics? That's really the key.
What table is that
Like
in?
food stamps, are they going up or down? Or people on the MedQuest, Are more people, the last time the governor said there was 465,000 people on state medical health insurance.
We still have an increase from the pandemic.
Going up?
When we had to pause the recertifications, it did go up, specifically for Maui County, because there was an increase in
Can you
folks
give
that,
me a good statistic where it's going down?
I can, that
Give me some
benefits are
good
going
news
down?
in
I don't
terms
know
of
if
the
I can answer
health
that
of the people
question.
of the state of Hawaii. Anybody got any good news? Ms. Peterson.
Yeah, you need to come up to the mic and answer, please. Thank you.
Especially since there's questions about my quest. From a health perspective, we continue to, Judy Moore Peterson, MedQuest Administrator. We continue to rank some of the top, from a health perspective, in the country. We continue to have some of the highest insured rates in the country. We also have rank the highest as far as health outcomes, life expectancy, et cetera. So those continue to be really, really good news. Our state has always prioritized insurance coverage, health insurance coverage, and so Medicaid and MedQuest is part of that. During the pandemic,
500,000 people. We only have 1.5 million people. We got 500,000 people who don't have insurance who rely upon this, and that number is growing, or is it stabilizing?
the MedQuest program, the Medicaid program, is here to help provide health insurance for those individuals who either do not make enough or are not covered through prepaid. They have to meet certain income requirements. However, during the pandemic, there was a requirement that Medicaid not drop anybody for except for 3 reasons, and those 3 reasons were the person passed away, they moved out of state, or they voluntarily asked to no longer have coverage. That was in place until May of 2023, in which point we did start to do, we started our renewal process. It's to be spread over a 12-month time period. We needed to pause that renewal process in August, in part to respond to the Maui wildfires, to be able to allow us to focus our attention there, as well as to fix some pieces of our system so that we could do the renewals at the individual level as opposed to the household level.
I'm simply trying to see whether the numbers are going up or they're stabilizing.
We are at a point where in the next couple of weeks, they'll start to go down again, but they have been going up for those reasons.
It's still about 500,000 people.
It is 475,000.
Which I'm begging the question, if I may, Chairman. Do you differentiate between empowering people versus enabling people? Empowering meaning they get self-sufficient, they get independence rather than dependence. Enabling meaning you guys are stuck with them for the next 5-10 years, like some of people who are generationally in the public health. Is that a piece of statistic that you can deal with? Because if you're doing your job, to me, it's people get off and they're self-confident, they're independent, they're self-sufficient. But I don't see a metric that can say that that's some.
We work
getting a
with
handle on what's going on out there.
We work with families. We work with families in this community to support everybody so that they can thrive and do well
Give me
as
some
well
numbers
as
of
they can.
thrivers. Give me some numbers on thrivers.
Representative, if I may, on page 20 of our budget narrative for Social Services Division, with the implementation of Family First Hawaii, which was the congressional act that encouraged us to keep children in the home with safety and supportive services. From state fiscal year 2023, we had 974 children in foster care. That's compared to July 2022, which was 1,238. So we have less families in less kids in foster care. Also on page 46 of 75 of our budget narrative, Appendix 1, I have our DHS key performance indicators. I apologize, I wasn't able to respond off the top of my head earlier. For our employment and economic self-sufficiency, compared with SFY 18, we had 1,294 families on TANF with employment.
What's the food stamp one?
Food stamp is SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition
Wait, what
Assistance
were the
Program.
food stamp numbers?
Let's see if we have SNAP on here. This is TANF. Let's see.
SNAP, right?
Yep.
What are the SNAP? Are they going up, stabilizing, or going down?
Let's see, for SNAP. In SFY, we had 117, we had 166,923. In SF23, we had 156,967. So that has gone down.
A little bit of movement.
Correct. But I would say that with this legislature's support, we were able to draw down TANF reserves to allow for TANF families exiting TANF to have rental assistance, which has enabled more families to stay off of TANF. We also funded, with your support, the First to Work program, the exit and retention bonus, which allows families that maintain employment after exiting TANF additional supports so that they can remain employed, and those families are successful. So we have created a lot of new innovative, progressive ways to keep folks self-sufficient. I would also say that when we were able to codify Ohana Nui, which is our multi-generational approach to ending intergenerational poverty, I know that's a mouthful, when we were able to codify that into our statute, we started to embed that in all of our programs to ensure that we approach individuals and their families from a holistic approach to ensure that they can become economically self-sufficient, safe, stable citizens of the state.
I know you have a tough job doing that.
Correct.
But it's where, I don't think it's a matter of money, but if you're getting people to be independent, self-sufficient, hey, we should give you all the money that you need.
Thank you.
The problem is half of our families, 48%, are Alice families. Something is not right, and some of it comes back to us in terms of the economic development, jobs, et cetera. But you're the ones who are kind of doing the intervention, if you will, to get them back on their feet.
Correct.
And that's where we are the second biggest budget that we have, correct?
Correct.
So keep the numbers in front of you, because if they're not going down, we or you are not doing your job, because if we're not declining, all we're doing is throwing money at something that's getting worse.
Right, and we want families to be
That is not good use of
self-sufficient.
taxpayers' money.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative.
I'll later get back to
Thank you. Along those lines of question, can I, so you have looked at the Alice report?
The 2023 Alice report,
Well,
I looked at it last year. I know
Okay.
that the numbers are increasing.
okay. So, the definition of the Alice population, does it take into account all the subsidies and whether it be TANF, SNAP, or whatever,
receiving
right, and all those
benefits.
kind of things, and then is the measurement accurate as far as the population and if they have some level of need beyond what the report implies?
Chair, I would need to get back to you on that question because I don't know the methodology that Aloha United Way uses, if they're counting state benefits, federal benefits in that Alice index.
Yeah, my
I'm not
understanding
quite
is
sure.
it didn't. So
Okay.
if you could look into that for us, that would
Sure.
be, yeah, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Because I think people refer to it, including the media, by the way, but it's not a very accurate summary of what's out there. So
Correct.
okay.
And that methodology is going to be different than the federal poverty level or average monthly income, median income that our programs use because they are all governed by different federal entities and federal regs. So it's all very different and complicated.
That's right. Okay. Thank you very much. Any further questions, members? Representative Ayu, followed by Garrett.
I have some questions for Hakeem for HVHA. Hey, Hakeem, I know you're just talking about the School Street project, but can we just talk about units in general? How many units, I guess, do we have? How many are online? How many are offline currently?
Okay, thank you. We have 6,270 units. We're running about 97.6% occupancy. The other ones have contractors and or our staff in process of fixing them.
Okay, so all the units that are not online are in the process of being fixed?
That is correct.
Okay. And then what about the units that you are about to get online, I guess School Street and Mayor Wright, when can we see those units come online?
Thank you. So the cycle for every tower is about 2 years. For School Street, we've done the groundbreaking on Friday. We anticipate starting the heavy construction in about 4 months, and it takes 2 years to complete it. That's phase 1, 250 units, and that's the one that you gave us the funding. Thank you very much. KPT, Cohill Park Terrace, phase 1, 304 units. We're expecting groundbreaking the end of this year, and it will also take 2 years from that time. Mayor Wright Housing, we did the 21H. That was successful just last board meeting, and we anticipate going into HSTFDC to put in application for tax credit. And that has 3 phases. Phase 1, all 100% light tech, 305 units, I'm sorry, of 60% EMI or less. It also has a tower of 350 units, the missing middle, 80 to 100, using 501c3 bonds and Tier 2 monies if it's available. And also a component of 99-year lease for sale that could be converted into for rent if there is not enough folks. That we're anticipating the 2025, the second half of 2025 to start the construction, and 2 years from there for a tower, and the 350, 3 years.
So we're looking at least 2026 before we see any substantial number of new units come online.
The brand new units coming in.
2027 maybe.
That's correct, the increase of inventory. We'll
Okay.
start seeing it in 2026.
Okay, how do we meet the demand during the period of time between now and 2026?
Well, what we've been doing is 2 things, trying to keep the occupancy at the very maximum. That's why we keep coming to fix those units. And we use the emergency proclamation to expedite the process, and we've seen a great result on that. The second is through the housing choice voucher. Anytime a voucher becomes available, we do apply for it, and we do get it. That's why we've been increasing the amount of housing choice voucher, and that's why we were asking for some additional positions. And on the good news, also, I know Representative Ward mentioned Hakim's people. About 455 public housing families moved out of public housing last year, which we feel it's a good news. So we just keep on any program that becomes available. But we are very limited. That's why we embarked on the development. We only have 6,200 units. 5,460 of them are federal, 864 on state. So we just keep on, anytime becomes available, fix it, put a new family, and concentrating on any availability of housing choice vouchers or any kind of voucher that becomes available.
Just to follow up on Representative Ward's questioning, so are those individuals moving out because they don't meet the income requirements anymore, or are they moving out for other reasons?
For a variety of reasons. Some of them, they do fine after a while. They just want to go somewhere else. Some of them moved out of state. So it's really different reasons.
So it's not that people are gaining more income and they're not qualified for the housing anymore. They're not moving socioeconomic brackets, or?
Yeah, we haven't seen much of those. It's very difficult when the average yearly income is about $15,000 a year to get to the level to get out of public housing where you pay 30% to actually pay in market $2,500 or so. It's very difficult.
And then just last questions on Merray and Cohill Park Terrace.
Yep.
Do we have to displace any individuals to do those projects, and what is our plan for those displaced individuals?
Thank you. All the projects that we have selected, they're federal projects, and therefore they are eligible for tenant protection vouchers. The federal government gives us those vouchers. So we hire an expert, which we hired on each one that specializes in relocation. We meet with every single family and see what they need. We can either move them to another public housing, or we can give them a voucher and work with them to find another suitable unit anywhere in the country.
Okay, great. I'm going to say the same thing I said to Director Watson. Let's get these units delivered as quickly as possible. And then I guess my last question is for you, Director.
Thank you.
We've been talking a lot about landlord-tenant issues. is there anything that your department does, say if a tenant is experiencing issues with their landlord, not getting hot water, not getting proper services, feeling discriminated against by a landlord? Is there anything that Human Services does as far as ensuring rights for tenants?
If they're Section 8 tenants, Representative?
Any tenant?
We don't govern landlord-tenant code in the department. The closest thing would probably be HPHA in terms of Section 8 housing vouchers, but we don't have jurisdiction over that.
Okay, but you did do some tenant, you were handling some tenant issues on Maui, right, with displaced tenants, so.
With displaced survivors, correct, we were working with American Red Cross and FEMA to ensure that folks could get housing. And that was just based on us being there, I think, in the days following the tragedy and just kind of saying, we're here to help.
I understand. My concern is that we have to wait for the tenant to become displaced for them to get services from your department, as opposed to like helping them prior to being displaced from a unit before they can get services.
I don't know who covers landlord-tenant code, whether it be DCCA, whether the Realtors Association. I'm not quite sure who people can file complaints with. If it's state housing, obviously the Civil Rights Commission, and there are other entities that someone could file a complaint with or request assistance from. We provide a lot of different supportive services so that folks can stay in safe and stable housing. On Maui, we worked with Airbnbs, and we have constant communication with our Airbnb partners as well as American Red Cross and the hotels in the NCS program to ensure that no one is being displaced. We catch wind of it and we intervene very quickly. The displaced residents we helped or survived. Yeah, correct. The displaced residents on Maui were folks that lost their homes or their rental properties. So that is the reason that they were displaced. For those that were pre-disaster homeless that were displaced in the burn zone, that is why we set up the Pu'uhonua Onene for the temporary displaced folks that were previously homeless and not eligible for FEMA benefits.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Garrett, followed by Alcos, followed by Chair Martin.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Ms. Moore-Peterson, please. Hi there, good morning. I just wanted to thank you for your leadership over the division for the last several years. I know you've done a lot of great things with MedQuest, and just wanted to convey that.
Thank you.
And also thank you for sharing the data regarding the improving health metrics amongst the MQD population. When you were here a year ago, I believe we had a discussion about the recertification process, and you shared with us at the time that it's going to be a rolling process, rolled out over several months. 1 year since, can you let us know where that process is at now?
Thank you very much for that question. We did start the renewal process. It started in May. We began the renewals. We first take a look and see who it is that we can automatically renew, given the information that we have regarding those individuals. And then we go through an actual renewal process. You may have seen the Stay Well, Stay Covered campaign. We had some PSAs and some information out on television, bus posters, and radio, et cetera. That continued until August of 2023, and at which point two things happened simultaneously. One, we had the Maui wildfires. We immediately suspended our renewal efforts in Maui County at that time period because we knew that we didn't want to add to the stress of people not having or being concerned about maintaining their health insurance. And then simultaneously, we also had an opportunity to pause our renewals so that we could fix our system, so that we could do the renewals instead of the automatic renewals at the individual level as opposed to the household level, to ensure that more individuals could pass through that process. That was until we paused through November. We restarted the renewals again in December. And so this month in January is the first time since we paused that we will know how many people will will go through that go through that process. During the pause, we were renewing individuals if they could pass through that automatic way. And so currently we had a number of individuals who obviously did pass through. I think on a monthly basis we're renewing about 20,000, and we should be doing that through the month of June. We'll have more information for you on how that process goes post our pause, post some of the other additional changes that we made to our system.
Okay, what is the criteria for an MQD member to be renewed automatically?
We have to have information that on what their income is, and then for the household, and we match up with some sources of information from both the state and the federal government, and then if the information that we have from their initial application is still in alignment with that, then we can pass them through, and their income's still below the income limits, and the assets are still the same, et cetera. So they can pass through that system.
This is kind of a crystal ball question, but do you expect that the MQD population is kind of stabilized around 475, or do you expect it to continue to go upward or trend downward?
No, it should be trending downward. Right at the in April, right before we started the renewal process, it was about 468,000. We did experience a drop as we began to the renewal process of about 5 to 10,000. We did have to restore those individuals because of the automated system did not process the applications correctly, the renewals correctly. So that's why they went up, and we continued to receive applications, of course, primarily from the Maui area. And then, but since that time period, we've made a lot of those corrections, et cetera, and so we should be experiencing a downward trend. I don't have a crystal ball to say by how much.
Sure, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Next set of questions is regarding home and community-based services.
Mhm.
You know, it's very well documented. We have an aging population in Hawaii, longer life expectancy. I'm glad you shared those positive health metrics earlier. We also know that people do want to age in place, and we know that the financials around long-term care facilities aren't really there for developers to go into that line of work. So we know there's not going to be more nursing homes coming online in Hawaii. What are we doing to respect the wishes of those who want to age in place, knowing that, again, they don't want to move into a facility? Like, do you have thoughts about what we could do at the legislature to develop the workforce, like home health aides and the like, to try to deliver those services?
Oh, thank you for that question. Some of your colleagues actually are currently working on trying to address many of the home and community-based services areas. As you noted, we do have people who want to age in place or who have disabilities and they want to stay, integrated in the community, active and engaged in the community. Besides not wanting to go anywhere, they also, nursing facilities are the most expensive form of long-term care. So it behooves us all to work really hard to try to provide those services. Within the Medicaid program, we have a broad range of in-home services as well as personal needs assistance, chore assistance, meal preparation, delivery of meals. We provide community wraparound services for community residential locations, such as community care foster family homes, as well as expanded adult residential care homes. So we do have the ask to increase the reimbursements for those two areas to help address some of the shortfalls that those entities are facing. There's actually a couple of other bills that are in place or that we're working on to with various different legislators, including Representative Martin, to increase the state supplemental payments That's not in a Medicaid budget, that's actually an SSD's budget, but nonetheless, if we could increase those, that would be some additional dollars that could be flowing to care homes. That would be very, very helpful. Currently, Senator Morawaki is actually also very actively engaged in coming up with a plan for doing a presentation at the end of February that's focused on specifically this topic. Representative Corey Chun is part of that as well. So there's lots of different efforts to try to think about new and innovative ways to help people age in place before they need to get to Medicaid. So the Executive Office on Aging is, has a number of different programs that are also in place to try to help people not need to go on to Medicaid, which is, again, better for all of us.
Okay, thank you for the very thorough answer. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks for Representative Alcos, followed by Chair Martin, followed by Representative Lamusal, followed by Ward.
A quick question. Thank you, Chair. For Mr. Mazumo. You mentioned about the Kahalis. Do you know the location of the new Kahalis coming up?
Yes, sir. Windward area, Representative Kitagawa is with us, along with the area legislators. So Windward, we're looking at possibly second week in February. Just don't hold me to it, but I think we're looking at operational opening probably mid-February. The other one would be Middle Street. That Kauhale, not certain yet, either extremely late this month or sometime also in February. We've got Ivalay. That one, no time. We have to remediate the soil, some concerns with health risks, so we need to address that. And we've got Waikiki Vista, formerly Tokai University dorms. That one, again, that's a joint state and city project. We're waiting for the city officials to approve this. This might take anywhere from 3 to 6 months, but this is a big one, 120 units. So those are the Kauhale I know of at this point, but it's very fluid, but thank you for the question.
Do you have any plans on the west side for any more Kahalis?
Yes, yes. Pastor Kim, as you know, not too far away from Antitwinkle. We're looking, the city is working on getting permanent structures for homeless there, but because it's through HUD, they have to go through a number of, hoops. With the emergency proclamation and talking with Governor Green the other day, we could be ready to open up a big Kauhale. I'm talking maybe 150 units. Pastor Kim already has 75 homeless at that location. So that would be a big one. If we can open up a Kauhale with 150 units, that would be very helpful.
And you guys looking in the near future of opening much more Kauhales, or
Yes.
do you have a budget?
Yes, we do have a budget. Again, though, the reason why we're not asking for more money is we want to show the legislature proof of concept. And at the end of the day, Representative, good point. With Pastor Kim, it's a faith-based organization running this. We know it can work. It can become self-sufficient where the state now doesn't have to pour in money because it can be run by the church members itself. And the reason we know this will work is because Auntie Blanche does it without state help, as well as Auntie Twinkle in Waianae. So this, at the end of the day, if we can get our Kauhale to be self-sufficient and less reliant on government, on state taxpayers, it's going to be a win for everyone, reducing homelessness and, at the end of the day, saving taxpayers a lot of money.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Martin. Okay, Representative Lamusal.
Thank you, Chair. This question is for Dr. Judy Morrison. Sorry.
Aloha.
Hi, I've been asked. I just wanted to know if you folks have a table or a graphic that kind of explains the different types of licensed care homes and the way they are funded. because there are some care homes that, or there are some community-based homes that receive Medicaid, and then some that receive the state supplemental and so forth. There's just like so many different types of funding that they could receive, and also private pay. So do you folks have that kind of information, and or that you could provide to the committee?
We can, thank you for the question. We can work with our Department of Health, Office of Healthcare Licensing. So I can't remember I could just remember OCA, but they're in the Department of Health, and they do the licensing for all these different homes. So what we can do is try to work with them and us to figure out that.
Yeah,
to try to put something together for
I
you.
think for the advocates' sake, like there's some confusion about, right? And we saw that last session.
Yep.
And so I just want to make sure that people are clear about where the funding for their type of care home comes from. I think Rep. Garrett asked the bulk of my questions, but I just want to make sure that we are clear on that, and if we can be provided that information so our members are also aware of that as well.
Thank you. We'll do what we can to try to put something together for you.
Okay. Maybe in like, how long do you think it'll take?
I have no idea. There's a lot of different types, and we need to work with 3 different entities to try to pull that together. But we'll try to get it to you as quickly as we can. When would you like it? Besides today. So.
Yeah, by the end of the month would be.
Pardon me?
Great. By the end of the month would be.
Okay, great, fantastic. We can definitely do that.
Any more? You're good? Okay. Thank you. So if you could get that to the committee, and we'll send it out to the members. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question to Mr. Quinsafi and Mr. Mizuno. Hakeem, you said you got 6,000 something units. How many units do you need? Give me your needs rather than what you got supplied. What's the demand? How many units do you need? You got 6,000 units.
We need at least 20,000 units
20,000.
to serve everybody.
Okay, you're familiar with the Singapore model push. Can you do better than them? Can you lead something? Can you get those
Singapore model?
20,000 units? Do you know how to do it?
Certainly do. The Singapore model, in deficit of about $1.5 billion each year that they get from the government. So they're able to expedite those things.
You're putting the ball in our court then.
No, not at all.
$2.5 billion.
No, we're just here to serve. So what we have done, we teamed up with an excellent developer. So we're ready to produce as many units as we possibly can. But we do know there is a lot of competing priorities. So you give us the money, we will definitely build.
You got 6, you need 20. That's 3 times.
Anytime we open the wait list, there's at least 10 to 15,000 people that line up to get the housing. I think we all know how short the state is, so I don't know how to answer it. Other than, yeah, there is definite shortage. There's a lot of people that need housing, and we can certainly build. As you know, we've launched the 10,000 units, Kalaimomi. But it's not just that. There is a lot of other issues, infrastructure issues, and a lot of things that needs to all line up for us to be able to deliver.
If DHHL increased its housing supply.
We certainly would. We serve a lot of Hawaiian brothers and sisters. I'll get that. Yeah, I think last we checked was over 20%, but we can double check and get you to the committee that number.
Hero said that that's the low-hanging fruit for the housing crisis, DHHL. Anyway, may I go to Mr. Mizuno? Thank you, Hakeem.
Thank you.
Mr. Mizuno, Representative Mizuno. First, congratulations for a job that is almost impossible to succeed, and that's related to my question. Is there light at the end of the tunnel? I mean, we've been at this thing for what, 10, 15 years? We've probably got millions and millions of dollars, and the numbers are increasing. What is your take on where we are and where we can go and what makes it work?
Thank you, Representative Ward, for the question. This is something that no administration in Hawaii's history has been able to successfully do, which is manage in the right direction homelessness. In fact, there's no other state, California, Texas, New York, or Florida, if they were able to successfully manage homelessness, there would be a book on it, there'd be a recipe on it, and it would be duplicated by the other states in the nation, and homelessness would be no more. That's not the case here. What Hawaii's trying to do is truly not only historic, but epic. We can be the first state in the nation to finally successfully manage and reduce homelessness. We will have the blueprint. Is it going to be easy? No way.
So how are you going to do that?
A number of different solutions. We've got the return to home, but again, the homeless from the mainland not only represents 10% of our homeless population on the state. That's only one example. We believe Ohana zones, Kauhale, they're gonna really help to reduce homelessness. The focus would be 3: reduce homelessness, reduce crime, reduce recidivism, and at the end of the day, reduce taxpayer costs. If we could do that, that would be a victory. Are we going to eliminate homelessness forever? No way. There's always going to be a segment that could be homeless because it's the right. There is no law that says you cannot be homeless. However, the people that do want the help, we should be able to provide them with such services. The last point in time count had 6,233 homeless. We anticipate the next point in time count might go a little higher. We believe, though, with the, again, return to home, with the housing first, Ohana zones, as well as Kauhale, we can move the needle and get towards where we can say we can successfully manage homelessness in our state.
Management by Mr. Morishige for the last number of years has been effective, but what are you going to do different to do what you just said?
How
will you be different than Mr. Morishige?
Kauhale. Yes. So I mentioned the Waikiki Vista. That was a dorm. If we can house 120 homeless, and if we can house another 200 on Maui, and another 150 on Pastor Kim's farm in Waianae, you begin to see 500, 800. Once we hit the 1,000 mark, if we can hit 1,000, let's go for 2,000. That would be huge, especially for our chronically homeless that are not in shelters.
What do the numbers say when you do shelter them? Those that go back to, quote, living a normal life is what percent?
I can't, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. I will say this, though, if you allow that person to have a shelter, a place to be stable, with wraparound services, you've got, so I'll be the example. I'm the duly diagnosed guy. I'm also called the frequent flyer. I go to Queens ER every week. I can cost Queens and the state taxpayers $1 million a year just by myself.
You take the EMS,
Either EMS or I just walk in. I walk in, and guess what? I stay in the acute care bed space, $3,900 a day, all not medically necessary for me. I'm taking up a bed space that if my uncle or someone had a heart attack, now they can't get in because all the acute care bed spaces are taken up. In addition, if I were to be in a state hospital, how much does that cost? Example, I go into a grocery store, steal a can of Coke, soda. I go to before a judge. I don't know the wrongfulness of my conduct. Judge puts me into state hospital as they're trying to rehabilitate me so that I can understand the wrongfulness of my conduct. 8 months later, I go, oh, I get it. I stole a can of Coke. I'm wrong. I'm sorry, Judge. I stole the Pepsi. I'm sorry. Judge goes, okay, you understand. You're free to go. But at the 8-month mark, I've now cost the state over $200,000 in costs. You could have easily put me in, the guy that stole the bottle of Pepsi, in a Kauhale. It'll be fractional, probably $100 a day compared to $1,000
So the
a day.
Kauhale is key.
Yes, sir.
How many can you build? How many do you need?
Governor Green would like to build 12 for this year.
12, I mean, how many units, I should say?
It depends. So, again, Windward Kauhale, about 34. Middle Street, about 50. Again, Waikiki Vista, 120. You heard Representative Alcos ask me about the west side. Pastor Kim's would be about 150, Maui about 200. So once you see 200, 100, 150, we get closer to the 1,000 mark. If we can do that,
But we have almost 7,000 homeless.
yeah, 6,233. Yes.
Okay, 6,000.
Yes, sir.
But 1,000 is not really close to that.
Some of the homeless encountered in this are in shelters. So if we're talking about the chronically homeless, if we can just, I think that the sweet mark would be cutting our chronically homeless by half. And that would be a win. That would be a win for our state. And the nation would look at it as a win also.
John, wish you the best. You got a tough job.
Thank
But
you.
You're wired to do this. If anybody is, you're wired to do
Thank you. I did want to answer a question, Representative Ward, that you talked about SNAP, and with complete respect, 100% respect to you, Representative, I think I take a little different look on this. SNAP, basically, it pulls down $448 million a year. This is pure federal money. And I had drafted a bill, which is still alive, on SNAP to get higher participation. Hawaii, and I forget if this is the exact count, but I think we're 27th in the nation in participation. Let's move it up to top 10%. I'll tell you why. Moody's Analytics indicates that a nationwide study on SNAP, for every one federal SNAP dollar spent in your state, it'll generate approximately $1.70 to the local economy, multiplier effect. Members, if we can generate $1 billion, this could be an economic driver. So two things. It's for humanity. We want to feed the homeless, the Alice family, families, those in need, but we also want to bring monies into our state.
But John, I want to make them independent, self-reliant, self-confident, normal citizens rather than linked with an umbilical cord to government funding and enabling of what otherwise they're not independent.
You're right,
Sorry, that's a
Representative.
little- I know that's a bit
But-
of a stretch, but that to me is the ultimate, like they can be like everybody else in this room.
And Representative, I think with the proper support services, the wraparound support services, we're going to get that person independent, self-sufficient, get them.
Quality is key. I wish you the best.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks, Representative. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Follow up by Vice Chair, followed by IU.
John, if you could stay up there, I have a quick question. A follow-up on the Kauhale. So the Windward Kauhale is in Kaneohe, and so, we are looking forward to the positive that will come out of that. But you had mentioned something previously about Kauhale sort of being a longer-term solution compared to Ohana zones. And the Windward Kauhale is scheduled tentatively now for 5 years. So my question is, at the 5-year mark or getting close to the 5-year mark, what happens to those 30-something people that are in the Kauhale? At that point, are you hoping that they have received the services they need, which then, as Representative Ward mentioned, they can become self-sufficient, they can live on their own? Or are we just, like, if it shuts down, do these people then end up homeless after 5 years? What is the plan to kind of, this Kauhale process?
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitagawa. Excellent question. The thought here, working with the Green Administration, is to have a number of Kauhale, not only on Oahu, we can't be Oahu-centric, throughout the state. So if we respectfully pepper the state with Kauhale, some smaller, others bigger, that will help. So if, hypothetically, if the Windward Kauhale were to close, we would have another Kauhale that shouldn't be too far away that could absorb the 34 residents that are there. Now, keep in mind, Kauhale is very fluid. So again, if I'm the frequent flyer or I'm the guy that should be in the state hospital, but I could go to this Kauhale in Windward, it may be that after 6 months, after 8 months, exactly like Representative Ward had mentioned, hey, I find my stride. I got a part-time job. With social help, I now got I'm looking for permanent support housing. Maybe within the 8th month mark, 9-month mark, I move out, which is good. It's a good thing. I'm a realist. We're not going to save everyone, but we'd like it to also be a way of a bridge, transitional. Now, if I'm having issues with addiction or my mental condition worsens, again, at least at the Windward Kauhale, we have, again, 24/7 security, 24/7 case management services. So that case manager can connect me with the doctor or nurse if I need help, middle of the night, what have you. So again, though, not everyone's going to succeed, but it's an opportunity. And going to Representative Ward's point, it's allowing me to get better and hopefully become self-confident, self-sufficient, eventually move out to permanent support housing We're going to offer job training, education, and transportation. So again, I want to be very realistic with everyone. We're not going to save everyone, but it's a step in the right direction.
So potentially, someone could move from Kauhale to Kauhale and never leave the Kauhale system.
Quite possibly, yes.
So it could become sort of like another version of public housing. Is that but free? I mean,
Possibly. And Vice Chair Kitagawa, the thought is this. We get probably well over $2 billion in federal Medicaid monies. And eventually, with the 1115 waiver, we'll be allowed to use Medicaid funds for housing. So if I'm just say I'm the permanent guy that's staying at one of the Kauhale, and you've got Medicaid coverage, and you've got SNAP, all of a sudden, I'm not going to be an extreme burden to society, and it actually, in a ways, helps the economy. So that would be, if I am going to be a permanent Kauhale resident, that would probably be ideal for the state, because again, at the end of the day, we want to reduce cost.
okay, I understand. One last thing, real fast. So thanks for mentioning all the different sites where Kauhales are potentially coming up this year. And this is more just maybe a comment, which I know we've already talked about, but I would really encourage you to already begin the conversation with the community, with the area legislators about these locations that you shared with us today, because I think maybe some people here might be aware, but the Windward Kauhale came up very quickly, where we were not included in the conversation and the community was not included in the conversation. And we were only informed when the building structures were already up from the community. And so I think, as you've seen from meetings, right, community is very hurt, they're frustrated, they're angry. And we want the Kauhale to be successful because it is a piece of the puzzle to address homelessness. But if we're not doing it in the right steps, then there will be barriers that will be very challenging to overcome. And I think we may see some of that in Kaneohe. And so, you mentioned already that there are sites designated, so I would just hope that your office would be reaching out to all of the stakeholders in that area to make sure that they're a part of the conversation, so that those barriers won't exist or will be very minimal.
Right, Representative Kitagawa, just a quick summation. So you are 100% correct, and that was my fault. And so January 3rd, we did have a meeting with the area legislators and a quick walkthrough. Then I believe on the 13th, and based on your suggestion, which was a great suggestion, we did door-to-door, and it felt like I was campaigning again. Then I believe on the 15th, we met with the board for the school, the academy, right next to the Kauhale. That was on Zoom. That was very positive. The 16th of January, we had the community meeting at the Kauhale. That was interesting. And then tonight, I believe, we have the neighborhood board meeting. If I could do this over again, I would do all that we did, but I'll put it up about a month sooner. So it was my fault, but I appreciate you and the other area lawmakers with your kind suggestions. And if anything, we should have done all that we did 1 month sooner rather than later. So I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Vice Chair Kitagawa, if I could respond to the issue of folks moving from Kauhale to Kauhale, I just want to add on, because I think that your question importantly highlights the reasons why we fund Housing First and Homeless Program Outreach and Office. I think that if we can work alongside each other in concert, we can reduce the risk of folks falling into homelessness after successfully transitioning from a Kauhale type environment by providing, transitional supports, job supports, SNAP, TANF, et cetera, housing supports, wrap services to get folks into Housing First, and so that they're feeling supported, and we increase their chances of success to be able to stay off the streets. So we're prepared to work alongside and in concert with Director Mizuno on all of these efforts to ensure folks that they're not constantly bouncing, that there is a place of permanence at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Quick comment on the, Representative Ward, whose ball is it court if in their court if it is a Singapore model? I would argue that you got to be federal government to federal government, meaning it's right. Singapore is a country, So it's supposed to be the help has to come from the federal government. It's in their court if they want to do the same thing. But anyway, that's just my comment. And then the other thing too is if we want to fully fund all these different things, we got to make choices, right? So there's money, all kinds of different places. We could get rid of film and get $40 million to help John, right, or something like that. Okay. But I think, my point is that we have to have these conversations. But anyway, Representative Ayu.
Former Representative, a few more questions. Former Representative, a few more questions.
Thank you, Representative.
Are we going to see anything from the administration to codify some of the EP rules that you're using to build Kauhales to see this year, to codify in statute rather than relying on emergency powers to address these problems?
Good question. Good question. Actually, we like the emergency proclamation.
I'm sure you do.
It allows us to do a lot of things a lot faster. That's a good question. Governor thought it might be prudent to maybe even float a bill with having exactly what you're saying if we were to build a Kauhale to expedite review. I just don't know if the House and Senate is ready for that or the people are ready for that yet. So at this point, I think we're going to follow the emergency proclamation, but I hear what you're saying, and so if we're going to codify that in statute, I think maybe next year, but not this year.
I mean, my only thought is that if you're saying the House and Senate and the public is not ready for that, then is it appropriate use of emergency powers to do what you're doing?
Yes, absolutely. We cannot see that infant, that toddler on the street with that homeless family. We got to get our homeless people with a roof over their head as soon as we can. There's the fact that we have over 6,000 people that are homeless, that's like a natural disaster. We got to help them now. Maybe it's just that I'm a Christian, but it's humanity. Using the emergency proclamation is the right thing to do to help put a roof over the head of our people in need.
Okay, I guess my second thought is, I know you probably weren't part of the decision-making for relocating this Kauhale or moving it or closing it. Why do that if the problem is so dramatic and drastic and it costs the state so much money? Why close this?
You're talking about the one that was by the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, medical respite, it was never to be permanent.
Okay, why then? You described it as a problematic issue and a huge cost. Why close it, or why not make it permanent then?
Excellent question. We're looking for another location near Queens Hospital because, and you can ask Queens, every year for the unnecessary visits for freaking flyers, it will cost them $10 to $12 million in loss.
Exactly. So then why close it?
It was going to be closed. It was never going to be for a year or 2 years. It was going to be, I believe, 6 months. Let me check.
Still don't think I'm getting an answer to why close it.
It was relocation, Director?
Correct, Representative Ayu, that site was closed and relocated. I don't remember the logistics as to why it was the December 31st date that it had to close, but the SOHHS, GCH worked to relocate that medical respite Kauhale. I'm not quite sure of the site, but I know that it wasn't closed permanently. It was just closed on that specific site in front of Department of Health.
The discussion that was just happening was about needing these services near hospitals.
Correct.
So was it relocated near another hospital, or what
I don't believe so.
Okay, so my question still stands: why close the facility?
I can't answer, but I will say this. I talked to Governor. We're looking for a location that's near the hospital, possibly behind the Board of Water Supply, because that was a very successful Kauhale for the medically needy. It's not for anybody.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay,
I
so
totally agree with you. Then why close it if it was successful? Why stop offering the service if it was successful? Why relocate it to I don't know where, not near a hospital if it was so successful?
Representative and members, I apologize. I do not know the answer to that.
worries.
I just don't know. So.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative.
Representative, if I could do a follow-up on the codifying the emergency response. We do have a legislative proposal pending to provide the ability or the authority for Department of Human Services to provide disaster relief during disaster response absent an EP. That doesn't necessarily subsume the EP for homelessness, but it does allow us a little bit more leeway and facility in our ability to provide disaster relief services to folks absent an EP. So obviously we've been working under the jurisdiction of an EP for many years, given the 3-year pandemic, and so that's something that will give us a little bit more flexibility in our ability to respond. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. I have to ask a question to Mr. Quinsafi. One, but I was told it was a pilot program and a concept, a test of the concept.
Proof of concept.
What did Fauci say? It was, what's the word for that?
Proof of concept.
Proof of concept. And it works, and that's why they're looking for a new location, which you guys better find one. Mr. Quinsafi, Senator Inouye, a number of years ago, created a program called Rent to Own for Section 8 people. Have you got any of those who are going to be franchised with a house after they've paid rent? Or have you even heard of that program?
I have heard of the program. Yes, it's an ability of the Section 8 holders to use the Section 8 voucher to pay mortgage as opposed to pay to a tenant.
To own a home.
To
after
own a
they've
home, yes.
Have you got anybody using that? If so,
We had about 8 or 9 that used it in the past. The issue when the buildings start to become extremely expensive, coming up with the 20% or whatever is required to be able to own a home was an issue.
Wait, are we talking about the same Senator Inouye thing? Is where you rent?
There's only
rent
one
turns-
that I know of, the Hawaii Senator Inouye.
But that was one that Peter Savio and Inouye put together 10 or 15 years ago.
That is exactly the one, yes.
And it's the rent that becomes then a purchase. I mean, nobody
No,
can, even the guys who are not in Section 8 cannot afford the down payment. Because if that's the barrier, I mean, it's a joke. But this is supposed to be where people who are on a welfare and a Section 8, they can actually become homeowners, which kind of like is unheard of.
That is correct, and that is the program. So
But you're talking about down payment as a barrier, though.
that's how it's becoming since.
Okay, something is screwy then.
Because at the time, the down payment was lower, the cost of housing was lower, so it was easy to come up with 10 or 15 or 20,000 to make us a down payment. And what the federal government, the idea was, in a way was part of that, is that Section 8 voucher that you will give to any landlord, you can keep it and use it for yourself to pay the mortgage. And that's the only one that I know of. I think that's the only one that
I will
exists.
get back to you offline about that.
Sure.
Because that is a key. Homeownership in Hawaii is so difficult, even for, quote, other than Section 8 people. But if
It
there's
is.
a barrier to a down payment, I mean, it becomes a joke, quite frankly.
Yeah, it is with the price of housing coming with that 20%, maybe $80,000 is very difficult.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk again.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, it was a very different time. It was when down payments were a lot less, and that was part of the Lehman Brothers down
20% is
crisis.
20%. Then or now, it's just
But that
huge.
low down payment was which caused the Great Depression or the downturn in our economy because of the Lehman Brothers. With
But
all
now
those
you're talking about liar loans, which is another.
No. But at that time, down payments were a lot less. That's my whole point. Okay. Any further questions?
I wanted to see.
Representative Martin, followed by Baladi.
Okay, thank you. We are going into session soon, so I'll be very quick. I wanted to ask one question about the Kauhale housing. If in my community, it's easier to sell it if we say that it is local people that will be there. And it also provides a real benefit because homeless people in my community don't want to go somewhere else. They won't. They would prefer to live on the street in Waimanalo or in Kailua than go somewhere far away in a home. So the question is, once we get Medicaid to cover that, will we be able to give a preference, or will it become a system where you're not able to give any preference to people based on where they were living on the street or in a park or wherever?
I don't believe that we would be able to offer a preference of where a homeless person is from or is currently residing. But again, I don't know the specifics in terms of Medicaid reimbursement for housing and whatnot. But John, do you want to respond?
Try, yeah.
Or Judy?
Right, sure. So just in the area, I know for Windward, we work with the Windward area legislators, and it was made clear from the get-go that this kauhale should only be for Windward homeless. And so in talking with the team, we said that made sense and it fit. So and I'm not saying that's going to be for all kauhale throughout the state, but for the Windward area, yes, the focus and preference is for Windward homeless to be in that kauhale. So I think in your area, we can have the talk with you and the other area legislators, as well as the community members, because that's what we got from Windward. So that's why we changed our scope and said, okay, this kauhale for the Windward homeless.
Have a follow-up on using Medicare?
Medicaid. We are currently applying for an 1115 renewal that would include the ability to pay for 6 months of housing, of rental assistance, but it would be only for 6 months. And it would be only for individuals who were both houseless and had some sort of medical need, such as a substance use disorder, a complex mental health need, or a complex physical health care need. So it would not be for everyone, and it would only be for short term. And we just turned in the application yesterday. So it has to be approved by CMS, and we hope to hear, and we'll deal with the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, by this coming summer.
Back to my questions to the department offline.
Okay,
I
thank you
know
very
we need
much.
to go. Thank
Okay, Chair Bellotti.
I will be quick. I had questions for the Medicaid director, the homeless programs officer, and the OIS representative. The first two are off the hook. Mr. Mizuno's off the hook because everyone asked the questions I wanted, but I would like to speak with the OIS representative, and I did not catch your name. I'm sorry. If you could say your name.
Leanne Gillespie.
I really want to raise this here in this context because as the health chair, I'm very, very concerned about the array of services and treatment beds we have for youth in the state. We may see coming in March some announcements that will question the existence of our beds for youth. So I see your services and your funding line, which is not normally in my kuleana, as being critical to address the child and adolescent youth mental health needs and potential treatment beds that we're going to need if there's any kind of gap. I don't want to make it, I think it's really important. We haven't focused enough on this, and this is a part of the homelessness. There's a youth homelessness epidemic that's going on, and it's gotten worse through the pandemic. So you are part of that. This $1 million additional funds, just quick typo error, is it $650,000 or $550,000 request for the residential safe houses? Because there's two different numbers in your on pages 29 and 30 of the budget submittal.
I apologize, 650.
Okay, all right. So, and then explain to me how these safe houses and why it's so critical to fund these to address the youth homelessness potential. Why is this funding line so important to address the youth homelessness or at-risk youth homelessness?
So traditionally, our safe houses have housed minors who are low risk. Those youth are, and probably adjudicated youth that are low risk, involved with family court. Those youth are typically have pro-social skills. They don't need a lot of supervision.
When you say adjudicated, for us is late, are these runaways potentially sometimes?
They could be. They could be runaways. They could be first-time misdemeanor, other low-level offenders.
If you folks are not there, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask these. If you folks are not there and they keep cycling in, do these kids who are at risk, low risk, become potentially high risk, and then more justice involved?
Yes, absolutely. If they don't get their needs addressed, they can cycle back into more at-risk behaviors, right? More runaways, more truancy, more. All the trauma tends to build up, and they have greater behavioral issues. So this funding, what our Safe Houses has seen over the last couple of years is that the type of youth needing housing, they have increased in behavioral issues and mental health issues. And so to be able to house these youth in these Safe House group homes, we need increased staffing, right? So they need to double staff 24/7. They need clinical supervision assistance, counseling, staff training, so forth, so they can house the higher risk youth that they are seeing coming in.
Right. And these are youth under the age of 18. Right?
Yes, correct.
Once they're
Minors.
after 18, then you lose track of them and they fold into the adult system and the adult homeless programs office, right?
They can. There is a gap in services for that young adult population, the 18 to 24.
And I'm going to be exploring this because this is going to be a huge issue for the Health and Homelessness Committee because this is a real big problem with child and adolescent mental health. I noticed in your line item or your description, you folks are taking on more CAM HD youth.
Correct.
How have you absorbed, how are you paying for these services? That's over budget. It says you guys are spending more than you're actually being contracted or given money for.
Well, we don't, honestly. Department of Health takes on, once we max out that contract, Department of Health has to take on that additional cost. And I do not know how they do that, but we can only pay for what we have.
But you are still caring for these kids in your buildings with your staff to provide the services.
So for this Department of Health contract, this is for community-based services. And so those services are delivered through Department of Health's family guidance centers.
Okay.
So we do not care for those youth under this contract.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. This is kind of an area that's emerging for us, coming to top of mind. But for me, when we talk about dealing with homelessness, it's about dealing with children, youth, and adults because they all flow. At some point, we're going to see the ones who we're not treating in the adolescent arena fold into the adults, and that's really problematic. So thank you for this, and we'll be following up more.
I really appreciate your questions. It is a concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I have a quick question. The housing for residents who do not qualify for FEMA assistance, your rental assistance program, there's $17.5 million. This is for 240 units on Maui at Laniopoko. And then there's also $10 million for operating. Okay, so this is...
Sorry, Chair. The 17.5, that's the federal funded portion of the DCMP grant.
Okay.
The 13.7 that we're requesting
the
in
$15 million
funds.
is for the yeah.
Correct.
Okay, for the units. Okay, then but my real question is the $10 million for operating, is this recurring?
Is this in a Form A or a budget request, or is this
It's on page 14 of your testimony.
Okay, somebody's got to respond then. I didn't see it in the narrative. You want to respond?
So apologies, Chair and Vice Chair, hi. The Launiupoku site, that is separate funding. Okay, so that's the governor through the Major Disaster Fund has set aside $25 million for the 240 units. Those units have now been requested to be 500 units at least. In addition, the Form A is for the portion for the services for FEMA ineligible.
Right.
So it's not the Launiopoko site.
Okay. It's not, which one? The 10 million is not for that site?
The site is 15 million for the units and 10 million for the wraparound services.
Okay.
But that is from the Major Disaster Fund.
Okay.
Okay. The Form A is for the services to FEMA ineligible for disaster case management.
And
Just so you
permanency
wanna come up.
services.
Good morning, Chair. To provide some clarification, with regards to the DHS Rental Assistance Program, the DHS RAP program, that is funded with $17.5 million, also from the Major Disaster Fund as authorized by the governor. This is the housing solution that DHS is leading at governor's request to place those who are FEMA ineligible into short-term rentals for 1 year, for up to 12 months. We are seeing great success with that program. The $40 million, as referenced by Deputy Director Campos, is for the Launiapoco build for the 240 units that will also focus on long-term, intermediate long-term housing, also for the FEMA ineligible. The $17.2 million is from the FEMA grant award for the Disaster Case Management Program. That program provides disaster case management services to all survivors, both those who are FEMA eligible as well as FEMA ineligible. Again, that is disaster case management services, so it assists in creating a unique recovery plan to achieve recovery for each household. With regards to the line item in the Form A that is referenced for permanency services, those are requests for funds that we have asked for to supplement, if you will, the folks that are served by the Disaster Case Management Program that are FEMA ineligible. Because those who will be in the DCMP program, right, receiving those recovery case management services who are FEMA eligible, they will receive permanency services from FEMA funding. We need additional state funds to provide supplemental permanency services for those who are FEMA ineligible.
Okay, but it's doubled now to 480, correct?
Excuse me?
480 units.
480 units. It is increased to, for the Launiapoco build, is 500 units.
Okay, it's 500, and then the additional cost of $25 million to operate wraparound services, those types of things.
I believe the 10 million was for the wrap services, the 25 million was for the build. Correct, Joe?
And that was for the additional, that was for the initial,
Okay,
excuse me.
Okay. So the 10 million, that's only for a year. What happens after that?
Do you know what the plan is after that, Joe?
We're working on that.
Okay, so it may be recurring?
It may be recurring, yes, sir. And the 40 million, the 25 plus the 10, that was for the initial 240 units. Now that we have increased it to 500 units, we are rapidly working to identify what that total budget will be. But again, that will be funded out of the Major Disaster Fund.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
you for coming in, and we look forward to working with you. We're going to recess for our afternoon.
Thank you. Likewise, Chair.
Briefing. Thank you. Recess. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance, continue our budget briefings. Next, we have the Department of Agriculture. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Chair, members of the House and Senate committees. My name is Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture Chairperson. I'm going to introduce the Deputy Director sitting next to me, Dexter Kishida. And may I take a moment to introduce the team that's in the room?
Yep, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start with the Acting Administrative Services Officer, Warren Takenaka. And from our Ag Resource Management Division, we have Administrator Brian Cow. And I believe I saw Glenn Okamoto, the Chief Engineer. Then from our Agriculture Development Division, we have Administrator Dr. Matthew Loke. Okay, and then Ag Loan Department, we have Acting Administrator Dean Matsukawa. He's back with us. And plant industry, quite a few, starting with Acting Plant Pest Control Manager Darcy Oishi, Pesticides Manager, we have Greg Takashima. And let me take a glance back. And of course, Jonathan Ho, Acting Plant Quarantine Branch Manager. Then we go on to Quality Assurance Division. Again, quite a team here today. We have Administrator Dr. Leo Obaldo, Acting Commodities Manager Keith Otsuka, and we have Measurement Standards Manager Richard Cohen. And then Animal Industry Division, Administrator Dr. Isaac Maeda, and Manager of the ALSS, Aquaponics and Livestock Support Services, is Todd Lowe. So, may I start?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So using the slide as a guide, the slideshow, slide deck as a guide, we don't have very many, but today the presentation to Finn is to show that it's very important for 2024. We're going to focus on a profitable future for agriculture. This year, sir, we'll be rebuilding the year for farmers and ranchers. This is our plan to achieve commercial profitability through strengthening biosecurity and import replacement. The first bullet point I have there is it got real. And by this I mean the plan for agriculture is to request support for farmers and ranchers to recover from the devastating economic impact of the pandemic and wildfire and emerge profitable and ready for the upcoming biennium. It got real for all 7,328 farmers and ranchers when the markets for their crops disappeared and then they were hit with the difficulty of recovering from the incinerating of their fields and factories. According to the last census of agriculture, of the total number of farms, 93% are family farms, 67% are less than 9 acres, and 90% are less than 50 acres in size. 78% report an annual sales of less than $25,000. These are the small producers that we seek to support in this budget request. The programs we propose will help all producers, including the 0.07% of farms that report annual sales of more than $100,000. The $5.6 million that we're requesting in this presentation includes line items from the approved governor decision that we are requesting support for, as well as line items that remain unfunded, but still important to the department. On the next slide, we want to highlight that every farm has an invasive pest on it. Whether it be a plant pest or an animal pest or a disease, they do have something that they're battling every day. What we're asking is that you convert 46 of the plant quarantine staff from the cargo fee special fund to general fund. This is at a cost of $2.9 million. And when you have a user fee and you charge salaries to that user fee, you have to cover the fringe as well. So the actual cost to the cargo fee is $4.5 million, including the 64.25% fringe. This would free up at least $2.9 million from the cargo fee to the actual purpose, which is to use the funding to purchase technical support such as drones, sprayers, treatments, and travel funds for outreach, education, and training. Then the farmers and ranchers can focus on producing food for Hawaii. The more that we rely on imports, the more we're going to have invasives. So we have to, the other tackle is to do import replacement. Because if a farmer wakes up in the morning and he doesn't have an invasive to deal with, that frees up his time to grow more food, produce food for us. And he can actually, only in Hawaii, the only state in the union really, that a farmer can do that 24/7, 12 months out of the year. The food that the farming industry would be able to produce is going to be just tremendous. It'll be really a good thing. Anecdotally, cargo arrivals have quadrupled. So we do also need the inspectors to be increased in number. Yeah, I don't know how else to say it except to say that in my own household, I get so many cargo Amazon packages every day. And this is the kind of cargo that we will need to focus on as we move forward. Also, we would like to focus on Maui, the incoming shipments. Invasives are on everything. They're on cars and equipment and bricks and pallets, as well as food and compost. We have to inspect everything, and we're certainly wanting to shine a light on Maui and try to see that, make it more evident that we're focusing and trying to keep these invasives from getting into the interior. Next slide is, if you have imports, you're going to have invasives. So we'd like to work on import replacement. The theme, of course, is an old one, Back to the Future, buy local. What we'd like to do is provide incentives and program resources. To do this, we're requesting support or increase of the $1 million already awarded to the DeBucks program from Governor Green's discretionary funds. The DeBucks program provides a 50% discount to SNAP families when they buy local fruits and vegetables and supports local farmers to scale up when their sales are incentivized with a 50% subsidy. The Food Basket, who's administering the DeBucks program for the state, has quantified sales for local produce supported by DeBucks and reports the most purchased commodities are apple bananas, papaya, tomatoes, avocados, mango, luau leaves, poi, and green onion. Participating retailers in the state are in the Times Supermarket family, Times, Big Save, Shima's, all the KTA superstores, Waianae Store, Nanakuli Super, Friendly Market, Select Foodlands, and the Malama Markets, and some farmers markets. In addition, there are 2 positions in the Market Development Branch funded by N and P funds, which are federal funds. Soft money is welcomed and funds the positions right now. However, soft funds are unreliable, which makes attracting an experienced pool of candidates difficult. Currently, the NNP federal funds programs limits the amount of the funding that you can use for administration. Right now, the microgrants program, which let's say around figures about $2 million a year, caps it at 3%. $2 million at 3% is $60,000. The grant runs 3 years. So what you're funding is a $20,000 position over the 3-year period. And that doesn't even take into account the back room, the invoicing, the reporting, and the communication with them. So it would be really a much needed support for grant funding if we could have it moved into general funds. The microgrants benefits about 500 households a year. And it is the work that is generated from 500 contracts, is really quite alarming. It's a lot of work. We would need 2 positions, one to go after and administer, and the other one to create, generate, and follow up on the contracting. It's very impactful, however. It has managed to move the needle for so many of our local families. Yeah, I call it a life-altering program because so many families will send us pictures of their children at the table eating the food that they grew or eating the eggs that they raised, the chickens. Okay. Additional grant writers would expand the grants we could apply for, which currently are limited to the formula block grants. These grants are allotted to the states. All you have to do is apply for them. There are some grants that we fear that even though we know we're going to get $3.2 million out of the Resilient Food Infrastructure System grant, we were hard pressed to find the time and the staffing to apply for it. With the help of Ulupono, we were able to get a grant writer, and Dr. Matthew Loke here is administering the grant, the RFP, which should be posted, we expect it to be posted today. The additional grants position is for AG 192 out of the office of the chairperson, which is currently funded by T-funds. T-funds, we found out, is not an eligible funding source for a state position. It's trust funds. It is, you can't do that. So what we're trying to do is move that into a general funded position so that there can be additional grants to apply for, but more so, the administration, Governor Green, is really focused on federal grants. And so he has a federal grants team. We meet every month. And this position would serve as the HDOA representative to this federal funds team. And we would be able to track opportunities that appear every week on grants.gov. Additionally, we learned, we had a webinar with the congressional delegation. It said that CDS, Congressional Directed Spending, and on the House side, there's a similar program. They're back, but they're very, they're rule-driven. And so this position would be able to communicate with the federal grants team pursuing these, they're better known as earmarks. Then we have the additional request to convert 6 positions funded by the Irrigation Revolving Special Fund to generate funds, and 1.5 positions for operations would postpone the water rate increase from the current 50 cents per 1,000 gallons. The proposal is to go to $1.10 per 1,000 gallons. Removing these 6 positions from the special fund and moving it into general fund, we could postpone this rate increase, which has had tremendous pushback from the agriculture community. The final request on the list is for $830,000 for plant industry programs not covered by the cargo fee and for the market development branch. The $830,000 would be used to support programs that are very popular among the commodity groups, known as the SPP, or Sponsorship and Product Promotion Program. This program funds events for the commodity groups, such as the State Hawaii Farm Fair. They come in every year. We have the Hawaii Farmers Union United that we fund, commodity groups such as the Hawaii Floriculture and Nursery Association, Hawaii Coffee Association, and then the very big and important Hawaii Tropical Fruit Growers Association, and others, the Sheep and Goat Association. So this fund, because we didn't have this fund for, I'd say, the last 2 years, it's been difficult for the commodity groups to raise the funds to fly in important speakers from the mainland, to find a nice venue to have their meetings, or provide support in the form of printed material that are pesticide, the latest and greatest on pesticides. So this funding is actually more for the communities, more for the commodity groups, more for the people, so that they can come to the Hawaii State Farm Fair and be subsidized. I believe the funding that has been used in the past, Brian is practically a member of the Hawaii Department of Agriculture. He uses it for the tents, and it doesn't even pay for half of what they need to put on a really good show. Okay, then all this is for this year. We're asking for the $5.6 million for this year so that we can survive to the next upcoming biennium. And in that year, we will have the Hawaii Farm Bill, which is an omnibus bill for the upcoming. It's similar to the National Farm Bill. The 2023 Farm Bill addresses agricultural and food policy through programs including nutrition assistance, crop insurance, commodity support, and conservation. The Hawaii Farm Bill, our bill, will address those policies and programs that are specific to Hawaii farmers, such as commodities that are commercially grown in Hawaii, pretty much only Hawaii, coffee, cacao, papayas, basil, macadamia nuts, bananas, algae. Specialty crops represent 16 of the top 20 agricultural products and 53% of Hawaii's value of production. For the top agricultural products, these crops are not necessarily supported specifically in the Farm Bill. The Hawaii Farm Bill will provide programs to support the work of these commodity groups. In 2022, cattle was second in value of production for the state of Hawaii commodities, generating $59.5 million. Ranchers have challenges unique to ranching in Hawaii. Feed, for example, would find a place in the Hawaii Farm Bill. Cost of bringing in feed is tremendous, and now that we learned from the Maui experience that when you have a big fire as hot as that, it actually incinerates the ground. Everything dies. The grass does not grow back. So we have to bring in feed until we can seed and then have the grass come back. The department has been meeting with stakeholders in Hawaii County and Ulupono, gathering feedback from commodity groups such as the Hawaii Farm Bureau and the Hawaii Farmers Union United, and farmers and ranchers to put together an omnibus Hawaii Farm Bill for the upcoming biennium. Today's budget request is to support the 7,328 farmers and ranchers to be profitable this year and to be part of that bill next year. I'm going to ask Deputy Dexter Kishida take on the next section.
Aloha. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, Chair. I get the pleasure of going quickly through our capital improvement projects. So this slide delineates what has gone through Governor and Budget and Finance for submission to you all. So the state irrigation system reservoir safety improvements statewide, and actually you'll see majority of these are really maintenance on our current facilities. So what we are putting in this year as a supplemental for CIP is to maintain and upkeep and continue projects that you have funded in prior years to finish them off. The one that is a slightly different is the Halava Animal Quarantine Station. The $6 million for that Halava quarantine station is needed because there's a tar-like substance that is seeping up from the ground. We're needing to, we need to remove whatever that is. There's a stream that's nearby, and we can't let that get to that stream. So the $6 million is to remove and then replace the parking lot area at our quarantine station. And all this is happening while the plans and implementation of the new jail is going in adjacent to this property, and our kennels are getting consolidated to another section. The other one I would like to point out is the non-agricultural and agricultural park improvements. So similar as the reservoir system safety improvements, this as a general line item is to do some key road and other repairs in our agricultural parks. I do have decked on the slide that there are other CIP improvements that we would, if funding is available, like decked, and one of them being our biosecurity facility. So $2.5 million to create a modular facility to help to replace and add capacity to the department's biosecurity program. Another is the agricultural infrastructure improvement statewide at $2.2 million to allow us to finish some of the key projects and upgrading some of the bridges and other access points to our ag parks. And with that, we would like to mahalo all of our administrators and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to questions, members. Any questions? Okay. Representative Cochran, followed by Ward, followed by Kobayashi.
Thank you, and thank you. Hi, Sharon, and hi, Dexter. Thank you, folks, for being here. So, and I appreciate all the work you've been doing for Maui and will continue to do. I was looking at the irrigation system and reservoir and all those type of works, and basically you explained that it's mainly for R&M and for current and nothing new.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
and then so the potential CIP, the biosecurity facility, where would that potentially be?
That would be new, and either it would be to replace in the current property that we're on in King Street, or if we have access to a property in central Oahu, it would go there.
And thank you, Chair, for taking us to visit the facility. So I do see the dire need for such a
Thank you.
such a newer facility at this time. Hoping we can, push forward with that. But I have, other questions further in your presentation. So that's all for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ward.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Director. You gave some very telling statistics or demographics initially. Could you repeat? Did you say that their average income is below $25,000 or was it over $25,000?
Under, sir. I know, it's jaw-dropping.
Okay, how old are these guys? The farmers?
Well, the average age is about 65, but 93%.
So they're old and they're poor.
Oh, we're not poor.
Well, to under $25,000 of sales, I mean, that is got to be.
It is jaw-dropping. We're waiting for the next Census of Agriculture report to probably post or publish in February through April. They're piecemealing it out. We're hoping that that number increases, but it's the 2022 census, so hard to say.
But in your first slide, you said, let's get real or something.
Yeah.
So how is this going to turn around what otherwise you gave demographically?
The let's get real part was because it was so bad. The pandemic just woke us all up. And then these 93% of our farms that are small family farms under 9 acres or around that area, we have to help them stay in business this year so that when the upcoming biennium and then we, bam, our Hawaii Farm Bill, it is going to be better. You know, Council of Revenues was a positive. So we're hoping next biennium we can ask for, you know, the big ask, so to speak. But yeah, it's a tough go. And the other statistic that I had was 0.07% of all farms report revenues greater than $100,000. 0.07%.
So where's the light at the end of the tunnel for your
The light
department?
is that we are going to start with import replacement, biosecurity, so that when the farmers wake up, they can get to food production. They can start to decide, hey, what am I going to, University of Hawaii has these varieties for me. We're going to resurrect, restore. You're the dragon, right? Power and strength.
Oh, that's the
yeah.
year of the dragon. So the best crops, the most selling crops or the most income generating crops are what? Is it still coffee and tomatoes or what?
Number one on the in the top 20 commodities that we have, number one has consistently been for years corn seed. It is not a food crop. It is a feed for people that raise cattle. So we can do 3 harvests a year, so it's very popular here. So the seed gets shipped out to cattle raising sections, and they use that to raise feed for their cattle. That's number one. Number two last year was cattle. And then after that, you have floriculture and macadamia nuts and coffee. To your point, sir, I think the point you're making is that they're mostly export-driven, the top commodities. So we are trying to encourage import replacement for foods that we actually eat.
Now, the question I've asked for the last 5 years, are we smarter than fire ants? Could you give an update on that? They seem to be beating us every year unless you got something new.
Representative Ward, we are smarter than the little fire
you
ant.
sure?
I am sure. And I'll tell you why. We had some bad actors, as we refer to them, and we sent our intrepid team of plant quarantine guys and plant pest control team to the nursery. And they, after 5 treatments, I believe it was, consistent working with the grower, the last visit they went out, 0 detections. Not saying it's eliminated, I won't say that, but we have them suppressed to the point now where that nursery can do business because there's no detection.
But how widespread have they been? Before, last year, I think you said they were on basically all islands.
Well, I really should have the
Have you got
experts
a-
come up.
Yeah, please, because if we don't get a leg up on that, people, pets, and everything is just
Right,
getting
the Big Island
eaten
is
alive.
it's a tough go for the Big Island, but there is a protocol, and we know how to get them.
Is it because we are late at detection or late getting to the dance with not enough money, manpower? I mean, why are they so prevalent still to this day? We're not funding you guys or what?
Darcy Oishi, Plant Pest Control Branch Acting Manager. Thank you. This is awkward. Thank you for the question, Representative Ward. Little fire ants and all invasive species, the more upfront that we invest in terms of funding and response and control, the more bang for the buck that we get. So with little fire ant, there should have been, and this is before my time in this position, and actually with the department really, funding should have been allocated when infestations were first detected in Hilo, and there should have been a surge then.
So you didn't ask, or we didn't give, or was it a combination? Why was there not money and why not fighting?
I am aware that entomologists and noxious weed specialists were asking for support on the Big Island. I do not know if an ask was formulated that reached the legislature, but the end result was there was no significant surge at the time.
Okay, given the state of the art where we are now, what is your prognosis or your projection when we will be ahead and win and hopefully eradicate the threat that is now?
With current existing technology, we will not eradicate.
So we got coqui frogs and forever and ever, and fire ants forever and ever.
Correct.
Seriously?
Yes.
Forever and ever. I'm joking.
Well, unless there is some breakthrough in revolutionary technologies, yeah, it's going to be like for our agricultural, for our farmers, you know, fruit flies were detected beginning in the early 1900s. That has become a way of life. It's a sucky way of life, but it is a way of life. And it costs them money every year. And unfortunately, LFA and coqui frog are issues that don't just affect farmers.
So there's no light at the end of the tunnel for the fire ants.
If we are investing, and by we, I don't just mean Hawaii. If there is a collective push to invest in new technologies, there's some potential, especially with some ongoing work in Australia and New Zealand exploring new control methodologies, which developing molecular-based techniques or other technologies to control invasive social insects, basically.
May I add to that, Darcy? Representative, it's kind of like living with rats and cockroaches. You know, we will never eradicate them, but we can suppress and control. In addition, the same conditions are for rats and cockroaches because there are over-the-counter items that you can buy for LFA within your own territory.
So we can control them. We are in the process of controlling them.
We have technology that can be used to control populations, yes. What we need are more tools that, some of our issues, for instance, is an individual homeowner can't necessarily afford to buy Tango at $250 a quart. And if they split that up and give it to their neighbor, then they would be potentially breaking pesticide law. So we need actual tools that everyday homeowners can use in order to control these pest
You're saying
species.
get used to it. It's like COVID. COVID's going to be around. Get used to fire ants are going to be around. And the damage that they're going to do is going to continue, but is it been we'll be able to at least minimize the damage?
Yes.
Because if that was no, I'd say, you know, we surrendered already. Okay, that has been an ongoing discussion for years.
Correct.
It's not exactly encouraging, but it's not totally without hope. I still think
There's always hope.
I still think they're smarter than we are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Kobayashi.
May I follow up regarding little fire ants? You say will not be eradicated with current technology. The problem seems to be that we go after these things one at a time and after the fact. So, Chairman wrote to me about having interim rules to prevent the spread, the distribution of potentially infested material.
Right.
That was in October, implemented October 23 last year. But that was for coconut
Interesting.
rhinoceros beetle, not for fire ants. So we have
Okay.
different
We are
controls
working on.
for different species.
Sorry.
And we're always asking for interim rules or controls after the fact?
For the interim rules, we need to tie it to something specific. So like coconut rhinoceros beetle in October and a set of rules we're trying to work on revolving around LFA now. The more systemic solution is looking at the administrative rules and doing rule changes, which is what we're going through now, to give us the tools and the ability to do what we need to do with the full public process of ensuring that we've engaged community, which we're headed towards Interchapter 72 on January 30th, and to do a public hearing. So that is one way that we do this. And I think in response to why it's responsive, it's actually a suite of activity that we work on as a department. One, it is prevention, right? It is working with folks out of state, for example, our Christmas tree program, working with Oregon to get them to take care of some of the problem there, working on education to why don't you buy a local tree instead, just like local food. And then port security being another step. And then the worst case is when it is here, responding as we are, because very quickly, as we've seen over and over, things spread very quickly.
Yes, but
May I
I
enhance
think
the?
that at a certain point, you need massive intervention, which it seems is not being done, because as you say, you need to tie the rules to a specific threat. If there were some sort of overarching emergency that enabled you to act fast, not after the fact, might that help?
That definitely has been contemplated, and we are balancing coming in pesticide blazing to somebody's ag property with their right for it being public property, and we do have a process, right, in administrative rules and in revised statutes that we can enter in circumstances. But yes, it does take time. But then it does protect the public from us just coming in guns blazing, and gives them time to either fix the problem themselves, and if they can't, then we're going to do it for them. And so it is that delicate balance that we are walking many times.
But the assertion of private rights, the ability to deny action, is what we've seen time and time again. The coffee berry borer expanded because individual farmers decided not to treat. And when they did not treat, the borer went from that farm to the other farms. Some of the other farms who were trying to treat. We always are, it seems, again, after the fact.
May I enhance the deputy's response? In enhancing it, I wanted to point out that our plant quarantine staff inspects over 16 million parcels last fiscal year. They had about 700 plus interceptions. They did quarantining, and they did interceptions, and that is not after the fact. That is at the border. We got them. But every once in a while, something gets through, and then it has to be after the fact. I noted that what I learned is that there have actually been 8 brown tree snakes detected in this state, but we got them. Our crew got them. And there's actually been 2 detections for the even more dreadful red imported fire ant, which is way worse than the current little fire ant. We got them. So give credit to the plant quarantine staff who inspect all these these 16 million parcels, cargo, air, sea, U.S. mail, and they do the interceptions. But if we doubled our workforce, if instead of the 90 that we have, just think if we had 200, we would really do a penetrative type of inspection. So I was only enhancing it to say it's not always after the fact. It is actually at the border we get them. Those don't get much press though, you know? So
And-
thank you for letting me do that.
And Representative, you bring up a really good point that some of the past funding requests have also been very specific, right? Just ants, just CRB, just Koki. That really made us think this year to come in for biosecurity funding. And you'll see that the funding request isn't specific to a certain species. So we can react now to what is here, but also be able to utilize the fundings if red imported fire ant were to show up at somebody's place. And we now have the ability, the fiscal ability, not only the physical ability, to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, followed by Representative Lamosa.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on this same conversation about little fire ants. So Windward side, Kaneohe has tons of infestations. So just a couple of follow-ups on what you mentioned before. You were talking to Representative Ward about Waimanalo and no detections. And so I just want clarification that all of those, because there were multiple sites, and from what I had heard, some of those businesses did not want to provide access. So are you now saying that all those businesses have provided access and there are no fire ants found in any of the nurseries in Waimanalo?
Initially, all did, and all are undergoing treatment. There is one that it looks like we may need to now proceed through legal means.
So the rest,
Everyone else has.
except one.
Except one.
have
They,
now-
initially, they engaged, they went through one treatment, we thought it was great, and now they're taking a step back. And so we may need to proceed with legal.
Okay, but they're still selling plants at this point.
I haven't confirmed. I believe they are.
Okay.
I believe they are.
So there's still one that's
Correct.
infested that's still selling plants. Okay. So you had also kind of mentioned, and I don't know if I heard this correctly or not, but did you mention that the public can do LFA treatment themselves? Because from what I had thought when we did a town hall in Kaneohe, it was that the regular treatment that you buy out in the store will not work on little fire ants. It's a very special kind of treatment. And so now, is there something people can do themselves, or what's the?
I'll ask Darcy to come up to explain more clearly, I think, than I could. While it is allowable, there are pesticides that are general use that anyone could buy. One prohibition.
Yes, Representative Kitagawa, there are certain products that are accessible and usable by the public to help control fire ants. So the little fire ants. So there are some specific product recommendations on, for instance, the littlefireants.com website on how individual homeowners can do treatments themselves. It is just that some of these products are extremely cost prohibitive for an individual to buy, and in many of these cases, the amount of chemical that they'll get, they wouldn't realistically be able to use in a safe, and there are, so there's certain caveats to some of those treatments, but some of the granulars that can be spread as baits, certainly, everyday homeowner can buy and implement.
Okay. And maybe, and you said that's on the stoptheant.org website or some other website?
Littlefireants.com.
littlefireants.com. And this kind of goes to my next question. So in your current budget, and you kind of mentioned something related to Representative Kobayashi, but are there funds in your current budget for community and public outreach regarding little fire ants? And if so, how do you use that funding? What has the outreach been? Because I'm finding that the biggest challenge is that people are unaware, and they may only become aware when their neighbor is infested, and then somebody comes and then tells them they have to test. Yet the larger, broader community is unaware. And I know you have Stop the Ant Month, which is just 1 month, but what is the outreach and the public awareness that's being done regarding this issue so that it doesn't continue to spread?
So as it relates to public outreach funding, I do not have a specific budget allocation for outreach funding. very much in terms of operational funding beyond chemicals and actual response. As it relates to, and we can tap into cargo fees, but that relates to my colleagues in plant quarantine actually using it to pay their salaries, which, yeah, I won't go there. And what you're highlighting is actually one of the core issues with little fire ants, which is public engagement and awareness. And oftentimes there's a significant amount of lag between someone having an LFA problem and recognizing an LFA problem. Because, and this ties a little bit to also what Representative Kobayashi was asking, because sometimes once we know there's a problem, we don't know how to have a solution. We don't have ready solutions. We need to research it. We don't get the public reporting in a timely fashion because the public may not realize they have a problem. There's a lot of our cases where we find out about new infestations and people have been complaining for months, but they didn't think to reach out to the department or any of our partners because they thought they were having an allergic reaction or something else was happening and they did not make the connection. So Stop the Ant Month is one specific campaign, but there is a broader need for across the board, not just for little fire ant, for improved outreach and education programs for as it relates to invasive species.
Okay. And then, okay, I get it. Okay. So there's no funds. Can you also explain, sorry, one last question, how all of the organizations that are working on little fire ants kind of work together through the Department of Ag? So like, who's the lead on little fire ant control? Is it the Hawaii Ant Lab? Is it DLNR? Or is it Department of Ag? Is it OISC? Is it like, how do you all work together? Who takes the lead? What's everybody's role?
There are organizational calls that happen on a quarterly or a routine basis that multiple agencies join in on and provide information and updates on what is happening, what's going on, what we need to be doing, awareness of events like Stop the Ant Month or Hawaii Invasive Species Awareness Month or, insert activity here. Call outs for additional needs for survey personnel or treatment personnel, those kinds of activities. But the department participates in many of these conversations, but we're not necessarily leading these conversations and topics.
Who is the lead?
There is no lead?
It's a fairly amorphous leadership. There's organizers but Hawaii Ant Lab has been primarily tasked with, by having the funding for it, to be the spearhead for a lot of these programs as it relates to little fire ant.
So Hawaii Ant Lab would be most likely be the lead on addressing concerns regarding little fire ants.
Or myself. Now, one of the things that I would advocate is the department needs to take more of a lead in these activities. However, we need subject matter experts. At this point in time, I have to be an expert on ants, coconut rhinoceros beetle, two-line spittle bug, honeybees, every insect taxa that we address, and a lot of the disease too, inherently become my kuleana. Social insects, ants, termites, honeybees, they're, I'm going to say they're beautiful because they are, but I'm an entomologist. But they have unique abilities that other insects do not. These social insects have air conditioning well before we had electricity to power devices to cool our homes. They've been farming longer than we've been farming. So it takes specialized knowledge to adequately tackle and address issues. And this is one of the reasons why Hawaii Ant Lab was initially created.
So, okay, so it would be you or Hawaii Ant Lab?
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Lamasa.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you guys for being here today. I had a question about first the barrel tax, if that's okay. I wanted to see what amount you folks are receiving that, and has the percentage ever changed, or I guess the amount of barrel, I guess, has decreased, right? And can you kind of explain what that process looks like and the status of the use of it, I guess, like what a breakdown of where it's being allocated and things like that in the department?
The barrel, we do miss it. The barrel tax was around about a $3 million budget item for us, and we used it for emergency response to irrigation issues or outbreaks in pests and on and on. So the $3 million, what we used it for was for programs like the Hawaii Farm, what we call sponsorship and product promotion. The previous administrations would gather all the administrators together, and we would have a chance to submit our plans for barrel tax. And then it would be then based on the director's decision as to how much he or she could allocate to the different departments. We miss it. We miss it.
So to be clear, we no longer receive any barrel tax funds.
And so, just to follow up then, so what are you folks, or where is that money coming from if you're still, or for emergency projects, I guess, where is that money coming from? Is that your?
If I could, we had a meeting about this, it's very timely, and what we're doing is we're using salary savings. Is that we're using salary savings to cover our restrictions, to cover the things that the barrel tax would help us with offset, and salary savings. We're also going for federal grants, big time on the federal grant side, working with partners, but we do miss it.
So thank you for mentioning the federal grants, and I see that you guys are seeking positions for that. What are the I guess, what is the department's goal in receiving federal grants? And in getting to that, what is the department doing to make sure that you can secure them? Because I would assume that to receive some of these federal grants, data is going to be useful, of course, in receiving them. And so are you capturing those numbers in your department? And or are you folks looking to fill positions to do that?
Okay, it's very good question. Not only does the Department of Agriculture use the data that we used to collect from 2008 and before for federal grants, so does the community. University of Hawaii researchers use that data. Organizations use that data. When the Market Analysis and News Branch collapsed in 2008, the data was no longer available. And I think one of the reasons is that the farmer that lives on, I'm going to use Maui, farmer that lives on Maui says, wait a minute, look, this data is telling me that tomatoes are being shipped every day from Oahu to Maui. Maybe I should grow tomatoes. And that's how they use that data. And then the import data was like, okay, we're bringing in so many cases of eggs every day. Maybe we should start, so the data was very important. And how is that impacting us? We are only going for the block grants, what people call the low-hanging fruit. It's the USDA saying, we've allocated, we've done our algorithms. Hawaii, you get, real case scenario, you get $3.2 million for the Resilient Food Infrastructure Grant, but you got to apply for it.
Right.
And then you got to maintain it. And then you got to, and so we're scared. We're like, oh my God, do we have anybody that we can use? But lucky for us, Ulupono came in and said, hey, Sharon, how are you guys going to go for this grant? And Dr. Loke in Agriculture Development Division, as I said, that RFP should post today, and it's going to help so many people. So we're going for the grants, but please do me a favor. If you can, I'm sorry to ask you for something respectfully. Go to grants.gov and type in your keyword into the search bar, whether it's aquaculture or whether it's biosecurity or farmer, you're going to get so many responses for these competitive grants that come out. And we're not going for any of them. I'm telling you right now, we're not going for any of them. We don't have the capacity. God forbid you should get one. And then the fiscal office has to process it. And but if we had the capacity, we'd be every day, grants.gov, aquaculture, grants.gov, little fire ant. You know, we would be searching, we would be seeking. But we're not in that mode right now. We're just going for the ones that we're guaranteed to get.
So, that's really disappointing, and I think we can do more, especially when we look at growing agriculture. And I know you folks already receive such a nominal amount for our budget, but I think gathering some of this data is going to be essential to getting all of these federal grants come in. And what is your relationship then like with some of our USDA partners, and how are you leveraging those relationships to get some of the data I'm sure they may have?
Very good point, very timely. Today, this morning, our pesticides manager, Greg Takashima, participated in a national call. They want to create data for PFAS. And because of our relationship with NASDA, we're members of NASDA, the National Association of State Departments of Agriculture. They reached out to us and said, send us a name. We want somebody who can help us with your specific data on PFAS. So that's how we're doing it. We have relationships nationally, on the county level. Hawaii County okay.
But I just want to know, like, from the data that they're gathering, right? Can you use them in the grant writing that you could do for these other grants?
Absolutely. I think in this case that I noted, though.
So you could be then going just besides the low-hanging fruit. You
Yes.
could go beyond
Oh,
that.
yeah, absolutely.
So I think you should be doing that.
I agree. We need a grant writer to go search.
Thank you, Representative Ward.
Thank you. Thank you for teeing that up, because if I heard you correctly, you said you have 90 inspectors, but you need 200.
No, I said we can inspect 16 million parcels with 90 inspectors.
90, but-
And we have 700 plus
But
interceptions.
I got the sense that you needed 200 to really do the job.
If we had 200,
Okay, and that's the point of what we just had come
Oh,
out.
I'm sorry.
If you had a grant writer, you could get more money, more grants. Why aren't you asking for more money and more people? Question mark.
we are the 46.
Is it in this budget?
Yes.
How many people are you asking for and how much more money?
Well, the people we're asking for are actually to move off of the special fund and move them into the general fund.
That's
That-
only a switch of
That's
titles.
right. It's just,
So how much
it's
money
a-
do you need to do both of those
okay,
things?
we know that
Inspect-
2.6 million, or 2.6, 2.9, okay, $3 million funds 46
Inspector.
inspectors. So if we had double that, it would be 6 million.
So did you ask for that?
No, we're trying to be small in this one. We understand that the budget was really, impacted by many, by the
But the
pandemic.
opportunity cost, when you're going for grants that are low-hanging, okay, no brainer, you get them. But if you had a grant writer, how much could you leverage? Twice as much, 3 times as much? In other
I'm going
words,
to go for 3 times as much, because that grant writer would also go for earmarks. That
okay,
grant writer would
so
always,
we're being penny wise and pound foolish then.
well, that's your words, not mine.
Well, are we not giving you the money you ask, or you just don't ask because you know we don't give you the
Well,
money?
no, the grant writers, it's part of our ask. The grant writers are saying, please, give us 3 grant writers. 2 that are currently funded with federal funds and 1 funded by, services like Ulupono.
Because back to Representative Kobayashi, how are we going to get ahead of the curve unless we got manpower? In other words, we're always after the fact. It's kind of like post. Solve the problem after it hits us in the face.
Right, if we had more inspectors, maybe we would have got the
Okay,
LFA, right?
Is that your responsibility or our responsibility to get you more inspectors?
It's everybody's responsibility.
So we should be giving you all the tools you need to do the job, which otherwise, without fire ants and without all of these lack of inspectors, we're not doing our job as an oversight for you then.
Respectfully, yes.
Okay, the ball is halfway in our court, I can see. Thank you, Chair.
Further questions? Representative Cochran, followed by Alcos, followed by Boy.
Thank you. And I was noticing that DLNR land transfers to you folks, HDOA, currently 110 parcels equaling over 57,000 acres. And where, any on Maui?
I don't think so.
Right? And
No,
nothing on
nothing on
Maui?
Maui.
Okay. And so ADC has involvement in the transaction or trying to, figure out how you're going to utilize the lands, under their mission and vision for their, department.
5-year strategy. To, on the Act 90 lands that you referred to, they're actually currently leased to in ag production. So they're actually moving from one agency, DLNR, to another agency, HDOA. But they're in food production right now.
Okay.
I'm
So-
sorry, Representative, could you reiterate the reference to ADC? I didn't quite
Well,
comprehend.
because I had them come through my office to ask, in particular Maui and how we can drum, what are the needs? To drum up agricultural development per se. So I'm looking at these parcels, wondering if they had some type of hand in this to utilize it for their, mission for agricultural development.
Regarding the Act 90 non-ag park transfers.
These,
then-
parcels.
Correct. It's DLNR to us.
Okay, and that answers one thing. And then the food hubs, Act 313, 6 proposals representing each county. So what's Maui proposing? Maui County.
I'll ask Matthew Logue. The Maui County proposal would have been,
For food hub? We have,
The food hub proposals, did one come from Maui? And if so, do you remember what the proposal was?
Yeah, you need to come up to the mic and answer the question, please. You need to come up to the mic and answer the question.
Matthew Locke, Ag Development Division. Thank you for your question, Representative. To my recollection, there was no award to Maui for the specialty, for that particular grant. Yeah.
okay, I'm reading your folks' information submitted, and it says that all counties had, so maybe they proposed something and then they did not receive at the end. Is that what happened?
It was a competitive base grant that was awarded. So we had a panel of different people, and we totaled the scores, and we picked the top 6 to award. It just so happened for the particular grant award, there wasn't any for Maui. And if I remember correctly too, prior to that, there was an emergency on Maui, the excess deer problem. The department funded excess deer prevention and destruction for Maui County only.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up on the access deer. So I understand the in ag loans of 22.6 million, 7 out of the 11 loans did go for access deer emergency purposes. So, right, is that?
I have to defer to my colleague from the Ag Loan Division.
Yeah, I just want to know, because it continues to just grow and grow, and now they're running all over West Maui and Waikapu, and people are hitting them. It just hasn't been addressed. So I'm like,
because the governor has extended the emergency proclamation, the loans are still able to be serviced. And are we getting any new ones? No, nothing new, but we have funded them.
okay, I guess it's a matter of activating and putting them to place. And then lastly, Chair, in regards to the loans and interest rates, it says you folks are going to be submitting legislation to permanently fix the interest rate issue? Is
Right.
that,
It's our AGR1 admin bill. I'll let Dexter expound on it.
Correct. Seeking fixed rates instead of a variable, as we experienced, I think in 22 to 23, some of our applicants, well, there was a significant increase in prime, and so they experienced a significant change in what loan they would be paying.
Interest rate.
The interest rate rose exponentially. So we believe by doing this, we'll be able to create a stable program for our farmers to rely on and expect. Something that I think much of the rest of the finance industry is not able to do, but we can.
okay. So you have, you're positive that this will go through and help fix your problem permanently, is I
There's
think
no
your
one
intention.
there's no one silver bullet, but it definitely adds to the arsenal in helping our farmers
Yeah.
become successful.
Adding a real life story to that, and it was a Maui farmer, Maui rancher. His application came in 2022, and when it got approved in 2023, his interest rate went from 3 to 6. Ian, was it 6%? 3.25 was what he applied for. Upon closing, it was 6.5. And that was a shocker, yeah? So we're trying to prevent that kind of a stunning effect just because of the time. And I think the present bill is for capping at 3%.
There's a different, depending on what's
Just
program.
cap it.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for working on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Alcos.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy. Since we was on bugs and ants, on my community park, I know it's the city, but there's a lot of complaints where all these kids are getting bite from all these ants, bugs out there. Are you guys working with the city? How are you guys working? Are you guys working together with the keikis out there?
You were just
Okay,
there?
yeah, we just testified in front of the city and county of Honolulu, Carol Lucada and myself, and we pointed out to them that what would really help us as state agencies, if we had an MOU with the city, the MOU would just allow us right of entry. You know, we understand parks and beaches are open, but then sometimes they're closed, you know, after hours, and the bugs sometimes come up after hours when it's dark. So what we ask for is an MOU to allow our staff to go in and not treat, just detect, identify positively. So that once we identify positively, we can go to treatment, and then we can work with the city. But right now, without an MOU, if one of your golf courses, for instance, is, you know, hey, I think that coconut tree might be affected, we would have to go through an ROE process with the city and county, and it could be weeks. So what we ask for is an MOU to allow us to go into any city park, golf course, beach, and especially a beach, right? Because there are a lot of kids there, parks too. But so yeah, we're working with them.
And that could take about a week or a month.
You mean to get the ROE?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sometimes they just won't let us in.
Oh, yeah. It's something to think about. And last question is, I know we were trying to be self-sustainable in our ag, and I think the last time we were importing about 80% or more. Do you guys see it in the future that we be growing or being more sustainable? And if we are going to be more sustainable, is it maybe a 5-year term where we would be? Is there a graph or something that you see that we will be this much self-sustainable within 10 years? Or
Dexter, can I get that? Dexter did a lot of work with the DOE on statistics as to what kind of foods that they import. They've identified that lettuce is a big one. We can do lettuce in 1 month, right? We can grow lettuce. But the more challenging ones are that the school system uses a lot of citrus. They buy a lot of citrus. So if we were to focus on citrus and say, how long are we going to take to replace the citrus that we're bringing in, which has lots of diseases? It takes 5 to 8 years for a tree to start bearing fruit. So the timeline for citrus, maybe give us 6 years. The timeline for lettuce, maybe give us a month. But what we have to do then is have the lands for production and help the farmers, provide them the water they need. Lettuce is a thirsty crop. Provide them the lettuce seeds, provide them the aquaponic system, the hydroponic system, to help them jumpstart the lettuce if we focus on lettuce. But through Dexter's relationships with the DOE, was able to identify certain commodities that were extremely imported. Apples. We want to try to replace apples with bananas. And guess what? We have a bungee top resistant type of banana that we've been distributing to the farmers that maybe someday, bananas is what, 9 months, I think, to get to harvest from? So give us 9 months if we did a blast of the keiki trees, seedlings. Maybe in 9 months, we could replace all the apples that DOE is
So
buying.
we're looking at still 80-20 for about 5 years.
Yeah.
So we're still not
If you're
growing.
going to do target
Trying
citrus.
something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Popoy.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions. First, relating to the microgrants. Thank you for doing additional outreach to the Lanai community. I was curious because I had heard concern that in a previous round of grants, not too many on Lanai were awarded, if any, but then with the additional outreach and maybe the change in the formula, so just curious if more Lanai residents received grants in this round.
One of your constituents was really mad that Lanai did not receive any awards. So we listened, and our market development, business development program manager, Brendan Akamu, went out there. He promoted himself, hey, I'm coming, talk about the grants. He had a room full of people. 7 people applied from Lanai. 7 people were awarded.
Oh, wonderful.
I know, because he actually walked them through it's an application, right?
Mm-hmm.
This part is important, that part is important. But we also have a webinar that gives the same information. It wasn't select to the Lanai group. It was publicly available on YouTube. But he went out there and actually, showed them, this is the part that's important. And yeah, he got 7 awards.
Thank you. So we recently had a snake on Molokai, and we don't currently have an ag inspector on the island. Are you supportive of an ag inspector position for Molokai?
Absolutely. In fact, I would ask Jonathan Ho to come up and say, maybe we can even transfer some staff we have, 2 days a week. You know the problems with getting to Lanai,
Yes.
Molokai, though.
Jonathan Ho, acting plant quarantine branch manager. Yes, so the snake incident on Molokai, when we heard about it, we actually flew some staff in from Maui to do an inspection of the container and then the surrounding area. And thankfully, the snake was more non-venomous, juvenile. There weren't any others. With regards to putting another inspector there, I think from the standpoint of trying to manage, I guess, the loads versus the number of staff, I think that's where the real challenge is specifically. Like, there's just not enough stuff directly going in where the authority would manage, because basically the inspections are done at port of entry. So most of them are done they're all done in Honolulu, generally.
Yeah, we have the 2 barge days a week that we could utilize an inspector for. We have our airport that could use an inspector as well, or having that. And we'll always be able to find things for them to do if we have them. And maybe we can get creative with the position, because we also don't have CRB response on Molokai. Well, the ISC does it, but they're doing it because they have to do it. And the county is stepping up to try and cover some of the CRB concerns in the county. So that was my question for Ag Inspector, and I hope that we can get a position for Molokai.
Yeah, wouldn't be against it.
Okay.
But yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I guess I'll transition into CRB questions. Sorry. So first I was wondering if you can describe maybe the staff and the team that is for CRB.
Okay, CRB was first detected, I believe it was 2013, 10 years ago. And at that time, we everyone in this room knows how difficult it is to establish a position and then hire and create a task force. So the initial was a great idea, and it still is a good idea, to go with our CUH to form a quick mobile team of CRB task force. And they were housed in our facility for 10 years. And so they supplemented what we do because we're a team. It takes all of us. CRB did the laying of the traps, checking of the traps, monitoring detections, mapping it out, so they would report to us where there were detections. Then it would be the department that would go out in team, in tandem, to treat as we have the authorities and the PPE, and that, so it was a team. When CRB was detected on other islands, Kauai in particular, we decided that outreach would be important, more important. So the CRB now is with the Pacific Urban Garden Center, Pearl City Urban Garden Center, and we are using our facility more so for outreach and meetings and plant quarantine sessions. Was that your question, how we working together? No.
I was curious what the staffing was like for that team and
I don't
how
know.
it
With-
operates in your department.
Within the department, it's pretty minimal. We have a few staff now tasked specifically around response for CRB and LFA, and we have our acting branch manager for plant pest control, as well as some of our chemical mechanical staff that go out to actually treat, also survey and other things. So severely understaffed for the work that is needed. The other piece I would like to throw in my understanding, for the history of this work, the USDA was the major funder for most of this, CRB response team included. And so but we are reaching a point that the USDA is now saying, you're pretty saturated. We're just going to protect this from getting to the continental US. So we do need to have the state start stepping in to now fund this response.
Okay, so what do you need? Like, what funding, what positions? I hear a lot of what the problem is. I don't hear a lot of what exactly do you need from us to actually help make a significant and aggressive effort.
The team met a few weeks ago to create and really formalize the pest response plans for these things, to also be able to cost it out. I don't have that number on me. We can definitely get back to you on what that number will look like. The other legislative body has also asked for that biosecurity plan from us. And once polished, we'll be able to share, and that'll come with that figure.
Representative Poipoi, I wanted to just clarify, what he said is absolutely right. The team got together almost like a boot camp and hammered out a plan, but it is not a plan specific for a particular pest. It is a plan specific to outbreaks for avocado lacewing bug, two-line spittlebug that's only in Kona right now. I mean, it was a myriad of pests that we have to plan for. Granted, LFA, CRB, coqui frog, big on our plans. But at the same time, we still have to keep that brown tree snake from landing. We still have to keep that little.
I understand.
You're right. So
Yeah.
it's a plan that we'll present, but it's not specific to CRB.
Okay, but there is a portion of that plan that is specific to CRB?
Yes.
Of course, because of the uniqueness of the pest, definitely. For example, for CRB, one thing that needs to continue to be funded is the research and development of tools to combat this pest. It is such a hardy insect that we need to continue to develop tools to be able to utilize on food crop, etc.
So, what kind of, how are you working with the counties? I'm specifically, of course, concerned about the detection on Maui and the spread, possible spread on Maui. So, can you talk about that effort?
Sure. Thank you to the legislature and administration. Last year, you awarded us $1 million for CRB Task Force, $1 million for green waste, because we all know that you can kill every CRB that you see, but really, they live in the green waste mulch tunnels and all that. So what we're doing with that is we've been visiting, Dexter has been visiting with the different counties and saying, we have $1 million. We want to we want to support your green waste programs. And one way we think that's effective is when the landscapers that service state property, public property, when they do their landscaping, when they drop their green waste off at the approved green waste stations, there's a tipping fee. So what we're thinking of doing with the green waste funding, fair to say, we want to subsidize or reimburse that tipping fee. So to award the landscapers that are actually working on city property to dispose of it in the proper place. So the counties are good to that. Kauai County they have their own ideas, but that's how we're working with the counties for the CRB task force funding as well as the green waste funding.
Thank you. I have two more questions. Just generally, do you feel like you have the capacity to deal with CRB specifically? Is Department of Ag, in your opinion, the most appropriate place for it to be in being able to, again, make that aggressive action that is needed?
Absolutely. And I'm sorry to step in before even Chair said anything, but absolutely. We definitely have the brain power and the convening power to bring the different organizations that are passionate and working on this to ensure that we're doing this in an organized or much more organized way. Because what we may have seen in the past in some treatments, folks go out passionate, but then maybe fracture a colony. And now instead of trying to reduce, we've now split it and now it's in two different areas. So with our coaching and really Darcy Oishi's coaching and pulling things together and ensuring our work with the counties, just yesterday, working all day with the county to ensure their treatment plans, one, aren't going to get them in trouble and we have to fine them for improper use of what they're doing, but also that they're going to be effective.
Okay, thank you. And last question, again, CRB question. Last year, there was an initiative to use feral chickens and feral pigs in like a pilot project for the CRB. Just wondering how that went.
The CRB, the $1 million for the CRB task force, we're going to be using some of it for RFP, for plans, fair and equal, to bring in the community's ideas on how to deal with CRB, but some of the money is being used right now to convene and I know it's not a very popular term, convene a task force, but what this is it's a group of individuals that have fought CRB in their communities from Guam and all over.
So it was specific to like a pilot project or an experiment?
Right. So the gentleman that was doing that, he was doing it all on his own dime. He will be submitting a proposal to the CRB request for proposals.
Oh, so the department didn't fund that. Okay.
Procurement does not really allow us to select one individual. But his idea was really good.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Ward, followed by Kahaloa.
Earlier, you said there's a very voracious appetite for citrus fruits.
Yes.
Thanks to the chair, this committee went to Maui and visited Mahipono. Mm-hmm. At Mahipono, we saw lemons of super quality competing on the international market with Mexican lemons, which evidently have the leg up on everybody. Are you in touch with them, or is there any way you can help them become rock stars in the lemon business? Do you play favorites? Because it was very impressive what Mahipono was doing. I know it's big and it's like the old plantation agriculture. Not really, not like that, but those guys are going to actually probably make some money someday, even though right now they're still not break even. But is there anything you can do to help elevate those Mahipono lemons, which are world class? I mean, really. I mean, we got world class astronomy. We can have world class lemons.
Absolutely. There is the Gulf Food Show coming up in February. They would love it. But I don't think they have the volume right now for export. They're pretty much focusing on providing the local market with the lemons But we certainly do have trade shows we can take them to. We have programs that can escalate them, food safety programs.
So you guys are in touch with Sanj
Yes.
Tsutsui?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, Representative. Respectfully, we testified on their behalf in front of the Board of Land and Natural Resources to up their allocation of water, because as the way that water is allocated, Maui's particularly, Mahipono is having a difficult time. They're challenged with escalating their production. And as we said earlier, we have the land. We just need to produce more on the land. So the support that Mahipono needs is to be more flexible with their water allocation, because the way it is now, if you ask a farmer how much water you're going to need today, the farmer's going to ask you, well, is it going to rain? Is it going to have we're going to be, what am I, it's a tough question to answer, but it's a very surgical formula that Maui uses to allow water. It's done to the point. It's terrible. So we are supporting them.
Drip, it's even more sophisticated than drip irrigation.
Yeah. So, and their water allocation is actually including loss. So,
Is
yes,
their
we're supporting
model
them.
emulatable, duplicatable? Is the Mahipono model duplicatable? Or is it because it's so big, it's only a rare few that can do that? In other words, is that a key to the future agriculture, which we say we're going to be independent and self-sufficient?
Anybody can do what Mahipono is doing with land and support water, but Mahipono, I'm glad I remembered this, because Mahipono in particular is helping the state of Hawaii by producing foods that we import. They're not competing with the local farmers. If we import it, like citrus, like onions, like potatoes, they produce the items that we import, so they don't, bang bang with the local farmers. So yeah, and then you go down the list: avocados, mangoes.
Your response to water brings up the desalinization issue. Are you guys involved in that at all? Because we got water everywhere. 80% of all the water in Israel is desalinized. Can't we do something eventually and inevitably probably needing something like that? Or the ball is not in your court, it's just bouncing around?
Our ag resource management staff is in charge of land and irrigation water. Desalination is very energy hungry. It takes a lot of energy.
How are the Israelis doing it?
Maybe their representatives fund them. Ha, ha, ha. No, I don't know how they do it, but it is very expensive.
Because inevitably, we're probably going to have to come to rely upon something like that. But if that's a barrier to the Mahiponus of Hawaii making money because they don't have the water, I think we failed in terms of providing the resources.
There is hope. And the Hawaii Community Foundation and Ulupono have gotten together on a recycle reuse project. And they have agreed, we've been talking, they have agreed to maybe consider putting their first facility in Maui to help Mahipono. So they would have a reliable source.
What's the first facility? They do?
Hawaii Community Foundation, recycle, reuse. So it's gray water.
Oh, I see, gray water. Not quite desalinized.
No.
Thank you, but Mahipono looks like a rising star.
They really are. They're such a good community partner. You don't have to worry. And potatoes. If they went into sweet potatoes, they dominate the market, but they're not going to do that because so many farmers rely on sweet potatoes as their cash crop.
And you know who's funding them? It's not the state of Hawaii.
It's Canada.
It's the Canadian retirement system, which right now they're not even making money on.
I know. How
which
scary
means
is
they
that?
believe in agriculture in Hawaii. Do we believe in agriculture in Hawaii? That's the other.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Where our money, where our mouth is. Thank you, madam.
All right, thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Chair, again, for taking us to Mahipono on Maui.
Thank you. Representative Kahlo.
Thank you, Chair. Just one clarifying comment to our earlier discussion and then my question. Promise I will be quick. The discussion about the Food Hub pilot program and funding Maui Nui or Maui County was part of that grant program, Representative Cochran, but it was Sustainable Molokai. So it was a Maui Nui was served, but just wanted to clarify that they were a part of the pilot program, just not a food hub directly on Maui. My question is about AGR 153, aquaculture development. I see in your budget the positions are pretty consistent and the funding in terms of what you requested, what is being received. So my question is, can you tell us a little bit about the work that is happening within that AGR, and if the staffing and the budgetary request, do you need more in order to work that you are currently doing. So if you can talk about that work and then anything you need in extra as you're currently reaching goals to increase in support in that area.
Very timely. We just had our hearing with the Land and Water Committee, of which aquaculture was the topic, and we'll call up Todd Lowe, who's the manager.
He just had to step out. He'll be right back. Your perfectly timed question. In the meantime, he did. He presented a really broad picture this morning of where aquaculture is at, and there are all the experts in the room from NELHA, DLNR, et cetera. Some of the exciting things that I remember from the presentation is the aquaculture development program is looking very holistically at aquaculture. So looking at the ecosystem of aquaculture, one of the projects that he mentioned was a black soldier fly project. And while that's definitely not a fish or a bivalve, but to use that for feedstock. And so what he's looking at is yeah, definitely the whole ecosystem. The other piece that he was able to articulate is looking towards the future. The investment in aquaculture is necessary for the industry to grow. And what has been great is the departments have been working together recently to figure out the permitting paths and the challenges and throttle points that have been happening in DLNR, in DOA, and even DOH. So that way we're able to balance, and this is what we're talking to our internal team about, how do we best balance protecting Hawaii, because we don't want to just let anything in and possibly escape, but also allow business to develop. How do we create that kind of ecosystem that we can do that? And he's back, so I stalled perfectly. But he was able, and so Todd can come up and expound on this better, but he did put together about an $11 million package that could be funded to help aquaculture get to this next place. But let me bring Todd up.
But while he's making his way up here, the four positions that you gave us a couple years ago, I think in 2022, takes a while to fill, but we are in the final stages and we should be in recruitment mode for those 4 positions. They're going to be called aquaculture specialists, and we'll be in the recruitment stage. So thank you for that.
I'll just clarify, I know your team kind of mentioned, sorry to ask the question when you were out of the room, if you can talk about what your aquaculture development team is doing and where there are growth opportunities. Hero came and spoke to us and said aquaculture was a growing economic sector, or emerging for growth, actually, to correct myself. And so I wanted to see what the great work you're doing, and then if there's more resources that is not in this budgetary request here that you need, whether that is for it.
Yes, my name is Todd Lowe. I am the manager of the Aquaculture Development Program. Thank you for the question. Actually, it's kind of strange. This morning we did an info briefing at Water and Land, Senator Inouye, and we put together a deck that actually hit most of the points that you're looking for. We covered, just in brief, the strategy of what we're doing and how we are thinking about moving things forward. You have several facets to your question, right, about what we need, where we are, what we're doing, and where we're going. Just real briefly, we base our strategy on just good agriculture development practices. We overlay the topic from the NOAA National Marine Fisheries, who handle aquaculture. And then on the ground, we break it up into 3 pieces, and this is maybe what you're looking for, is commercial activity, which is basically all of the activity that we see now in our current aquaculture segment, including growing fish, there's algae in there, and we have SPF shrimp, broodstock, and there's some niches. The other sector that we're looking at is restorative aquaculture, which is using bivalves, which are oysters and clams, and macroalgae is seaweed for their ecosystem services, which means that they can do other things than just use it for food. They actually clean the water and sequester carbon, okay? And the third circle is the goods and services that will support the other 2. So that's how we break up what we do. And we're driving projects down through each of those sectors. One project that might interest you guys to take a look at is we've engaged a company called Hatch, who is doing the accelerator out at Nelha, to improve our strategic plan and to bring more best cases and a global viewpoint of aquaculture development to our local sector. So that program, that report should come out hopefully this week or next week, and then we're going to schedule a briefing that we can share with you folks. And really, one of the things that was really highlighted in that presentation this morning was the massive opportunity in the seaweed sector. So the seaweed's interesting, right? There's two parts of it. First of all is once you grow it, it does its thing. It sequesters carbon and it cleans the water, and then you can actually do other things with it, other than food. So part of the report was from a global report done by Hatch for the World Bank, and there are many different sectors that are value added that seaweed can take an opportunity on. So, long story short, there's a lot in front of the aquaculture sector. So part of the deck was a package of projects that I'd be happy to share with you in detail if you wanted, of about 11 million that would help the industry move forward. And it's a wide range of projects. It begins with feasibility studies on how we can finance aquaculture better, how we can site aquaculture parks and innovation centers, and also how we can site these restorative aquaculture activities using a map-based system so that we can say, okay, on Big Island or in Maui, what spot is good for that depending on the topography, the ocean conditions itself, and what species were grown there before. So just to keep this in perspective, we're only looking at indigenous seaweed, so we don't want to bring in any different other invasive species. And then from there, we go into demonstration projects. One of them is we're doing a current project with black soldier flies to take up our food waste, and we can grow black soldier flies that are great for animal feeds and fertilizers. Then the second one is we're going another study to grow seaweed in our wastewater treatment plants. In that case, the water's already gone through this treatment plant system, but there's still high amounts of phosphorus and nitrogen, which the seaweed would take up. So it polishes that water before it goes out in the ocean. And we know that seaweed would grow well in those systems. We just have to prove it that our seaweed will. And then select the right species that will have these value-added possibilities as either as nutraceuticals or pharmaceuticals or et cetera, different other uses down the line. I could go on, there's a bunch of stuff, but there's a lot of things that are going on that I think we're poised to take advantage of as a state.
Thank you so much. We will make sure to watch. If we have more questions, watch the info briefing. We were here in a finance info briefing and missed it. I'm glad to see the collaboration with Hatch, a Nelha tenant, with Nelha, hopefully with DBED generally, because I think there will be potentially funding requests coming from different areas, and understanding the collaboration and how to know if everyone's working together that all the funding goes to the right places for the right work, and hopefully connecting the dots rather than competing on aquaculture within different divisions within our state.
Yes, thank you for that, and I'll make sure we make that deck available to your committee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Representative, I think this is timely in that we've been listening to the briefings that have been going on, and we understand that there's some concern of duplication and who's in charge of aquaculture and on and on. So we have begun a MOU with NELHA, ADC, HTDC, Department of Ag, and there's consideration to add DLNR and UH. And what this is our piece for entering into this MOU is for food production. We want to use whatever resources are generated through this MOU to share with us for food production. And so that's one way to address the fact that, yes, we're all working, different sectors, and Todd's very familiar with what NEL is doing, what UH is doing, all good stuff. But we want food production, so we just started that a couple days ago.
Thank you. We also have a tenant at Nelha who may or may not be retiring soon that does seaweed food production. So there are nerves that we will no longer have that if there's not the next generation to pass that information along for that one food producer, at least at Nelha. But he's doing limu, not indigenous limu, for food production to primarily sell for like ogo, basically, and other things.
Yes, it would be sad when David Takase retires, right?
Exactly. So thank you. The MOU is something I think important for us to hear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions? Representative Cochran. Go ahead.
Thank you. And just wanted to jump back on the RIFA, the red ant, not the little fire ants, but the other. I think Darcy Oishi is kind of in charge of that subject matter, because I think it runs along the lines of Rep. Kobayashi about addressing it ahead. I think you folks, like you mentioned, that's even scarier than the LFA, and at this point, we do not have it, right?
We do not, but I could call Jonathan up here. There have been 2 detections, but we got them. We were able to stop them. But
good.
our IFA is really scary because it kills people. There's,
Right.
It's just really much more scary.
And so, Chair, I'm looking, because I went down your entire link about non-general fund, and so all of the federal funding, which this falls under, and so right now it's like 10,000, and you folks had a hard time in the transfer of. I know it sounds like a manini amount, but still, you look like you folks are trying to attack this ahead of time before it becomes this whole out of control thing. So, we're like, where is that, and how you're looking to survey high risk areas at this point to get ahead of it, right? I'm hoping, is that what
Correct.
the plan is?
So the Plant Pest Control Branch receives $10,000 from USDA through the Cooperative Agricultural Survey Program Survey. I never refer to it by its real name. That $10,000 is used primarily to support detection activities. So inter-island travel is by budget, and supplies for us to go out and do surveys at high-risk areas. We're beginning to execute those surveys now. The nice thing about red imported fire ant, if I can use the word nice in terms of it, is this is a federally actionable and reportable pest for Hawaii. So like coconut rhinoceros beetle, there would be ready support funds from USDA if we were to have a positive detection. And Jonathan's program does an effective job at screening and detecting things at the port, but this is aimed at, we know where there are gaps in, and this is where our colleagues in plant pest control, in plant quarantine, are not necessarily going. So this is where, and inspecting. So the idea behind this program is to fill in some of those gaps and assist with the early detection so we can formulate a response. The other good thing is there's lots and lots of response manuals for red imported fire ant and chemicals available. And they don't occupy 3-dimensional patterns like little fire ant.
Okay. All right. Well, no, I'm glad it's on your radar, I guess, at this point. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Okay. Chair Gates, do you have anything?
Yeah, sure. Mahalo, Chair Yamashita. Aloha, Director Hurd, Director Kishida. I'll try to make it a speed round. I know everyone has a long day, so try to make it quick as possible. But I'll start off with vacant positions. I looked at your vacancy list, and you guys have quite a few vacancies in your department. So what is the plan to redescribe any of these positions or get rid of them? What's the plan for the department?
We had meetings with our administrators and managers, and we just determined that the vacancy filling of is going to depend on raising the salaries, because the public and the private sector competition is tremendous. And the workforce that we are targeting, or anyone is targeting really, looking for work, is the workforce is looking for money. They want salaries. So if you have a job fair and you say, well, we can offer you $60,000 and we'll be ready to hire you in maybe 3 months if we're fast. And then they go to the next booth, and the next booth is, well, I'll offer you $100,000 with a $50,000 bonus, and I'll hire you right now. We're talking military or something like that. For the really skilled jobs like entomologists, engineers, veterinarians, that's where the competition is. We just are sorely behind in the salary. So we've figured out that maybe the public and private sector, we need to catch up to them. But on a if you're a state worker, it means you're lifting every state worker that makes that money. So that's a little bit of a tough thing. But what the solution we found, and it's a small kind, I'm not saying it's going to solve everybody's problem, is the Hele Mua intern program. From that program, we've attracted 3 potential employees, one of which is applying right now for a position. They find the work so rewarding. They're willing to come, they're graduating from the UH at CTAR in biology, and they start, and that's where we can get them, at that level. So the workforce development path is really important to us. As far as eliminating vacancies, I'm here to ask that the preferable route is to defund if you needed the funding, because it's really, really hard to reestablish your position, put it back on your org chart. It takes maybe a year to do that. But when times get better and workforce is more amenable to working for the state, then we can put the funding on it, but the position is there. You don't have to reestablish it.
But we do ask, if at all possible, please leave all funded positions. And part of it is, and one of the things that always gets stated is, well, you have all these vacancies, so why do you need them? It's because my guys back and ladies back there are doing 4 or 5 jobs. And it's not because we don't recruit. There are definitely challenges to it all. Everybody, countrywide, is having these workforce challenges. But things like, we've brought telework to the table. As you notice, telework table is 0. But we're bringing it to the table to say, well, what could it look like in the Department of Ag? We can't buy every worker that uses a microscope, a really expensive microscope, to take home. But if it's report day, is that something maybe they could do? And would that benefit them to make them stick around? Because retention is part of it. And we've also extended the recruitment to not just college, but to high school level, to start inspiring and hopefully inspiring them to say what cool jobs we have, to get them on a trajectory. So yes, it's not immediate. We're not going to fill them today, but in 2, 4, 6, 8, depending on what degree they're going for, they will come to us. And as Chair mentioned, the internship has been great. No better way than trial by fire and get in there and just do the work.
Got it.
Chair Gates, another method that has been successful for us is we've gone through Indeed, or gone to different websites and attracted them in for an initial interview. And if we've determined that this is a good candidate, then we'll ask them to hang on as an 89-day hire and fill the position that way, rather than wait for the 89-day hires to come organically, internally. We actually, and it's been working. We've been getting some really good candidates that way.
Got it. Thank you for that answer. I'll move on to invasive species, as we talked about very at length at this committee hearing. The $5 million that you folks requested over the 2 years, how will this directly impact your guys' ability to go after the CRBs and LFAs and so forth? I know we kind of discussed it, but if you don't mind sharing what that money would be used for.
Absolutely. It's funding the response plans. So that 5.6 million ask helps to free up the funding to do what we're doing now, and when notified, be able to go and assist treatment, or per statute, treat places that have an infestation. One of the notes that the team just shared, the calculation is just for this upcoming year. CRB alone is going to take 1.5 million to assist in the response, and that's in the current paradigm. Now, we found CRB on our neighbor islands, on Maui and on Hawaii Island, but they're not they're not everywhere, right? The traps aren't showing they're everywhere. We haven't had any hits yet. So 1.5 just to contain Oahu, treat Kauai, and continue survey. Now, if things, because they're possibly in mulch piles now and long lifespan as a larva, it may be more.
So I know the department is doing what it can for these invasives, but have we identified the community resources that we have? For example, we have feral pigs, feral goats, so forth, damaging our watersheds, and we had recent aerial shootings to go after that. But my perspective, I think, could be better in terms of the usage of these feral animals that get killed because they're left there and they just rot. But having a community program that maybe you could do a bounty on them and then, collect it through the community, I think would be more effective. But is there anything like that in the department that the community could tap into?
Currently, that's not in the budget to have that kind of community develop program for CRB, if we're still specific to that. Part of the reason is there's not many of the treatments require. The general public probably can't do most of the treatments that are currently allowable, and that's why the tool development was an essential piece. So that way, it becomes, you can go to your neighborhood store and get a can of bug spray, right? We need to be able to have that ability for some of these pests.
Got it. And then I know we've discussed offline coming up with a bill to create place cards, ratings for businesses or nurseries that may be selling infested plants and so forth, and that you guys might be willing to regulate and send inspectors to place them like Department of Health does for restaurants and so forth. But is that something that you guys are willing to take on?
There's a lot of nuance to that. Partly, the green, red, yellow placard system for a restaurant is a little different than treating the pests, as well as the final cost to both spin up and then run this program. Because currently, our inspectors are at the ports, and we shouldn't sacrifice their port duty to then bring them inland. So it'd be creating a whole new team to be able to manage something like this.
Got it. And then on the windward side, you mentioned that there was one entity that didn't comply, I guess, or has stopped complying. Is it true that you, in terms of involuntary treatment, the only way you can do that is through a court order?
For involuntary treatment, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And in your perspective, do you think if we changed statute on that, would that affect it, or would it still be a constitutional issue? Or
I need to discuss this further with our deputy AGs to really figure out where that fine line for private property. When it's our ag space, it's great. It's in the least we can enter. But when it's private property, there's that fine line that we need to be able to recognize.
But we've done it and we can do it again.
Yeah. So I don't know if a statute change would be the fix on this.
Last question on the invasive species topic. You mentioned you're saving your big ask for next year. Do you guys have a big portion of that dedicated to invasive species? Because I know we're asking for a small amount this year.
Yes, and the chair has been, I think, articulated this really well in the past, that why biosecurity has been such a huge component throughout this last year, not only because definitely CRB, Koki, LFA are in our face, but this affects and has been shown in every county when surveyed to be one of the top 3 issues that our farmers say is affecting them. And so this is something that we need to help them suppress. And so both education, tools, and possibly funding to help offset some of the costs to be able to lower that issue and what makes farming so hard.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Jumping quickly over to food production, we have all these goals, doubling our food production. The Department of Ag has less than 1% of the state budget. I don't know what that looks like in terms of being able to accomplish that, but in your perspective, are we close, and is there additional resources needed to hit the mark of that goal that we set?
Absolutely. On the latter, there's definitely resources that we need. Finances definitely helps. I guess that's a thick question. We could be here for hours. I'll try and consolidate. We have a bill in our administrative package. I think it's HR 14, and it is to refine and develop a strategic plan. And that's how we come back to you next year with a document that would better save 3 hours of our time here of me trying and sharing this, to be able to delineate what those measurable objectives and actions will be to hit our target.
And regarding, excuse me?
Please.
Regarding the doubling of food production, we're going to do that by commodity. So let's say, we know, we've discussed this, we'll never be able to produce the rice that we eat, and we eat a lot of rice, right? So we're going to just not give up on it, because Kauai's doing a really good job on rice production, but we're going to target the commodities that we're currently importing that we want to double so we can tackle that particular commodity. We know how much we're going to start with something like lettuce. Lettuce, especially organic lettuce, because of the nature of organic, has a lot of pests. There's one statistic that says in one box of lettuce, there were 119 insects found. I think something like 20 of which were not known to exist in Hawaii. So we're going to go for the commodity. Then maybe we go for bananas, because we import a lot of bananas, but we can grow that. So we're going to measure that kind of a statistic to help attack or address the double food production question. In total, though, soft drinks. We're probably going to continue we can do fruits and vegetables, is my point. We're going to start with those that we bring in. Citrus, we bring in a lot of citrus. We even bring in avocados and mangoes. So let's go for the stuff that we're bringing in that we can certainly produce locally. And then we can tell you, maybe in 5 years when the trees are producing ulu, we produce all the ulu that we eat. We're 100% on that, right? So we're going to attack those commodities that we know we can make a dent in.
Got it. And on this same topic, really quickly, Farm to School program, we talk about drawing federal dollars down to our local farmers and supplementing what you guys do through the federal dollars that we have. Is there any movement on that, or can you give us an update?
Absolutely. I'll let DOE maybe speak to the bigger picture, but what we've come to the table with the Department of Education with is that I think they've felt in the past that their burden was from field to plate. And that's not them. They need, it's our job to get it from field to the distributor, and then they find that distributor to then deliver it to them. But again, through relationship building, we've been able to work with them to identify what are the foods on their plate today that can be replaced that are currently being imported and replaced. What items, though, are not? So very likely their pasta dish, the noodles are, we're not even going to worry about that today. But their lettuce, some of their fruit items, we should. And maybe celery sticks could turn to cucumber sticks. And yes, tons of rules, but a lot of potential. Currently, the DOE very recently agreed to help the cattle industry out by adding an extra beef entree on their plate. And that one move for just the rest of the school year will equate to something like 22,000 pounds of local beef coming into our school system.
Right.
Regarding farm to school, what we learned also is maybe we're going to look at serving more of a community-based farm to school. What we found is that not every school likes beef stew. Not every school likes pizza. So rather than see it go into the waste bin, let's tailor our farm to school more to what do the students there eat? What is their culture? What will they eat? That way, I think we'll make a lot more progress with farm to school.
Got it. Chair, could I ask a few more questions?
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. So congratulations, Act 90, for the Act 90 success that you guys have had over this today in the press conference. Regarding that, I know some more lands may be in the works to be transferred over to DOA. Is there any way that you folks are able to potentially turn these into ag parks, for example, or maybe things that could be under the oversight of the Department of Ag to get more local farmers on ag properties? Because I know that in my district, the ag parks have local people that are growing crop and selling it to the community. So just a quick question on that.
Thank you. It's a good question. The Act 90 lands that are currently in play, they have leases on them now. Now, the reason that it's a real win to come over to Department of Ag is the deal on our rules say that once the lease is termed out, the options for the rancher or farmer are that you go into public auction or you go back into conservation. You know, that's good for DLNR, right? But when they come into DOA, the option is to extend, continue in food production. So to your point, we would have the option at that time to say, and maybe I should bring Brian up here, to say like a ranch is like 700 acres, right? Who wants 700 acres? So maybe we can give it to Go Farm, or award it to Go Farm, or award it to the Pacific Gateway Center, or award it to the Waianae Coast Comprehensive, if that's the case. And then you become the steward of the land, and you can parcel it out to 3 to 5 acre lots to your constituents, and then it's a more manageable parcel. So coming over to DOA opens up options for agriculture production that DLNR by statute does not have. Brian, do you have anything to add to that? No? Okay, so there's Act 90 is going to open up so much land or keep lands in production for food rather than go to public auction or back or into conservation.
Got it. And regarding grants, for the grants that you guys will be applying for, I'm sure some of them will have, you need matching funds to go after. What's the plan for those type of grants, and what type of money will you guys be pulling from to maybe match those opportunities?
The grants that we apply for are generally the ones that don't need a match, but recently the RFSI, the regional system infrastructure, if you are applying for a grant as an individual company, let's say, Hawaii qualifies as rural and there's a 25% matching. If, for instance, hypothetically, the Macadamia Nut Association wanted to come in for a manufacturing type middle of the supply chain grant, they have enough people in there that would benefit from the infrastructure project that they come up with the 25%. That said, from the governor's office, there is that federal grants team. They are putting together a inquiry as to how much money they need to put on reserve for a matching grant. There is another grant called the Federal State Marketing Improvement Plan. Great grant. You work with, for instance, barriers in It addresses barriers. It has a one-to-one match, and that's a tough one to apply for. Although we have really good projects that we've collaborated with, for instance, the tea industry, they would like our teas to have a same rating system as wines or coffee. You know, have a tasting and then say, oh, this tea is a 10-pointer. I think it's a great, really good grant, and I think it would be funded because it would be all the states in the union that produce tea, and there's about 20 of them. But we need a one-to-one match. So if you ask for $100,000, you're going to have to come up with $100,000 in tea growers. So that's where we can go to this federal grants team and say, hey, we're going to go for this federal state marketing improvement plan. We need $100,000. And then they'll sign off on it. Then we can apply, because when you apply for the grant, you have to show proof that you have it, kind of like a bond. So that's how we're addressing it. But we could certainly take help from this body, you know, if you would like.
Thank you. My final question is in regards to hemp and cannabis. So the House and the Senate's been working with the Attorney General on the draft for the bill. Where is the Department of Ag on this measure? And I know the Senate and the governor has made this a priority for this year, but I don't know what your take is from a purely agriculture standpoint.
Okay. I will ask Leo to come up in preparation for a response, but we've also met with the hemp growers, you know, Gail and Robert and Agripedia. So what our position on this is hemp is agriculture. Hemp is microgreens, hemp is seeds, hemp is wood, hemp is crete, hemp is bricks. We are not advocating for hemp as CBD products. Right now, from what I'm told from the industry, there's no one in Hawaii that produces a CBD product. It's all imported. So we are looking at hemp, and we support hemp as agriculture. And that's our position. Do you have anything to add, Leo?
Yeah, Leo Baldo, Quality Assurance Division. So currently, that bill is basically so many pages, and we're looking at the components where industrial hemp is basically included. We want to make sure that the industrial hemp is basically agricultural, like what the chair says, and anything that involves legislation or regulatory, like hemp products, CBD and others, has to be included in that bill.
In the cannabis side.
Yeah, in the cannabis side.
Got it. And you guys are working directly with the Attorney General for feedback and input?
Yes, of course.
Okay, cool. That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members for the Representative Cochran.
And going back to your specialty crops block grant program, I'm noticing possibly movement to have us competitive in the foreign markets, and I saw a travel to Australia. So is that what's the focus on that? To be competitive foreign international.
The Specialty Crop Block Grant Program enhances the competitiveness of specialty crops. So that's the purpose of the program. We find that our products are so competitive in the international market that we need to promote our specialty crops in foreign markets. And other states do it. They've been very successful, but I just know we'll be more so. We had a Hawaii County honey producer. Now, every state in the union, every nation in the world produces honey. Our honey producer was at Gulf Food in Dubai with lines in front of them. Everybody wanted this white honey. I followed up with them. They did not participate in our booth because I believe at the time we did not have a booth. We were not in Gulf Food. And they said that the orders were just too overwhelming. So, but that proves that we are competitive. And what we have in the foreign market that no other nation has is we have food safety standards. So when I asked the buyers, I came home on the bus one time with a representative from Mexico, and he said their number one competition is the USA because of our food safety. Everybody wants to buy from the USA because so as onerous as it is, it helps us sell our product as safe and good, and that's why we use our funding for Specialty Crop Block Grant Program for marketing of specialty crops overseas, because we know it's going to be a hit. We're currently using it for Gulf Food. We're using STEP funds for that, but long story short, in Gulf Food we have coffee producers that go and tropical fruit growers that go. The coffee companies that go are in negotiation right now because they're only going high end. They're going for the high end hotels and the high end establishments, and they're making inroads. And it's a good market for us for our specialty crops.
Okay, good to know. And then lastly, Chair, if you don't mind, it's in reference to the wildfire and your participation, and it looks like initially you folks purchased animal feed and livestock feed. I know it's kind of a manini amount, a little over 40,000, but I mean it's something. And it looks like it's FEMA reimbursable, but you haven't applied for the reimbursement, or you're not gonna, or you just in process.
It is reimbursable, and I believe someone above, it's at the level of the administration is applying. We've sent in our invoices and our requests to them, and from what I understand, FEMA reimbursements can come 5 years down the road, and they go back into the general fund. So we are applying. It's just we don't know when the reimbursements are coming down.
Okay, well, and thank you for assisting with that.
Oh my!
'Cause
It
I
was
know-
Brian Miyamoto from the Farm Bureau and Nicole Galase that really it was awful.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, so okay, I just want to make a couple comments or maybe questions. So the one of the things that I think we need to clarify is that when you make these budget requests and you come in and you say that you want to convert it to general funds because you want to free up money from your special fund or cargo fee. Even when we took the barrel tax, and we did, right? The instructions to the department was that we're going to take eventually all your special funds. We're going to put it into the general fund, right? And then we're going to budget through the general fund, right? And then we're going to, but you tell us what the plan is. Now, what happened with the previous administration, they never did tell us what the plan is. So we never did fund the general fund. So because it gives us a little more control, it's more transparent for this committee, and it's easier for us to do that. Because the other thing you should kind of keep in mind, besides the University of Hawaii, who has autonomy, and HHSC, who has generates their own money to some degree. Every other special fund is still under this committee's purview. So whether you pay for fringe out of, from the special fund, or you pay it from the general fund, and from this committee's perspective, we still do. Even if we general fund it, we have to account for it in BNF. That it's the fringe is being paid on that side. So to me, it doesn't matter. So that argument is weak. So kind of keep that in mind, right? From this committee's purview, you just got to understand that we still have to account for it, right? So just keep that in mind. Again, what we want from you, and I appreciate that maybe you're working on a plan that you're going to present to us, but once we have that plan, then we can say, we're going to put aside whatever it is, and you need some flexibility to address a problem that comes up on a NOAA. We'll set up an appropriation for that, right? And but it will be something we'd be tracking. We'd say that money is for that, and we, that's what we're going to be doing, right? So that's the kind of work that we want to do with you going forward. And I've said this in the past when we were actually looking, when we thought during the pandemic we needed to grab all the special funds, right? When that happened, that's why we went through that exercise, because before the feds infused money to us, we thought we had to do it all ourselves. So we were going through all the special funds, and we're trying to figure out how we could get by during the pandemic when all the general funds went away, right? But the instructions to the department, again, was that, okay, we're going to take this, but you tell us, right, we're going to put it back in general funds, and you tell us what the plan is. So I still haven't gotten that kind of in-depth planning of how we're going to be spending the money and things like that, right? So I've never been a believer in dedicated fund, and I think that's what a lot of departments think when they create their special fund, is their dedicated fund. I believe the legislature still has supposed to have that authority to have the flexibility to deal with different situations such as wildfire, where we have to shift money around and do things like that, right? So just kind of keep that in mind when you put together your plan, because we want to help you. We once we put that in the general fund and we put it into the base, it's almost like a dedicated fund. So, but you have to have that conversation for us. The main thing that this committee's purview is transparency in the budget and all of the funding that goes through, and that's what we're working towards. So that's my only comment with you, and as far as working with those types of things. The other part is the I appreciate you working on the vacancy, and I understand that we need to be upping the pay for everybody. My belief is that because of demographic shift, and I said this in other committees, that workforce age people in the state are shrinking. So going forward, what we have to try and figure out is a smaller, higher compensated workforce that is trained to do more, right? Because that's the future for us for at least the next decade, is that we're going to continue having a shrinking workforce age demographic. And it's just because of high cost of living, right? So that's before us. And so part of the strategy has to be not only asking us for positions, but, and I agree, it has to be a higher compensated workforce, but it has to be a smaller workforce. So how are you going to continue to accomplish your mission with a smaller workforce? So like, right, because I believe that, you said you have 90 inspectors, and if we gave you 200, I don't think you'd be able to find 110 inspectors.
That's true.
Right? So how the strategy has to be a smaller workforce using technology or whatever, right? I don't know what the answer is. You know your area better than I. How we're going to accomplish that. And I think this committee is willing to work with you on those types of things, and part of it is understanding what we're looking for. And like I said, regardless of where the fringe is coming from, we still have to account for it, because so I'm starting to believe that we should actually put the fringe in your budget so you know what the department is actually getting, right? Because you always say, because we always hear that you're underfunded, but if we added the fringe and we added the debt service for CIP inside there, your allocation will go huge, and BNF's going to come a lot smaller. But right, so the actual amount that the department gets, there's other places that the money's that we have to account for, and that's what this committee looks at. So just kind of keep that in mind. That's only my
Appreciate that.
closing comments to you. Yeah. Do you have anything?
Thank you. Appreciate that. Was that an invitation for me to close as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. The ask is of 5.6 is humbly to ask that this is the funding that we would like for you to consider, so that we can help the farmers and ranchers make it through this year. Next year, the Council of Revenue says the tourists are coming back, business is booming. You go to a restaurant now and it's crowded. You go to line Chick-fil-A, it's long, so you have a sense that we're coming back. We're emerging from this cocoon that we've been in. We just want the farmers to be able to survive this, produce food, and then we're in contact with them now, and then next year we'll come back. Some of the things that, thank you for everything you've done last year. The CRB, we're so excited. We've been to the different counties. We've talked to them, what we're going to help them do with the green waste money. And my last closing comment is, hallelujah for Dexter. He's made such a difference. And the amazing workforce we have.
Yeah, I appreciate all the work you guys are doing, so thank you very much. And like I said, the two committees, we look forward to working with you. We're going to take a short recess, and we're going to move on to the Department of Health. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance. Next up is Department of Health. Welcome.
Okay. Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, Chair Bellotti, and other committee members. I'm Dr. Kenny Fink, the Director of Health. And if it's okay, I have a presentation. I'll jump in, and then we'll do Q&A afterward. I am joined here today with First Deputy Val Cato, Deputy Director for Behavioral Health, Marion Suji, Deputy Director for Environmental Health, Kathy Ho, Deputy Director for Health Resources, Debbie Morikawa, and other staff. I appreciate they're all being here today to help answer your questions. Okay, we'll jump in. So it's actually in the state constitution that the state shall provide for the protection and promotion of public health. It's not that there's a power to do this, but it actually is a responsibility to do that. And this fits in with our mission to protect and promote the physical, psychological, and environmental health of the people of Hawaii through assessment, policy development, and assurance. Our vision is that all Hawaii residents have a fair and just opportunity to achieve optimal health and well-being. And we follow the CDC's 10 essential public health services. Our priorities are caring for our team, being a trusted source of information, improving efficiency and effectiveness, pursuing fair and just opportunities for all to achieve optimal health and well-being, improving customer experience, and generating interest in public health careers. Over this past year, we've been involved in many crisis responses, including the Hawaii Life Flight mishap, the COVID-19 pandemic, Red Hill, Maui wildfires, and the state-operated special residential program incident. I'll go into some detail for each of those. So the Hawaii Life Flight mishap. So air ambulance in the state is a market-driven operation. The FAA views it as an airline. Mishap occurred in December 2022 that resulted in the grounding of Hawaii Life Flight fixed-wing aircraft. There were some rotor that assisted. The air ambulance capacity was reduced for about 6 weeks, and we relied on the National Guard and the Coast Guard to assist when we could. The Hawaii Life Flight has returned to full operations, but we are working on a daily basis that I was talking with Hawaii Life Flight and updating the governor, and there's a lot of concern within the community, particularly on the neighbor islands, about the access to transportation when needed. And what this highlighted was the vulnerability of our statewide air ambulance. So again, the service is back to full operation, and we have air ambulance today, but it did highlight that vulnerability, and we did introduce a bill this session to discuss how to strengthen and stabilize air ambulance within the state. The pandemic. The public health emergency ended in March 2023, but we remain very active with monitoring and providing guidance regarding COVID-19. The COVID-19 vaccine and treatment has been commercialized, which means that it went from the government paying for it to insurance companies paying for it, and that was a significant transition. It also means that some of the data we have is less reliable because we don't receive it directly. The Department of Health continues to be quite active in its surveillance and wastewater testing and reporting regarding COVID-19. This is one example of a dashboard that we maintain on our website. And you can see the trends are actually up for each of the counties and statewide overall. So we did expect a bump following the holidays that we are seeing. These are just some additional data that we currently maintain that we use to inform our recommendations to the public. On the left are data about vaccination. And what you can see of the dark blue purplish squares is the only 14% of the population for whom we have data received the latest COVID vaccine. So that's a potential risk, particularly for those who are at high risk for severe outcomes. So we certainly encourage those folks to get vaccinated if they have not. On the right side is our variant testing, and this was the most recent report we have. You can see, for example, the lighter green near the bottom and how it goes moving left to right. Those boxes grow, and that means that that particular variant is getting more market share, that there's something advantageous about it being more infectious. Most recently is the bluish green, particularly in the bottom right hand. Nationwide, there's been news about this JV1 variant. In Hawaii, we're actually seeing the HV1 variant. So this is a different variant that is more rapidly growing. We don't have evidence at this time that it results in more severe outcomes. Looking at the hospitalizations for COVID currently, it's been relatively stable. But as there's just more cases, we would expect some increase in hospitalization. That will be a lagging indicator. So again, at this time, we're not seeing that it has more severe outcomes, but there are more cases of COVID, and we encourage the public to take necessary precautions, and again, for those at high risk, to get vaccinated if they're eligible. Red Hill. The Department of Health issued an amended emergency order in May of 2022 to the Navy to defuel and permanently close the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility. Since that time, we've been very active in overseeing and enforcing that order with the preparation for defueling as the first step. To prepare for safe and expeditious defueling, the Department of Health Solid and Hazardous Waste Branch reviewed hundreds of quality validation reports, participated in weekly coordination meetings with the EPA and the Navy, and coordinated and participated in numerous spill response exercises. We worked actively to push the DoD for more expeditious defueling while ensuring safety. We recognized as long as there was fuel in those tanks, it continued to pose a risk to our environment and our aquifer. And we're pleased that we are able to work with the Navy to have them defuel 5 months earlier than originally scheduled. And that gravity defueling of 104 million gallons occurred essentially without incident. And that is a credit to the Navy and also to the staff and their oversight. The Department of Health Safe Drinking Water Branch continues to monitor the test results collected under the Drinking Water Long-Term Monitoring Plan. And the DOH continues to oversee the next steps of the Navy's closure of the facility and aquifer remediation. So again, even though there was defueling, which was a substantial milestone in eliminating further risk, there's significant ongoing work that needs to continue with the closure and aquifer remediation. Okay, moving on to the Maui wildfires. In response, we activated our Department Operations Center, and the Department of Health had lead for the Emergency Support Function 8 and 10. One of the things we needed to do is get information out to the public, make it publicly available. There were limitations, particularly in the area where they didn't have cellular service and loss of power initially. But as that restored, this was an important location to post information. We also used many other channels to disseminate information, including radio, attending town hall meetings, and even going door to door to provide information. So this was just the website that we have available for information. I'll go through some of the aspects that we are responsible for. So the Department of Health for ESF 8 was responsible for both health care and public health. For the medical care, we relied heavily on the community, so local providers and providers from other islands to help with that response, and we're grateful for the community's response. We provided coordination of those multiple activities for care that was provided in both the congregate and non-congregate shelters as well as in the community. Again, I can't emphasize enough the collaboration with the various stakeholders in the community. Also want to call out Dr. Jerry Livaday, who's here today, who helped provide that on-site coordination, and we're grateful for his assistance. In addition to the partners, we opened the Lahaina Comprehensive Health Center, where we provided direct clinical care, also with partners in that site, to make services available to all individuals, regardless of insurance, regardless of documentation status. And we also supported the Lahaina burn area reentry, such as providing education and distribution of personal protective equipment, hosting reentry stations, and staffing vehicles to monitor lagging zones to try to respond to other needs associated with reentry and ensure that that occurred as safely as possible. For behavioral health care, we expanded access to our community mental health center in Wailuku, We also established a new certified community behavioral health center in Lahaina. We partnered to provide wellness checks and mental health counseling in the shelters. Queens was a significant partner in deploying mental health resources, and then Kaiser was also a significant partner just in the general medical and behavioral health response as well. We were awarded $680,000 from FEMA to support a crisis counseling program, and a $4.4 million from SAMHSA to support and expand these services. In addition, we received a $17 million grant from SAMHSA for a supplemental emergency response grant over a 2-year period to establish a resiliency center, which involves numerous subcontracts with local providers to ensure that we're supporting the range of populations with various services to meet their needs. In addition, we received an additional $450,000 from SAMHSA to expand services affected specifically for children and adolescents. We recognize the trauma that occurred and that folks are continuing to struggle, and that will continue for quite some time. So we appreciate that the SAMHSA grant is longitudinal over a couple of years, and we intend to maintain a presence to address the needs. In public health, we look at a lot of data to inform what we do. So this is some of the behavioral health surveillance. In the top left corner is the weekly count of just total emergency visits for mental health reasons. The red arrow is the time of the wildfire. So you can see that there was an increase following the wildfire of ER visits for mental health. It's been quite variable. Can't quite see a pattern, but in the more recent weeks, it appears to be stabilizing closer to pre-pandemic or pre-wildfire levels. Looking to the upper right, the blue line on the top are ER visits for suicidal ideation, and the yellow line is for suicide attempts. There's an increase for visits for suicidal ideation. Perhaps they're associated with the holidays, with that larger spike there. But the suicide attempts appears to be similar to pre-wildfire levels. We've not seen an increase in suicide attempts. We pulled up some other data. Sorry, it's a little hard to see on the bottom. There are concerns raised of suicides that have been occurring. So we looked at our data and found that we have not seen an increase in death by suicide for a comparable period for the previous 5 years. We wondered, is there a chance that they were miscoded and maybe it was due to fatal drug poisoning or overdose? So we looked at overdose visits, and again, you can see we did not see an increase in fatal drug poisonings over this period compared to previous years. So while we are very concerned for mental health over there, we're fortunate at this time that the data don't indicate that there's been an increase in death by suicide. Okay, moving on to environmental health. This was another significant area of response. We conducted air and ash testing, established a network of real-time air monitors that can be viewed online by the public. We provided technical assistance to the Maui Department of Water Supply and assisted the EPA on removal of hazardous debris, both on land, marine, and private properties. We're working with the county on their temporary debris storage site, and also as they work on their plan for final debris location. And as there's efforts to develop new housing or temporary housing, we're collaborating, particularly with regard to wastewater infrastructure plans. Okay. So if you were to go online to that fire.airnow.gov, this is what you would see. The green dots are the locations of these purple air monitors. If you look more closely, you'll see there are also these triangles. That's a different type of screening device. Those are called EBAMs, electronic beta attenuation monitors. So we put in a significant amount of these air monitors So we would know the risk to the public. We knew that ash was toxic. When soil tack was applied, it helped stabilize the ash, but there also was just the concern of either high winds or debris removal. Could it become airborne and potentially become a risk? We trusted the Army Corps of Engineers that said they have a lot of experience with this and take all the necessary precautions, but we wanted to verify with all of our air monitors, and then people would know themselves, and they could download an app and set up getting an alert if the air quality would change. So we are very pleased to be able to verify that the monitors in Kula, where the debris has been removed, that our monitors are able to verify that they're effective dust mitigation and safe removal of the debris up there. So that's reassuring as we transition to Lahaina. There is one yellow triangle in the Kula area you'll see. And when we would see changes like this, we would actually send staff to understand what's occurring. There was one homeowner who was doing wood chipping, clearing some of the down trees. So that was the explanation for that one. And they were still chipping as of the time I took the screenshot. We spent about $1 million of general funds in our response to the wildfires. About a third was for travel. A third was for contracted services. And then the other third was for miscellaneous, including equipment. We were able to just redirect some resources that we have and otherwise utilize some federal resources. But of our general funds, this would be our wildfire expenditures that we will be seeking reimbursement. We're hoping that we reach the $1 million threshold because that accelerates the timeline for 50% of the reimbursement. Okay. So I mentioned the state-operated specialized residential program. We had that tragic incident in November of 2023. That's important to address. We took some immediate measures to stabilize and secure the situation, address the safety of staff and patients. Then we conducted a 4-day safety stand-down, both of the SORP and the entire Hawaii State Hospital itself, to perform a comprehensive safety review. Some measures were immediately implemented, such as reducing the SRP patient census by moving them to other locations, to increase staffing, the staffing ratio, suspended community access for that program, at that time, okay? Since that time, as we've restored the off-campus access privileges for everyone who comes back, they now get a pat down, a metal wand scan, and a urine drug screen. So those were some of the immediate things that we put in place. Other recommendations require additional resources, and this occurred after the budget was finalized. So we're working to introduce a governor's message for the additional resources needed for additional safety measures at the state hospital. Right now, we're estimating it's on the order of $14 million. And that will be the rough order of magnitude, but as we refine it, it will likely change a bit. And the categories of those asks will be for facility repairs and enhancements, such as either repairing or installing cameras. There are 3 separate public affairs systems to integrate those. For personnel and contracted services, we'd be seeking a new position for an assistant administrator of the hospital, but specifically for operations, whose responsibilities would include oversight of safety and security, and also looking to enhance and increase security personnel. In looking into this, there are concerns about the high census. So doing a deeper dive into the causes for the high census, it highlighted the need to really increase the community capacity, as we recognize there are patients who may be ready for discharge, but don't have a location to go to. And if we can maintain care in the community, that will hopefully reduce the risk of someone needing to be admitted to the state hospital. So the providers in the adult mental health division have not received a rate increase for 5 to 10 years. We are working on a rate study. Until that rate study is completed, we're seeking to increase their reimbursement rates partially, and then completing that increase once the rate study is completed. In addition, we're seeking funding to increase the number of group homes, locations where folks could be discharged to. Okay. And then, so that will be forthcoming through a governor's message, and we'll provide more details again as it's available. In addition to those crises, which have consumed a lot of our effort, we still have our day-to-day operations and requirements to maintain the health of the public. So these are just some additional accomplishments during the past year. Worked very hard improving our service with regard to vital records, fulfilling over 73,000 vital record requests, and decreasing the average processing time by about half. We had several public education campaigns to help people stay healthy, including the Sweet Lies, Control Asthma, and Be Fast. For emergency medical services, we completed the transition to the City and County of Honolulu, that they're now fully operating that program. We awarded $5 million in grants for accessible conversions. I believe at this time about 3.7 of that may have been paid out. And this is to meet that requirement by 2050 of no cesspools. We formally launched a climate and health program. We anticipate the need and work for that to grow, and looking to expand that program. And we created a new behavioral health dashboard that's online. You know, I asked staff, and my next slide is the vacancy slide, but I asked staff, okay, we have accomplishments, but what have we not been able to do? And what have we not really been able to do because of vacancies? How have vacancies impacted our operations? And the most common feedback was morale, that the vacancies are creating more work on the people who are remaining, and it's having a negative effect on morale. And if we don't try and stabilize the situation, the people who are taking additional work, they're going to go too. And we're trying really hard to avoid a downward spiral, which is why, as I started with my priorities, the number one is caring for our people. So we try and do what we can to create an environment where hopefully they find meaning in their work and like what they do. Some of the other things that we've not been able to do and are negatively impacting the public, we have some payment delays and miscalculations with errors in document processing. There's just a huge amount of work that we do. You'll see in the table just the contracts, for example, they still got to get done. And we have fewer people doing it, and they're working faster and harder, but mistakes happen. Delays in just executing contracts and their robustness and oversight. Not having enough staff to do that, but still trying to get the work done, not able to do it at the level you'd want to do it. Delay in licensing and responding to complaints, for example, about illegal care homes. Decreased robustness, I said, of contact tracing. So this is not COVID. We're not doing contact tracing for COVID anymore, but for a sexually transmitted infection, or perhaps if we get a case of malaria, but we do disease investigation and contact tracing for various infectious agents. And just, it's not as robust if you don't have enough people doing it to do it as quickly as possible. Where delays in processing clean air permits. And again, none of this is a reflection of the staff. You see how busy they have been putting up air monitors over Maui and responding to those crises. So by putting these out there, staff are working really, really hard, particularly responding to these crises. But there are just some things we just don't have the bandwidth to do. Some is remediating contaminated sites, ability to timely transition the state hospital patients, and just other activities to really do more prevention, which is the key component of public health. So there are negative impacts to the vacancies, that we have. Okay. Vacancy rate. We have overall 26% vacancy rate. It's listed in this slide. Sorry, it's small, by program ID. Of these vacancies, let's see what I have here. 454, or let's just say 52%, so just a little more than half of the vacancies are new or vacant since 2023. 32 positions have been vacant, or 4% have actually been vacant since 2018 or earlier. The Adult Mental Health Division, which is both the community-based work and also the state hospital, since those are program IDs 420 and 430. They account for 37% of all of our positions. It's over 1,200. But that includes 168 new positions, okay? So if you adjust for the new positions we got, like psych techs and other positions for the state hospital, the vacancy rate actually drops to 20%. So we're doing okay. And I don't want the new positions to just kind of skew the information of our total vacancy rate. Okay. So again, overall, we're at about a 26%. If we remove the mental health division, we're at 24%. The adult mental health division itself is at 30%, but if you remove the new positions, it drops to 20%. What are we doing about our vacancies? I believe we're never going to have the workforce we want. We have to work with the workforce we have, and we have to think about how we can work differently. And we're trying to do that process. We are working to increase recruitment. We actually have a public health infrastructure grant from the CDC with efforts on recruitment and retention. But in addition, looking to work differently. Some of those efforts for recruitment will include working with DOE, and we're working with the University of Hawaii, for example, Thompson School of Social Work and Public Health, meeting with Dean Ortega. So we're trying to create that pipeline to have workforce. One of the things I'm interested in piloting is how we can potentially be more efficient in the hiring process to see where we could, for example, let the programs review the application list. Since they're going to review the applicants anyway, maybe we can let them look at the minimum qualifications and determine who would be appropriate to interview. So where we can reduce duplication and increase efficiency, we're interested in trying to explore that. With our 866 vacancies total, I asked the divisions, if we're asking for new positions, how can I come here today and say, I need new positions with 866 vacancies? And I can't in good faith come here and say, I can't find 13 trade-off positions. But I'll tell you that in going through that exercise and asking staff, it's hard to find positions. They have plans. They have plans for all of these positions. It takes time to do a reorg, or it takes time to fill. And I understand that. And then trying to take these positions away, where we have so many branches and sub-organizations, that taking a position away from one of those can be a significant part of their workforce. So it's a large number, but we're a very large department. So looking at the vacancies and trying to find ones to trade off, that exercise itself negatively impacts morale. Okay, so this is the reality, that I'm trying to manage the morale of the staff and support them, and also be responsible to you for how we manage these positions. I know we're not going to fill every position, okay? But I know we're going to fill some positions. I just don't know which ones. So when we start looking at eliminating positions or trading off positions, there's the administrative work of having to remove it from the org chart And then we just come back next session and trying to restore it and reestablish it with just more administrative burden. So I wonder if there's a way where we can project some vacancy savings to, for you to withhold and use for other purposes. But that would work if in return we can keep the positions that are unfunded, but that we have the flexibility to move the money around to the ones we can fill. So I feel that if we could keep the positions and have the flexibility to move funds, then it's more feasible, I think, to just yield funding on the front end and not require as much for appropriation. Okay, so our interest is, to the extent that we can keep the positions and have the flexibility, that really allows us to move forward. But the eliminating positions really becomes difficult. Okay, telework is something some are interested in. We at the department have adapted the statewide telework guidance for our department. We are, I might say fairly restrictive in our approach, but it is important to have telework. We allow only a maximum of 3 days per week, unless there's a reasonable accommodation. The initial approval was for a 6-month period, but now it's for a 12-month period. But for any new or renewed agreements, it does require that there's a current performance evaluation. So we do want to make sure we are tying performance to telework and documenting that. Okay? Less than 10% of our staff have a telework agreement. Most of those are actually in our child and adolescent mental health division. And the reason they do that is because their work is in the field. And they've really been kind of a good example of how telework can work and how we can have accountability of telework. They have to document the services. So they'll go see a family and provide services to a child in a home. And they have to provide, document clinically an electronic record. So the supervisors, managers are able to track that they're maintaining the same workload kind of pre and post telework. What's interesting to me that I recently learned in preparing for this, 95% of the staff in the child and adolescent mental health division telework, 95%. It is also a division with only 16% vacancy. It has one of our lowest vacancy rates. So there is something about telework that helps with either recruitment and or retention. And I think those data would support that. And with their ability to track the electronic documentation, they've been able to verify that there has been no decrease in performance with their staff teleworking. Okay, moving on to our budget request, which is likely why we're mostly here today. We are requesting $58 million new funding in general funds and 13 new FTEs net, of which 9 are generally funded. The core of our request, about 50 of the $58 million is for mental health. So of our big ask, the $6.7 million is for the Evil A Resource Center. This will be a crisis center where we're partnering with the city and county, and there's a building they have in Evil A that will be operating. It'll be a crisis center on the first floor, and then as people stabilize, they'll literally move up to different levels of housing within that structure until they can be placed in the community. So this is an opportunity to divert from the emergency room and a place where HPD can drop patients off. We're targeting opening in February, probably mid to late February, but we're working on that and believe that that will be an important contribution and alternative path to decompress the ERs and stabilize these folks. As for $20 million for the Hawaii State Hospital, with regard to inpatient contracted services, so that includes contracted nursing, pharmacy drugs, medications that with an increased cost, and other kind of operating costs for care within the facility. That funding also includes some of our contracted services outside of the facility. So with Kahi Mahala, for example, we still maintain care for some patients in South Carolina and exploring a potential partnership with Castle for additional capacity. The $13 million, additional $13 million for state hospital is for locum tenens staff. These are mostly for physicians. So I believe there are about 4 employed psychiatrists, and we contract for an additional 13. We also contract for, let's say primary care providers, but the general medical care providers. So the $13 million is primarily for like physicians. $10.8 million for child and adolescent behavioral health care provider rates. A rate study was done. We contracted with Milliman, and that study was just completed shortly before the budget request was submitted. So we're asking for that to increase those rates to the rates that were recommended through that rate study. And then from a staff position, 4 additional staff to fully complement that certified community behavioral health center on Maui. Okay, so those are the mental health ask. And as I mentioned, not included, was about the $14 million for the safety response for state hospital programs. Other requests that are notable, we did an additional rate study for the early intervention service providers, so requesting $5 million to increase the reimbursement rates for early intervention service providers. $2.5 million for the emergency medical service providers. Our rates are based on collective bargaining adjustments, and this is what we're anticipating that we'll need for that. And then additional positions. So 2 positions for maintaining Kalapapa structures. As you know, the Department of Health is basically responsible for Kalapapa at this time. We are working with a number of partners on what the plan would be when the last patient passes and what the transition of the county will be. And want to maintain structures should the National Park Service take it over, or Department of Hawaiian Homelands, for example. So trying to understand what their interest is, that if we can maintain them now, it'll cost less to repair them later. There was a Supreme Court decision regarding injection wells, and that is subject to basically oversight by the Department of Health. So these are 2 additional positions to help with the clean water management and enforcement, primarily subsequent to that decision. We do not have a position for a medical toxicologist, and with the experience with Red Hill and ASH, we've really highlighted the need to have a medical toxicologist. I've done a lot of reading the best I can. I'm not a medical toxicologist, so this is something that would help our ability to not just inform what we do, but to help communicate directly with the public. And there's 4 other not generally funded positions, including 2 to help with a public campaign about safety in anticipation of there be adult cannabis use in the near future. Okay. So from our perspective, we really only asked for the most important things in the second year of the biennium, and these were the highest priorities that we asked for. And we'll be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to questions. Representative Namusao.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director, for sharing all of those information. I had some concerns from my constituencies in regards to who enforces habitability. So their living conditions are not up to code, I guess, especially when it comes to access to hot water, clean water, even electricity, and things like that, or like rats running around the roof and things like that. So we asked the question to DCCA about who enforces that, and they said that was stripped from them in 1975. And so I was wondering if that's something that you folks would enforce, and what division? Yeah.
I think there are a number of parts to that. So, for example, and the responsibilities are likely shared. So, for example, we have responsibility for vector control. So, if there is a concern of rats or basically a vector that posed a threat to the health of the public, that would be our responsibility to go and investigate. We actually had a situation where I don't know if it was an apartment building or a condominium, but someone was reporting a foul odor and trying to figure out how would we enter that person's unit to find out what was going on. And is that the apartment superintendent has the authority to go in? Who has that authority to go in? Eventually, and I may ask staff to correct me, but we collaborated with the Department of Human Services. They found that there was an individual living there who was unable to care for themselves. So with the partnership, I'm not sure if it was Adult Protective Services, but there were other resources in the Department of Human Services who helped provide supports to that individual and I think helped place them in another location. So that was an example where there was the concern of a potential public health threat, and found that there was an individual who needed help, and we were able to connect that help with resources. So that was a success story. As far as utilities, that would typically not be something within the Department of Health. Certainly, if the drinking water is safe, we have the responsibility to oversee the purveyor of the water. But as far as their ability to pay their water bill, that would not, be part of our role.
So, we just had DHS here, and so they told us that they would. Well, I guess you guys are just connecting them with resources at that point when you guys identified someone in that home that needed assistance, wasn't able to care for themselves, correct? So you were able to go into the unit through the superintendent of that condominium. All right.
So,
Kathy,
Hi.
Sorry.
Kathy Ho, Deputy Director for Environmental Health. So in that instance, what we did was we contacted, I think it was Adult Protective Agency.
Okay.
And they had already been notified of this potential problem. And they had already gone into the apartment and had removed the woman from the apartment because it was clear that she was unable to take care of herself. So that's when that, in that instance, it turned out great. But Department of Health did not go into that home.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's another home with the foul smell.
Right. So there was another home that we were called, and it was another condominium. And it turned out that we could not, because there was a foul smell from that home. It wasn't a true public health issue, and so we contacted the property management, and they contacted the police to do a wellness check, and found that the person had died in the unit. And so then they wanted the neighbors, wanted the Department of Health to go in and clean the apartment because there was smells. And that, we could not do that because that's property owned by the deceased, and they had to, the property owner, manager had to contact the deceased relatives to get permission to hire someone to go in and clean the property. In most instances, I would say that it is a landlord-tenant issue, where there may be excessive rats in the home or no electricity or those kinds of things, or the roof is leaking and no one's fixing it. That's something that the Department of Health normally doesn't get involved in. It would be a landlord-tenant issue versus a public health issue.
This is for the Office of Language Access. So, Evie, can you tell me kind of the history of how your position ended up in Department of Health?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and thanks for the question. Right. So, I took the office in 2017. At that time, I already in the Department of Health, and I would say that in that time I worked with 4 Director of Health, and everyone get fully support. So this is my Ohana that I know of. But to your question, prior for the Office of Language Access attached to Department of Health is what part of the Department of Labor. In 2007, it's what created, from my understanding, because they're looking at that time at language access as an immigrant right, and they're looking at immigrant as a workforce for the state. So it started with the Department of Labor until 2012 during different administration, and I think the priority has been shifted. And for somehow they see the language access, it could be a part of the public health. That's why it's moving to the Department of Health. That's part of my understanding. And since then, so yes, I've been there with the Department of Health.
I have a follow-up, Chair. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is a lot of the work that DLIR is doing, specifically OCS, especially because we gave them $1 million for immigrant resources. I feel like some of your skill sets would be more suitable in DLIR. And so would that be a possibility for your position to be moved, I guess?
Speak freely.
This is my home. So I think it depends on, for me, it depends on, I can work with everyone, I would say that. And I can see the issue that's come up during discussion relating to Maui, because there are issues about, I would say the situation came up at the DRC, where the agency is operating on their own. That means they have the table. So they provide services to their program. For example, Department of Health have the program, Department of Labor, they also have their own program. That means when LEP or limited English proficiency individual coming in, so they get services from the agency. But the issue here, there is no agency that coordinating or helping people when they get in. That means that's why OCS and my office, we are working during that time, for myself, I'm physically at the door, try to navigating. So we come in because they are lacking of the agency that provide navigation. That's why OCS, I believe that they might have some request to create immigrant resource and access unit to helping fill in the gap, helping coordinating, not just working in silo, but just helping the agency. So to answer your question, even though I moved to OCS, if that's the question, my office, we still have jurisdiction or obligation to provide services to all the agency. But it just depends where we are. I can still do the same function. I would say that. Mm.
Yeah. And my concern is not, Maui was like a really kind of like the proof of concept of like standing up a resource center for our immigrant communities. And, we have a large Filipino group across the state. And so I just want to make sure, and not even just Filipinos, we're also looking at other Pacific Islander communities, like the Micronesians, Marshallese, Chuukese, that might be underserved and may not have the right resources, and also just the capacity to understand some of the processes that we have in our state to one, like especially like when in regards to unemployment, you know, a lot of them may not even participate in that program because they just don't know where to start and where to look. And so I feel like your office is really important. And so I'm just thinking of ways that, you know, maybe we could recreate your program, or like throughout the different agencies, and or move you to OCS or and things like that, so that you could have, I guess, a better scope of trying to address some of those issues.
And also in response to that, Rep, because my office, we do not provide direct services. In that term, that means we do not provide interpretation or
Right.
translation service directly. So even though we move to OCS, so how we gonna fit in? So I think that's gonna be another conversation, that what parameter that we're gonna be in. Because now we're looking at provide technical assistance. We provide a resort, but we do not provide direct services. So I don't know what is OCS operation or what their intention to create that unit or something like that. Like I say, I can be anywhere because my function is still the same, but what is the best fit? What is the, what it should be? And I would say another example, during this Maui time, my office really involved with ESF6, we did more human services because it involved with human services and entitled program, or people who have to access to, like I say, food stamp, Medicare, Medicaid, or housing. So that's why we can see, because when we talk about language access, I can argue for every location or every department that I want to fit in, but the function is not still.
Yeah.
So I do not have any objection, and I don't
Sorry.
think anyone
Yeah,
in the department would have that. I would defer to the left.
Thank you. Yeah, Director, sorry. I don't know if you have any comments to that, but
We support AP. I hope he feels supported by the Department of Health as an attached agency. But where he is situated, that his work can be most effective, and work best with either other resources, we would support that. So his work's very important. So however it can be advanced, we would support.
thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, we're going to go to Representative Takenouchi, followed by Garrett and others. Okay, so I just have one comment that we're going to have a hard stop at 5:45. If possible, if the questions can be kind of budget related. I know that normally I would allow, because this is a briefing, a little latitude as far as your questions and things like that. But if we choose to ask questions beyond the budget, that's fine. But we may have to continue at a later date. So there's a hard stop at 5:45. Representative Takenouchi.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Hey, Director. I apologize in advance if these are just kind of basic questions. I just want to make sure I understand some of the situations or the budget requests and the vacancies around Hawaii State Hospital. So, when you mentioned the new positions and the vacancy rate, the 100 new positions, in the vacancy report, are those the positions that have the January 1st, 2024 date, or the new vacancy, or both? Those 100 positions you referenced?
So most of those positions are the psychiatric technician positions, and the new ones, most of them I think have new, but because we're trying to fill them, they may be listed with the January 1st date.
Okay, so it's both, probably.
It could be both.
Okay. And then I guess, so with these psychiatric technician positions that are new, as you guys start to fill them, are these positions that are going to cut into some of this 20 million and 13 million that we're kind of contracting out? Is that going to start cutting into some of these other services we're contracting out for? So this might potentially be less, especially over time, if we can start filling these to do it through your staff?
I think most of the services we contract for are some higher levels, so nurses, not so much psychiatric technicians. And I think as we start to fill positions, hopefully we'll start reducing the overtime, first. But so probably both. If we can reduce the need for some of the contracted services and some of the overtime, we would like to be properly staffed and be able to just staff it with our positions. So there likely should be some. I'm not sure I can quantify how much at this time.
Okay, and I know it's a lot. You have a lot of them to try and fill, but and also if you were able to kind of like fill them very quickly, especially by this March expected date, would that also cut into the 14 million you'd be looking for additional that's not included in your budget request already? Or you think it's still going to be 14 million additional no matter what?
I may pull in, though, from the state hospital. So so for the psychiatric technicians in particular, okay, a lot of this is to expand the staffing. So particularly when people take breaks. So when they look at the factor for staffing level, some of this is actually to just increase the opportunity. So I think there will be some reduction, but some of it is also an enhancement. It's not all a replacement. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Kenneth Luke, I'm the administrator for Fort Wayne State Hospital. Thank you. So regarding that question, I wanted to say that the hospital census continues to grow. It's growing at about 15% per year. So as we make requests, whenever we think we're catching up, the finish line moves on us. But to answer your question, there are 863 positions that we have. 30% are unfilled. Now, of that 30% that's unfilled, like Director Fink said, that 122 are new positions. So if you take that out, it's not really 29%. Of the 122 positions that are unfilled, 118 are for psychiatric technicians. When we get those positions, I believe it will cut into the overtime costs. But I'm not sure how much of the 14 million it'll really alleviate.
Okay.
In overtime.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Jarrett, followed by Cochran.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Fink, for being here. Let's see. In the CIP budget, you do include in your highlights, so you're looking at reducing by a amount of 100 million for Kinau Hale. Can you give us an update on the latest plans with regard to DOH headquarters there?
So for Kinau Hale, we were fortunate last year. $100 million was appropriated in CIP for 2025. As we're approaching 2025, we're not ready to expend those funds at this time. In addition, I think in response to the wildfire, in an effort to look at what funds could be deobligated for other purposes, I think that was one of the opportunities, particularly when considering kind of our readiness to expend them. So that's the negative adjustment for the 100 million. Okay. Kinau Hale, I think this group came and did a site visit, so thank you for the field trip and seeing our facility. It is a facility that we feel needs to be replaced. We've shared with staff. We've also, we have asbestos in the tile, we have asbestos in the ceiling, and the cost to remediate that is probably not, worth it compared to a new building. But we need to ensure our staff are safe. We did do air sampling. We contacted HIOSH to ensure that it is a safe environment, and they reassured us that it is at this time. But there will be a time where it may not be. So we are pursuing additional funds if we're not able to find it within our current funding. Should we need to relocate staff? So for relocation costs, leasing costs, we are looking to see how we can relocate other employees just, in a controlled manner. We're also asking for about $5 million in CIP funds to replace the $100 million, and the $5 million will be used to work with a consultant to help us identify our business requirements of a new facility and to explore and potentially develop an RFP for that. We're having conversations about a public-private partnership for how to redevelop that property. So exploring those options. So again, at this time, we're not ready to use the $100 million. I want to be clear that we are committed of the need to find a new facility. We're working toward that. We are looking to pursue a PPP. And as that develops, depending on how that's structured and what the state's share may be, we may come back for another CIP appropriation when we have a better plan.
Okay, so it's too premature at this point then until you have that $5 million to do some of this initial planning and design work and whatnot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, you mentioned the Evile Resource Center, how this is a joint partnership with the city and county. I think I heard you say it's scheduled to open in February. And I
Yes.
think you needed 6.7 million. How does the timing work when we're not going to complete our budget until May?
So we have a funding which would be sufficient to cover the rest of this fiscal year.
Okay.
So the 6.7 would be ongoing kind of recurring expenses.
Thanks for the clarification. And then last question. You mentioned a rate study process or review process for some of your service providers. What does that process look like?
So for example, for the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Division, contracted with Milliman. So they do, I don't know if it's national, but they certainly look at multiple jurisdictions and find out comparable rates and the cost of providing services, market research. And in their report, they'll have a range of what would be kind of an appropriate reimbursement rate.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cochran.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Fink and Director Ho, for coming to multiple times to Maui and visiting personally and asking the tough questions and checking in. So I really, really appreciate that, first off. Jumping to the $5 million for the cesspool efforts, that in particular, any of that coming to Maui to assist with their big litigation matter?
So what it is it's a cesspool grant. So anyone could have applied for it, and it's a reimbursement. So if they actually converted their cesspools, we would reimburse them. I think it's for up to
$20,000.
$20,000. $20,000.
Okay, so it's for individual more so, private property owners
Yeah,
versus the county.
So last session, we got the money, and that money was given out was accounted for within 3 days of us opening up our application.
Yeah, and then I see over 27 million for FY 25, and so that large amount, I'm just trying to rebuild, thinking of the recovery and rebuilding of Lahaina in particular, tons of properties that are no longer there, well, structures anyways, were cesspooled. So now's the opportunity, since the kind of literally the slate has been wiped clean, what kind of efforts in conjunction, I suppose, if any, will go into rebuilding and, getting those places off cesspool.
So in Waikuli, they're mostly cesspools. EPA is committed with EPA and the county is trying to it will try to connect county sewer to Waikuli. So that will eliminate the cesspools. There are people. I was in Lahaina on Wednesday at a town hall meeting, and there are people from Waikuli that has come up to me and said, "Hey, we have cesspools that are still there, that are functional. And so, can we use those existing cesspools while the county is bringing wastewater to their homes?" So that's something that we're going to explore.
Okay, and then lastly, the 4 positions that you're looking to do in reference to the Behavioral Health Center on Maui. Is that for the Lahaina Comprehensive Center at Civic Center?
Yes, that's the Certified Community Behavioral Health Center there.
Okay, and you're looking for 4 positions?
Is that right?
Okay, can I elaborate on
Yes.
that and a little
Marian
bit?
Tsuji, Deputy Director for Behavioral Health. Yes, last session, the legislature gave us 4 of the 8 positions that we were looking for the CCBHC. So we are looking for the remaining 4.
Okay, and thanks for the efforts there. It's sorely needed at this time. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question about the state hospital and the 14.3 million that's not included in the current budget, but that you will be requesting for safety response. I was just wondering if you could provide clarification if this was for the new building or if this was specifically for the SOSRP residential program. And I guess I would just say that if it's for the new building that just came up a few years ago, then, I mean, that's kind of concerning that they would need $14 million when we just did the blessing like a few years ago. So I'm just wondering if you could explain, like, is it for that new building or is it for this residential
Sure.
program?
So from a facility perspective, the ask includes cameras, but not cameras in the new facility. Okay, so other cameras.
Cameras like on the perimeter, you mean, or around the campus, or what kind of cameras, I guess?
Correct. So in terms of the physical security of the new building, that's intact. So that was not, upgrading that's not a concern. So the 14 million, there's some systemic things we want to do, really to enhance the security of the place, the safety of the place. So we want to change the organizational structure. It's heavy on clinical leadership, like a hospital should. But we actually want to raise security and safety to an equal level of what the clinical side has. So we wanted an administrator to look over security and safety, to make it that serious. We wanted to do what we can to assure the staff that safety is a concern. We want to make sure that the community knows that we're doing everything we can. So those are the systemic things. The physical things, we are trying to upgrade the SOSRP. For the record, the SOSRP was not officially part of the hospital, still is not. It's a group home-like program on our grounds, so it never had cameras, it never had panic buttons. It's not built like a hospital should, but we want to upgrade that to approach what we have at the hospital. And then there's many cameras that focus on the perimeter that we want operational, so we know who's on our campus. Before, I guess Kaneohe was isolated enough that nobody would want to come on the grounds. Now people do, whether it's Stairway to Heaven or people coming up from the college, the new Kauhali that I understand may open. There's going to be more and more people that might want to come on our grounds, and we want to know it and have them escorted off.
Okay, and sorry, one follow-up question. So is there, and I haven't visited the SOSRP location, but is there just one building? Is like how many buildings is a part of this residential program that you are looking to upgrade?
There are 4 structures. They're like Hicks homes. In the old days, that's what we called them. They're basically prefabricated cottages. Got 4 of them. And it's surrounded by a fence, so somebody was thinking to make it secure, but the gates are always open because this isn't part of the hospital. It's a group home, so people can more or less come and go. They're not held prisoner the way our hospital can't get out of there. Locked doors, fences on the perimeter, et cetera. So short answer, 4.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Chair Lloyd.
I guess for environmental health branch, I'm just wondering, because I know there's funding available from the feds for some positions. I mean, just talking about the cesspools and thinking about that, and I feel like we've really fallen behind in the wastewater branch in terms of it's just so under-resourced for getting through the accessing funds that might be available, helping counties access funds, and it's been, COVID and Red Hill and Maui fires and one thing after another pulling attention away from the environmental concerns at Department of Health. So what are you doing? I mean, I had a meeting actually with the people from EPA over here recently who said they were specifically concerned about Hawaii not accessing federal funds, some of which could be used for positions. So what is your response to that?
Yeah, so, I mean, we recognize that there is some federal funds that is out there. We are trying to capture as much federal funds as we can currently, but it takes resources to be able to manage these grants that are available to us. So it takes resources to apply for them, takes resources to manage them. So one of my grand thoughts, I know I've talked about this environmental planning office, and last year, thankfully, the legislature gave approval for us to hire a manager for the EPO, Environmental Planning Office. One of the things is that I would like to get in my reorganization, which we are doing, is a box for a grants manager to try to help us capture all these grants that are out there and to help us manage them. So I am thinking about it, and I know it's important, and I know that we can use some grant money to hire people, but then we need the positions, and then we need the ability to hire, so that then we just get into that loop again.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, some of the funds from like the BIL are going to not be around for too much longer. So
yeah,
there is a timeliness aspect of it.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And we did apply for and got some BIL grant money, and we're using it.
I think there's potentially more that we could access that we haven't. So it's unfortunate. One more question. And sorry, I don't want to. I know we're warned to stay on topic, but I think this is relevant. I've just been concerned thinking about the EPA regulations for PFAS in drinking water are really quite low, so there's very low tolerance for it. But they're not also doing something, to stop production of PFAS, or there's no legislation federally besides regulating the amount that is in drinking water to reduce how, continuing to get put out into the environment. That's going to fall to states, or at least for now, that's falling to states. But we haven't seen anything proactive at this point from Department of Health talking about that. And I know it's not specifically related to the budget, but I think it could have a huge fiscal impact on the state if we're having to treat drinking water or think about other things to do with drinking water because we're not meeting standards. So has there been thought, and I know we're constantly distracted by other things, but these are really important issues that have been not getting, I think, sufficient attention.
Yeah, thank you for that. The department, we are talking about PFAS. At Red Hill, there was a release of PFAS. There's detections of PFAS in some drinking water. So we are talking about it, and it's foremost in our minds.
Okay, it would be good to hear what you're talking about, what
Okay.
actions you're thinking about, or any proposals that you have, or something a little more concrete than we are talking about it.
Great. Yes, I will. We're working on a guidance document, and that would, when it's ready to be published after it's been peer reviewed, we will be able to disseminate it.
And I guess for Dr. Fink, I know you mentioned the vacancies and the challenges with hiring, but just in terms of at least having the resources available to make sure we're not missing out on pretty significant opportunities for federal funding for, forgivable loans or grants or just things that don't really cost us anything, and we're just passing up on opportunities for this funding that other states are taking advantage of. I mean, when you're looking at prioritizing your ask to the administration, I mean, how does that play into it? It just feels like it's always sort of at the bottom of the list, or there's always some fire to put out, and it's been, I think, years of us talking about how under-resourced some of these environmental health divisions are.
At least at this time, there are some areas where we're trying to expand into new requirements. And the new requirements may be reactive, like that Supreme Court decision on the injection wells, or, for example, if we're looking at what do we want to do more about PFAS and what resources we need to do. We have, for example, looking at climate change and health, and trying to get in front of that and kind of build a capability to work on that. At this time, the bigger problem is filling the positions than getting them. I think we are trying to be careful and ask for really what we need, and the legislature has been supportive. To the extent that we can fill those positions, that's the greater challenge at this time.
Do you have vacant positions? Because I know in some that you are asking for like 2 new positions for wastewater, and I forget the other ones, a couple of the others on that aren't just trade outs, but new positions on here. Is that in addition? Do you have vacancies or?
There are vacancies in the Environmental Health Administration. There are opportunities for more folks if anybody's interested. And also, as Kathy mentioned, here's a little plug. But trying to do a reorganization to create more of a the EPO.
Yeah, Environmental Planning Office.
So we know we need to be more proactive and plan ahead, and I appreciate that Kathy is planning for that. So some of those resources will go toward where we need to be.
And also state labs. Desmond is here, but what we're doing is we're also doing outreach to high school students to get them interested in work in science and in state laboratories. I met someone who's a teacher at MidPAC just outside, and he was looking at the aquaculture informational briefing that I was involved in, and I said that I would be happy to go and speak to their class to talk about the opportunities for people, for young kids, to work in environment and protect the environment in which they will live. So I'm excited about it. I'm hoping that we have these opportunities to do this outreach. Really, it's about getting people interested in coming to work for the Department of Health to do good work, to protect our environment and public health.
Well, we appreciate how hard you work, Kathy, but it's still not a short-term solution for this federal funding that's going away in a
Understood.
couple years. So.
Understood.
But thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further question, Chair?
I'll defer to Professor first.
No, you go.
Okay, I will try to be very brief. I have lots of questions, program questions, but I'll try to focus on the budget questions. It shouldn't be a surprise. We've been doing and delving a lot into adult mental health and looking at the array of services, but a focus that I'm going to be drilling down on because of interest in children and adolescents is the funding for CAM-HD. I appreciate the comments that you made about the data not showing suicide increases, but anecdotally, just for myself, I have had schools where I have known that there have been successful suicides in my district, and I've reached out for help and those suicides were not reported as suicides. And there's lots of reasons why deaths don't get reported as suicides. So even though the numbers are level, I don't think we should rely upon that. And I even anecdotally hearing things about things happening in Maui, I think the focus on children and adolescent and adult mental health is so critical in this time frame.
And again, there's lots of reasons why people don't report suicides. There's stigma around it. We have to work at overcoming that. So I appreciate that data, and I know we need to do data-driven policymaking, but I also think we shouldn't rest on our laurels. So on that note, as I look at all the funding that's going towards CAMHG, and this legislature funded that crisis mobile outreach. We can ask later on how that's rolling out, but I think that's going to be really important because we need to know how that's rolling out. Specific to the budget materials, as I look at the active contracts tables, you know, a lot of these contracts for CAMHD and AMHD, as I read these, I understand these contracts read from like 2022 to 2024. Does that mean for some of those kinds of contracts, there's an opportunity to revisit what might be in those contracts and the services that are being provided?
Okay. For Crisis Mobile Outreach, an RFI was issued. RFP is expected to be released next week with a target go-live date of July 1. As far as our contracts, as long as the scope of the contract, right, would allow us to do a modification and not have to require to do a reprocurement, we can always do a modification. You know, depending on the nature of the changes, it was outside of the original, you know, procurement, you have to reprocure. Yeah.
Okay, I only ask about the contracts because as we're seeing changes in our Medicaid waiver, what we're paying, what we're asking to do under our state plan, where there might be places that contracts may need to be modified to make sure we are drawing down on Medicaid funds in all of these programs that we fund throughout the community, all of these mental health treatment programs, substance abuse treatment programs, children and adolescent programs. Are our contracts structured in such a way that we are demanding our service providers to be able to draw down where they can? Because this will stretch the state dollars farther, as far as I can understand. Is there a process for you guys to do that in your contracting process?
So I totally agree. We should maximize the federal funds where we can through Medicaid, and I can see who might have joined me with the specific stuff. Typically, my understanding is in these contracts, right? We're paying the provider. They're not necessarily submitting a claim to Medicaid. So then it's in us of our payment to the provider. What of that funding can we claim federal matching funds for? So we should be optimizing for those who are receiving services who are Medicaid eligible to receive those funds. So for example, I'm looking at the state hospital right now, and I was just reviewing kind of the 42 CFR to see are they eligible for Medicaid? And for those who are 65 or older, or it's only adults or younger than 21, so 18 to 21, they potentially can be eligible for Medicaid even while they're at the state hospital. And for those who are on conditional release, they could be eligible for Medicaid as well. So I'm not aware of anything by being on conditional release prohibits them from being on Medicaid. So we are actively exploring where we can leverage Medicaid funds. Do you want to speak?
Sure. Good afternoon, Kaylee Aquaro, Acting Administrator for the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Division. For example, for the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Division, over 95% of the children and adolescents that we serve, we're serving because they are in the MedQuest behavioral health carve-out. And so we are the behavioral health carve-out for MedQuest, and so we pay our providers, and then we bill for those services. So we are drawing down those dollars, but we pay our providers a little bit more than what we get reimbursed.
Okay. Thank you. These kinds of questions, and I think we have to keep exploring, because again, as the state waiver hopefully gets approved, we need to find where we can make sure everything is being maximized, and we might not know where they are. So these are kinds of the questions I'm asking of DOE, just like I ask of DOH. And so thank you, and I think this is going to be a conversation we should and have to continue. Thank you.
Agreed. Representative Kobayashi. Nothing? Hey.
for the sake of brevity, let's just try to hit our
Okay.
hard stop.
Okay. Okay. Any further questions from the members? No, Chair, you have anything else? No? Okay. Thank you very much for coming in. We'll be contacting you through our budget staff to continue this conversation and look forward to working with you. Any closing remarks?
No, mahalo, Chair. Certainly appreciate this time with the committee to present our work. Just if I could just take the opportunity again to express my appreciation of the Department of Health staff. They've worked very hard over this past year to serve the public to the best of their ability. And I really just want to recognize the important work that they do. So mahalo to them and to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I had one thing that I did want to bring up. So the Kilahane, Kinahale building. So is it still a historic building?
It's just is that a rhetorical question? By the who knows? You know, we're hoping not.
It's old, but not that old.
Okay, because I think when 2 administrations ago they were looking at it, they said that they discovered it was, and because of some famous architect that designed it, and something like that.
Okay.
But anyway, there's going to be a bill that's going to come through and to re-describe or set the criteria differently for government buildings. That would be good if you support it.
I anticipate supporting it exuberantly.
Okay, thank you very much. We are adjourned.